Hello and welcome to another exciting tutorial of Great Stack. In this tutorial, we are going to build a full stack doctor appointment booking app using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js. In this full stack project, we have added 3 levels of login. First one is patient login, where patient can log in and book the appointments. Second one is doctor's login, where doctor can manage the appointments, check their earnings and update their profile. And the third one is admin login, where admin can create and manage the doctor's profile. Along with this, we have also added the online payment gateway in this app so that user can pay the appointment fee online. So let's explore all the features of this doctor appointment booking app. So this is the home page, where you can see we have this banner. Then we have these images to choose the doctor with some specialty. Then we have the top doctors list, and after that we have the banner, and at the bottom we have this footer. Let me scroll up, and if I click here on all doctors, it will display list of all doctors available on this app, right? And in the left side we have option to filter the doctors based on the specialty. If I click on this one, dermatologist, so you can see we have 3 doctors. And if I click again on this link, so it will be deselected and we will see the list of all doctors again, right? Now we have this about page and then this contact page. After that, let's go to all doctors and click on any doctor image. So it will open the doctor's appointment page. Here you can see the doctor image, doctor's detail like name, their degree and year of experience. Then we have the about text. Then we have the doctor's fee. And here we have the option to choose the booking slot. We can choose the date and time, right? And then we can click on this book appointment to book the appointment. And at the bottom we have the related doctors. But before booking an appointment, we have to create one account. So let's click on this create account. So it will open this account creation form where you have to enter the name, email ID and password, and you can create one account. Or here we have the option to log in. So I already have one account, so I'll enter the email ID and password and log in into my account. So I have added the email ID and password, then click on the login button. So now I am logged in on this website. Here you can see now we have the option for my profiles, then my appointments, and we have option to log out. So let me go to this my profile. Here you can see we have the image and other details. If I click on this edit button, here we can update the image, name and some other information. Then click on the save information. That's it. And if I go to my appointments, right now you can see we don't have any appointment. So let's book a new appointment. I'll click here. Here I will select this first doctor. Here we will select the date. Let's say 5th, and we will select the time 12 p.m. and click on this button book an appointment. So now we have successfully booked the appointment with this doctor, right? Now after booking the appointment, we have the option to cancel this appointment, or we can also pay the appointment fee online. Here you can see we have the option pay online, right? So after booking this appointment, let me come back to the admin panel. So this is the admin dashboard. If I refresh it, here you can see we have a new appointment with this doctor that we have just booked, right? And here we have option to cancel it. And if I go to appointments list, so you can see the patient name, right? Here we have the doctor's name, then appointment fee, and here we have the date and time, correct? Now in this admin panel, we have the doctor's list also. So the admin can see the doctor's list, and admin can also add a new doctor. Here we have the add doctor, right? So using this form, we can add a new doctor. Let me select the image. I'll select this one. After that, we will add the information about the doctor. So let me add the doctor's name. Let's select the specialty. Then we'll add the doctor's email ID. So let's add this dummy email. Then in the degree, we will add MBBS. Then we will set one password for this doctor. Then here we have to add the address. Let's select the year of experience. Then we will add the doctor's fee, and here we will add the description about this doctor. Then click on this add doctor. So you can see the notification doctor added, and you can see the same doctor in this list. If I scroll down, here you can see Jeffrey Williams that we have just added, right? So this was the admin panel. Now let me log out from this admin panel, and here we have the option to log in again, and you can see here we have option for doctor login. Let me click here, and here we will add the login detail for the doctor. So let me add richard@demo.com. We will add the password and click on login. So this is the dashboard for the doctor, and in this one you can see the earnings, appointments, and number of patients. So here you can see the new appointment that we have just booked. So after completing the appointment, doctor can click on this check mark to mark this appointment as completed, or doctor can also cancel this appointment by using this button, right? And here we have the appointments list. So here doctor can see all appointment data, and here doctor can update their profile also. If we click on this edit, then doctor can update the description, doctor can update the fee and address, right? Then click on this save. So this was the doctor's dashboard. Here you can see the payment mode is cash. Because we have just booked the appointment, we have not made the payment. Now let me complete the payment online. I'll click here, and here we have two options, Stripe or Razorpay. Let me click on Razorpay. Here let me add the card detail. This is the test card detail. After making the payment, here you can see it says paid. Now let me go to the doctor's dashboard, refresh it, and here you can see the payment is online, right? Because we have made the payment using online payment gateway. So this was the project overview, and I have provided the project live link in the description so that you can also explore this doctor appointment booking website. I just want to tell you that this is the best project to learn MERN stack and stand out in the developers community. Also, you won't get this kind of project anywhere on the YouTube. It took me more than 1 month to design and develop this awesome MERN stack project. In exchange, I want you to provide 1000 comments on this video so that I can bring more projects like this for free to make you a master in full stack development. But not only that, this project can be customized to use in your college project or personal project purpose. So let's start the development process and build this full stack project step by step. Now we are at the desktop screen, and here we will create a new folder. Let's add the folder name Prescripto. That is going to be our app name. Now we will open this folder in VS Code editor. So right click and select show more options. Then select open with code. Now our project folder is open in VS Code editor. Here we have to open the integrated terminal. So right click here and select open in integrated terminal. So in this terminal you can see we are at the Prescripto folder. Here we will create the front-end project using the Vite package. For that, simply write the command npm create Vite at latest. After that, just click OK, and here we will add the project name. So let's add front-end. After that, we will select the framework, that is React, then select JavaScript. As you can see here in the left side, we have one folder called frontend. Now let's navigate to this folder using the terminal. So simply add this command cd frontend. Now we are at the frontend folder. Here we have to install all the dependencies. So simply type npm install. So it is installing the dependencies in the frontend project. After that, we will install some other packages also. So let's add npm install Axios, React Router DOM and React Toastify. So we have installed these 3 packages. After that, we will run our project. To run this project, simply type npm run dev. Now our project is successfully running on this local URL. So we have to open this link in our web browser. So simply open this link in web browser. Now you can see our project is successfully running in the web browser. Now we have to clear this default project. So let's come back in the sidebar, open the frontend folder, and here we will open src folder, and from here we will open this app.jsx file. Let's clear this file, and here we will use the command, and here we will use the snippet RAFCE. If you are not getting this RAFCE snippet, then you have to install one extension, that is ES7 plus React Redux. After installing this extension, you will get this RAFCE snippet. After that, we will save this file and we will delete this app.css file. After that, let's open the assets folder, and from here delete this react.svg. After removing this svg file, let's open index.css file. Let's clear this file also. Let's save this file. Now we will open the web browser. So you can see our project is clear now. Next we have to update this title. So let's come back to the index.html file, and here we have the title tag. So in this one, let's remove the text and we'll add our own title. So let's add prescripto. After that, let's save the changes and open the web browser. So you can see the title has been updated. After that, we are going to use the Tailwind in this project. So we have to add the Tailwind support. So let's open a new tab, and here we will search for Vite Tailwind. Let's open the first link, and here we have the steps to add the Tailwind in our project. So the first step is to copy this statement npm install and these dependencies. So let's copy this, and we will come to the terminal, and first we have to stop this project. So simply type Ctrl C, yes. Now just paste the command, execute it. Now it will install the Tailwind dependency in the project. After that, we will copy the second statement and paste it here, then execute it. So it will create one Tailwind config file in our project. So in the sidebar, you can see we have tailwind.config.js file. After that, we will copy this configuration and we will paste it in this tailwind.config.js file. So let's clear it and paste the configuration that we have just copied. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. After that, here we have the next step. We have to copy these lines and paste it in the index.css file. So let's copy it and let's open index.css file and paste this. Now save the changes. Next we have to run the project. So in this terminal, we will type npm run dev. Now it will start our project in the development mode. Now we have added the Tailwind support in our project. To test it, let's come back to the app.jsx file and here let's add some text. So let me add testing Tailwind, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we can use the Tailwind classes. So let me add any Tailwind class name here. So just add text green 500. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now if I open the website, so here you can see we are getting the text testing Tailwind, and here we have the green color. It means we have successfully configured the Tailwind support in our project. Now let me remove these class name and this text also. Let's close this tab also. After that, we will insert the assets in our project. So here we have one assets folder where I have some images. You will find this assets download link in the video description. So let me copy all these files, then open the project folder, go to frontend, then src, then assets, and paste all the images. Now let's close this and open the VS Code editor. Now in the sidebar you can see in the assets folder we have all the images, icons, and we have one assets.js file also. In this one we have imported all the images and exported it in this assets object. So whenever we have to use these images, we will import this assets object, and by using this we can simply access these images. In this assets file we have some data also. We have added the specialty data where we have this text and image. After that we have the doctors array where we have multiple objects. Each object is representing each doctor. It has doctor name, image, a specialty, degree, experience, about, fees, and address. Here we have total 15 doctors data that we will use to display the doctors on our front-end project. After that, let's close this file. Now we will create the folder structure in our project. So in the src folder we will create a new folder and we will name it components. Now in this folder we will create multiple components and we will reuse these components like navigation bar and footer. Now in this src folder let's create another folder with the name pages. We can create multiple pages in our web app. Now to add the multiple pages in our application, we need the support of React Router DOM. So first we have to add the React Router DOM support in our project. So to add that, let's open main.jsx file, and here we will import browser router from React Router DOM package. Now here we will remove this strict mode, and here we will use browser router. So between this browser router tag we have the app components. Now let's save this file. After adding this tag we have the support of React Router DOM in our project. After that, in this src folder, let's create another folder with the name context. Here we will create our context for the front-end project where we will manage the user login and other context data. After that we will create multiple pages. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file with the name home.jsx. That will be the home page. Here we will use the RAFCE snippet. Remove this text. After creating this home page, let's create another page and write the file name doctors.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. After that, let's create another page in this pages folder. Write the file name contact.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. After that, we will create about page. So right click and create a new file. Write the file name about.jsx. Here we will write RAFCE. We will save this file. Now we have created these pages. Now if we come to our web browser, and here we have this Figma file. You will get this Figma file link in the video description so that you can open this and see the design file. Here we have all the pages design that we are going to create. So according to our design, we have created the pages file for home, doctors, about and contact. Now we will create the page for the user login. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file. The file name is login.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Now we have created the login page also. Next we have to create this page, that is profile page. For that, let's create a new page and write the file name myprofile.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. We will save this file. After that, we will create this My Appointments page where we will display the already booked user appointment. So let's create a new file in this pages folder, and the file name will be myappointments.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Now we have created these pages. By using this page component, we will set up our routes. For that, let's open app.jsx file. And in this div, first we will add the class name property, and here we will provide some margin from x-axis. So let's add mx4, and for different screen size we will add mx 10%. In this div, let's add routes tag. Here we are getting the suggestions routes tag from React Route DOM. Select this. So it will import the routes tag from the package. Now close this tag. Between this tag, we will create route tag. We are getting the suggestion, so let's click here. So it will import the route from React Router DOM package. Now after that, let's close this tag, and here we have to define the path. That will be slash for the home page, and here we have to mount our home page component. So let's add the element property, and in this element let's add home. That is the home page component. Let's add opening arrow home. So we are getting the suggestion. So let's click here. So it will import this home from this pages folder. Now let's close this tag. Now whenever we will open the slash path, it will display the home page. So let's test it. So first we'll open the home.jsx file, and here let's add one text, that is home page. Save these changes and open the web browser, and let's open our website. So you can see here it is displaying home page. Now if I go to other route like this, now that home page text has been removed. So now the React Router DOM is perfectly working. Now let me remove this text and save the file. Now we have added the home page. Similarly, we will add all the pages that we have created here. For that, let's make the copy of this line. Here we will add the path that will be doctors. And in this path, we will add doctors page. We will select it from here. So it will automatically import this doctors from the pages folder. Now let's create another copy. Here we will add the path that is slash doctors slash colon. We will add the specialty. This specialty for the doctors. So whenever we will click on any specialist, then a specialist doctor will be visible here. For that, we will use this parameter. After that, we will create another copy of this, and here we will update the path that is login, and here we will add the element login page component. Select it, so it will import it. So it will import the login component from the pages folder. Now let's create another copy of this line. Here we will update the path. So it will be about page. So let's add slash about path. Here in the element we will add about. Now let's create another copy. Here let's add the path slash contact. And here we will add the contact page. So just add contact. After that, let's create one more copy. Then update the path. It will be my profile. And in this element, we will use my profile component. After that, let's create one more copy. Here we will provide the path my appointments. And in this element, we will use my appointments component. After that, we will create one more page. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file and we will add the file name appointment.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. After that, we will use this page to create one more route, and in this page we will display this doctor appointment page where user can book a new appointment. So let's create one copy of this route tag, and here we will add the path that is slash appointment slash, then we will add one parameter that will be the doctor's ID. So just add doc ID. After that, we will add the element. So in this element, just add the appointment page that we have just created. By using all these pages, we have created multiple routes. Now after this, we will start building our UI components. So first we are going to create this navigation bar. So to create this navigation bar, we will create one file in this components folder and write the file name navbar.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Here we have created this navbar component. Next we have to mount this component so that this navbar will be visible on the web browser. So we are going to add this navbar in this app.jsx file before this routes. So it will be visible in all the pages. So simply add this navbar, select it from this suggestions. We will get it from the components folder. Close this tag. Now we have mounted the navbar outside of this routes tag, so it will be visible in all the pages. Now let's come back to the navbar.jsx file, and here we will create our navbar. So first In this div, we will add one image tag. In this src, we are going to use this assets.js file. So simply add assets. We are not getting the suggestions, so let me manually add it. So just add import curly braces assets from / assets folder / assets file. After that, here we will use assets dot. As you can see, we are getting the suggestions of all the images. So we will use dot logo. So after adding this image tag, we will add one UL tag. In this UL tag, we are going to use the navlink tag. So let's add opening arrow navlink. As you can see, we are getting the navlink from React Router DOM. So select this one. So it will import this from the React Router DOM. Between these tags, we will create one li tag and one hr tag. So let's add the li tag. Between this li tag, let's add home. As you can see in my Figma file, in this navigation bar, we have the first menu, which is home. Then we have all doctors, then about, then contact. After this li tag, we will add one hr tag. Now just copy and paste it for 3 more times. In the second option, we have to add the all doctors. So let me update the text. It will be all doctors. In the third one, we will add about. In the fourth one, we will add contact. After creating this UL tag, here we will create one div. And in this div, we will create one button tag. Here we will add the button text that will be create account. So let me copy the text from the design file and paste it here. Create account. Now if I save the changes and come back to the web browser, now we have added these text and image in the navigation bar. Next we will add the CSS properties. So first we will add the CSS class name in this div. So let's add the class name property. Then we'll add the Tailwind classes. So in this class name, let's add flex, item center, justify between, text small, padding, then margin, then border bottom, then border bottom color. After that, save the changes and open the web browser. So now you can see one horizontal line and all these contents are aligned side by side. After that, we will add the CSS for this image tag, that is our logo. So let's come back, hide this terminal, and in this image tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add width, then cursor pointer. We will save the changes. Now this logo is looking good. Next we will add the CSS properties for these UL tag. So in this UL tag, let's add the class name property. Here first we will add the hidden class name. So this UL tag will be hidden from the phone view. Then we'll add the medium device. Here we'll add the flex, item start, gap, then font medium. So it will be visible on medium screen size. Now save the changes. So you can see this UL tag is visible. Now it is aligned horizontally. Next we'll add the CSS properties in this li tag. So select all the li tags. In all li tags, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide padding y1. After that, we will add the CSS properties for all these HR tag. Select all the HR tags. Here let's add the class name. Here we will provide border none, outline none, height, background color, width, margin auto. Here we are going to use the primary color for the background. First we have to add this primary color in our tailwind.config file. So let's open tailwind.config file. Here in this theme option, inside this extend, let's add colors. That will be one object. Here we will define primary color. So write primary, and here we have to add the color code. So we are going to use this color code. That will be our primary color for our website. Save the changes. Close this file. Now here we are getting this background color using this BG primary. If we save these changes and come back to the web page, now you can see here we are getting one underline effect in all the menu items. Next we have to display this underline only on the menu that page is open. So for that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and now after this margin auto in all the HR tag, let's add the hidden class name. So it will be hidden for all the menu. Now in this navlink tag, let's add the to property, and here we will add one string. So let's add the slash. That will be for the home page that we have defined in the app.jsx file. So you can see the path is slash for the home component. Now let's open navbar.jsx file. In the second nav link, we will add the to property. Here we will add the path for the doctors page. That will be our slash doctors. Now in the third one, we will add the to property. Let's add slash about. After that, in the next nav link, we will add the to property. Here we will add slash contact. After adding this to property in all the nav link tag, we will save the changes and open the web browser. Now if I click on the inspect, and from here we will expand the body, then this div, then go to this UL, and here we have multiple A tag. We are at the home page, and in this first one we have the first A link. We are getting one class name called active. It means the home page is active right now. If I click on all doctors, when we select the all doctors, now the active class name has been removed from the first anchor link and it has been added in the doctors menu, right? In the second A tag. If I click on about, now it will add this active class name in this about anchor link. Now by using this active class name, we will add the underline effect on the active menu link. So to do that, let's open index.css file, and here we will add .active class name, then HR tag. Here we will provide apply block property. Save the changes, and we will come back to the web browser. As you can see, we are at the slash about path, and you can see the underline effect in the about menu. If I click on home, now we will get the underline on the home menu. So this functionality is working fine. After that, we will come back to the navbar.jsx file. Now in this button tag, we will add class name property, and here we will provide background primary, text white, padding, border radius, font weight, hidden, and for the medium screen size block. Now this button will be hidden in phone view, and in the medium and large screen it will be visible. After that, we will save the changes. Now we will get this button here. Now after this, in this div tag, let's add the class name property. Here let's add flex, item center, gap 4. Now in this button, we will add the functionality so that when we click on this one, it will redirect us to the login page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and before this return statement, we will add const navigate equal to, and here we are going to use the use navigate hook. After that, we will come here on this button tag and let's add the onClick property. Here we will add one arrow function. Here we will call the navigate function. After that, here just provide the path of our login page, that is /login. If I save the changes and if I click on this button, now you can see the path, it is /login. And when we will design the login page, that login forms will be visible here. After that, we will click on home, so we will come back to the home path. Now whenever the user gets logged in, then here we will display the profile picture of that user and one drop down menu. So let's create the UI for that. So before creating that, here let's create two state variables. First one will be show menu and the second one will be token. So let's add const show menu. Then we will add the setter function name set show menu equal to use state. Then initialize it with one boolean data, that is false. Similarly, we will create one more state variable. The name will be token and setter function name will be set token equal to use state, and initialize it as boolean data true. Now whenever we have the token, it means we are logged in. When we don't have the token, we are logged out. So we have added the boolean data by default true. After that, inside this div, let's use the ternary operator. So we will check if the token is true. It means we are logged in. In that case, we will return one div. Let's move it in the new line. Then we'll add the colon, and if we are not logged in that case, we will display this button. So let's remove it and paste it here after this colon. Now let's check this logic. So now you can see this button is hidden because the token is true. And if we make it false, save the changes, then again this button is visible. So by default, we will make it true for now so that we can design this div. So when it is true, the user is logged in. In that case, we have to display one dropdown. So in this div, we will add one image tag, and in this image src, we have to add the assets dot profile pic. For now, we are going to display this profile picture. If the user gets logged in, then we will display the user's picture. After this image tag, we will create one more image tag. In this image src, we are going to use assets dot dropdown icon. If I save the changes, so here we have this profile picture and this drop-down icon. Now we will add the class name properties for this image. So first we'll add the class name in this image tag, and here let's provide width, then border radius. So let's add rounded full. After that, in this image tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will define the width. That will be 2.5. That is approx 10 pixel. Now we will add the CSS properties in this div. So let's add the class name, and in this class name, let's provide flex, item center, gap, cursor pointer, group, relative. Save the changes and open the web browser. Now the profile icon is looking good, and here we have this drop down icon also. Now we'll create one drop down menu, so whenever we will hover on this image, then the drop down menu will be visible. So to create the drop down, here we have added this group and relative. So after this image tag, let's create one div. In this div, we will create one more div, and inside this div, we will create 3 p tag. Now, according to our design file, if we come to this design, here we are going to create this drop down, something like this. So first we have this text, my profile. So let me copy this text. We will paste it here. Then we have the my appointments. Let's copy and paste it here. Then we have this text logout. Copy and paste it here. After that, save the changes. So you can see all these text are visible in the right side of this image. Next, we will add the class name, so it will be displayed as dropdown. For that, in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide absolute, top 0, right 0, padding top, text base, font weight, text color, z-index, hidden, group hover block. So by default it will be hidden, and when we will hover on the image it will be visible. Save the changes. Now this drop down is hidden. If we hover on it, then this drop down is visible. After that, we will add the CSS property in this div. For that, here let's add the class name property. Now let's add minimum width, background color, border radius, flex, flex column, gap and padding. Save the changes. Now if we hover on this, here we are getting these options in the drop down. Next, we will add the class name property in these p tag. So in these 3 p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add hover, text black, cursor pointer. If I save the changes, when we hover on it, you can see the text color is changing it becomes black. After that, we will add the navigate function so that when we click on the my profile, then we will be redirected to the my profile page. That will be / my profile path. So for that, in these two p tag, let's add the onClick property. Here we will add this arrow function. Now we will use this navigate function. So here, after this arrow function, just add the navigate. In the first one, we have to send the users to the my profile path, that is my-profile. After that, in the second one, we have to send the user to the my appointments page. For that, here we will add my-appointments. After that, we will save the changes. If I hover on this and click on my profile, now we are redirected to the / my profile page. If I click on my appointments, now you can see the path, we are redirected to the my appointments. After that, we will add the functionality on this logout button so that when we click on this, then we will make this token false. And this drop down and profile icon will be hidden, and here we will get the create account button again. For that, here let's add the onClick property on this paragraph tag. Here we will call the set token function and simply provide false. If I save the changes, now if we hover on it and click on the logout button, now that profile icon and drop down is hidden, and here we have the create account button. And if I refresh this one, again we will get this profile icon and this drop down menu. Now we have completed this navigation bar. After this navigation bar, we have to create the header section. So let's come back to the Figma design. So here in this design, you can see we have this header component with background color, text and image. So let's come back to the VS Code. Here in this components folder, let's create a new file that will be header.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Here we have created this component. Now we have to mount this component in this home page. So let's open home.jsx file, and from here let's add opening arrow, headers, select this header component from components/header. Let's close this tag and save the changes. Now let's open header.jsx file. In this div, we have to create two sections. One for the left side and another one for the right side. In the right side we have this image, and in the left side we have these text description button and small icons. So here let's add one comment. Let's add the comment text left side. After that, we will create one div. Inside this div, we will create the left side of the header. After that, let's add one more comment. Here we will add the comment text right side. And after that, let's create another div. In this div, we will display the right side content. In the left side, let's add the paragraph tag. In this paragraph tag, we will add this text book appointment with trusted doctors. So let's copy and paste it here. After that, we will add the BR tag to add a line break. Then we will copy the second line, that is with trusted doctors. We have pasted it here. After this P tag, we will create one div. And in this div, we will add one image tag. In this image tag, we will provide assets dot group profiles, that is this image. After this image tag, we will create one p tag, and here we will add this small description. So let's copy this and paste it here. Now let's move it in the single line, and here we will add the br tag to add the line break. After this div, we will create the anchor link, and in this anchor link, we will add this text book appointment. So let's copy it and paste it here. After this text, we will add one image tag, and in this image tag, we will provide assets dot arrow icon. So we have created the left side structure. Now in the right side, we will add the image tag, and in this src, we will provide assets dot header image. Now let's save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have created the left side and right side. Now let's add the CSS properties for this header section. So first we will add the CSS properties in this div tag. Here we will add the class name property, and in this one we will add the Tailwind classes. So just add flex column. For medium and above screen size, we will add flex row, flex wrap, background primary, rounded large, padding for different screen size. Then save the changes. Now you can see this background color, and we have some padding also. After that, we will add the CSS properties in the left side div. So just add the class name property, and let's provide medium, width half, flex call, item start, justify center, gap, padding y, margin auto, then padding for different screen size, then margin bottom. So now you can see the space around this. Next we'll add the CSS properties for this text. So in this p tag, let's add class name property. Let's provide text size. Then we will add the different text size for different screen. Text white, font semi-bold, line height. For different screen size, we will add different line height. Save the changes. Now you can see this text looks good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. For that, here in this div, we will add the class name property, and let's provide the Tailwind classes. So for the medium and above screen size, we will add the width 1/2, position relative. After that, we will add the class name property for this image tag. Here we will add width full, position absolute, bottom 0, height auto, rounded large. Save the changes. Now this image is displayed in the right side, and these text is displayed in the left side. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this div, where we have the group profile icon and text. So let's add the class name property. We will provide flex column, flex row, item center, gap, text white, text small, and font weight. Now we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. So let's add the class name width 28. After that, save the changes and open the web page. As you can see, we have this image in the left side and this text in the right side. After that, in this br tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add hidden. And for a small and above a screen size, we will make it visible, so just add block. Save the changes. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this button. So let's come back, and here in this a tag, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, item center, gap, background white, padding, border radius, text color, text size, margin auto, hover effect, transition all, then duration 300. After that, we will add the class name in this image. Here we will provide the width 3. Save the changes. Now here we have this beautiful button, and here we have the hover effect also. So now we have created this header section. Now let's come back to the Figma design, and you can see here we have some other content. So when we will click on this button, it should scroll the web page to this menu, which is find by specialty. For that, we have to add the smooth scroll. So in this button tag, in this anchor link, let's add has a specialty. Now our header section is ready. Now whenever we will create this section, then we have to add this ID in this section. So whenever we will click here, it will scroll the web page to this section. Now let's create this section. For that, let's come back to the components folder, and here we will create a new file, and we will name it a specialty menu.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Next, we have to mount this component on our home page. So let's open home.jsx file, and after this header, we will mount this component. So in this suggestion, we are getting this component, so just click here. So this component will be automatically imported. Now just close this tag, save the changes. Now let's open this component file. So in this component, here we have to add one title, one description, then these menu. For this menu, we will use assets.js file, and in this one you can see we have added this specialty data in one array where we have multiple objects where you can see the image and name. We have exported this file, so we can use this in any component. So first, in this div we will add one ID property, and here we will add the ID that we have added in this button. So just copy this specialty and paste it here in this ID. Now in this div tag, let's add the h1 tag, and here in this h1 we have to add this text. So let me copy this, paste it in this h1. After this h1 tag, we will create one p tag, and in this p tag we will add this text. So simply copy and paste it. After this p tag, we have to display these menu with image and name. So here we will create one div, and in this div tag we will use this array. So first we have to import this specialty data. So let me copy this, and here we will add import curly braces specialty data. We'll get this suggestion, so just click here. So it will be imported from this assets file in our component. Now in this div tag, we will add the curly braces, and here we will use this specialty data. Then in this one, we will add the map method. Here we will pass one arrow function. Here let's use this a small bracket. In this one we will add link tag that we will get from the React router DOM. So when we click here, this link tag will be imported from the React router DOM. Now just close this tag. Now in this parameter we will take individual item and index number. Now in this link tag, let's add the to property, and here we will use template literal. So to use the template literal, just add the backtick. Here we will add /doctor's path. After that we'll add $$ curly braces, and here we have to add the specialty path. So simply add item dot. We will select this option specialty. Now in this link tag, let's add the image tag, and in this image src we will use item.image. After this image tag, let's add the paragraph tag, and here we will add the curly braces, then add item.specialty. Now in this link tag we will add the key property where we will provide index that we are getting from this parameter. Now if I save the changes and open our web page, so here we have this title description, then we have all the items, right? So we have total 6 menu. Now let's add the CSS properties for this component. So first we'll add the CSS property for this div. So here let's add the class name property and provide the Tailwind classes. So just add flex, flex call, item center, gap, padding, then text color. Save the changes. So now you can see everything is in the center. After that, we'll add the CSS properties in this h1 tag. So let's add the class name property. Here we will add text 3XL. Then we will add the font medium. Save the changes. So this title is looking good. Then we'll add the CSS properties for this paragraph tag. So in this P, let's add the class name and let's provide width 1/3, text center, then text small. Save the changes. So now you can see this small description is also looking good in 2 lines because we have added the width. Now we will add the CSS properties for these list that contains these image and text. So here in this div, let's add the class name property. Here let's provide flex. For a small and above a screen, we will add justify center, gap 4, padding, width, overflow, scroll. Save the changes. Here you can see we are getting all the items in horizontal line. Here we are getting this scroll bar. So we will make this scroll bar hidden. For that, let's come back to the index.css file. Here we will write :/webkit -scroll bar. Here we will apply hidden. Save the changes. Close this file. Now that a scroll bar is hidden. After that, we have to add the CSS properties on these images. So here we have this image tag. So let's add the class name property, and here we will provide width 16, and for a small line above screen we will add width 24, then provide the margin bottom 2. Save the changes. So this is the perfect size for the image. Now we'll add the CSS properties for this link tag. So here let's add the class name. So let's provide flex call, item center, text extra small, cursor pointer, flex shrink 0, hover translate y, -10 pixel, transition all duration 500 milliseconds. Save the changes. Now if I hover on any item, you can see it moves up. Now when we click on this icon, it will navigate us to the doctor's page, and here we are getting the specialty menu, right? If I go to home page and click on this general physician, then we will come to the doctor page, and here we will display the doctors with the specialty of general physician. And if we directly come to all doctors, then it will display the doctors of all the specialty. Now we have created this section. After that, in this link tag, we have added this to property. Next we have to add one on-click property also. So let's add on-click. Here we will add the arrow function, and here we will call a scroll to, that is one JavaScript function, to scroll the web page. Here we will simply add 0, 0. So whenever user will scroll the web page and click on this menu, then it will redirect us to all doctors pages, and it will also scroll the web page to the top. Now we have completed this menu section. After that, we will create the top doctors section, where we will display the top doctors list. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. In this components folder, we will create a new file. Write the file name topdoctors.jsx. Now in this file, we will add this snippet RAFCE. After that, we will mount this component on our home page. So let's open home.jsx file, and here after this a specialty menu, we will mount the top doctors component. Now save this file, come back to the topdoctors.jsx file, and here we will create the UI. So as you can see in this Figma design, first we need the heading, then description, then doctor's profile, and one more button. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. Within this div, we will create one h1 tag. Here, let's copy the text from here and paste it in this h1. After that, we will create one p tag and copy the text from the design and paste it here. After this p tag, we will create one div, and in this div, we will display the list of top doctors. So to display the top doctors profile, we will go to assets file, and here we have the doctors array, and we are going to display these doctors data in this top doctors component. So here we will add the curly braces, then add the doctors. We are getting the suggestion from the assets folder assets file. So just click here. After that, this doctors will be imported from the assets file. On this one, we will use the .slice method. Here we are going to display maximum 10 doctors. For that, here we will use the slice method, and in this slice method, let's add 0 to 10. After that, in this array, we will use the map method, and in this map, we will pass one arrow function, and here we will use the small bracket. Now in this parameter, we will get the individual item and index number. After that, in this bracket, we will return one div. And in this div, we will display the doctor's information like name, profile picture, a specialty, and other details. Now in this div, we will display the doctor's profile that contains the doctor's picture, available status, doctor's name, and doctor's specialty. Now in this div, let's add the image tag. In this image tag, we will use item.image. After that, let's create one div. And in this one, let's add another div. And here, let's add one p tag. In this p tag, we will display this green dot. So let's add another p tag here after this p, and here we will display the text which is available. So let's copy this and paste it here. Now after this div, let's create one p tag to display the doctor's name. So here we will get the doctor's name using item.name. After this p tag, we will add one more p tag, and here we will display the doctor's specialty. So just add item.specialty. After this div, here let's create one button tag that will display this more button. So let's add the button text more, save the changes, and let's come back to the web browser. So now you can see we are getting this text, then image, then doctor's information, available, name, and a specialty. Next, we are going to add the CSS properties in this component. So in this div, we will add the class name, and here let's add the Tailwind classes. So let's add flex, flex column, item center, gap, margin, text color, and margin from the x-axis. Then save the changes. Now you can see all the text and doctor's profile are displayed in the center. Now let's add the CSS in this h1 tag. Here we will provide text 3XL font medium. After that, let's add the CSS in this a small paragraph tag. So just add the class name, width, text center, text a small. Now save the changes. So you can see this title and paragraph is looking good. After that, here in this div, we will add the class name. Here we will add the width full, grade columns, auto, gap 4, padding, gap in Y, then padding X for a small and above screen. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now after that, here in this div, let's add the key property where we will insert index that we are getting from this parameter. After that, in this div, we will add the class name property. Here we are going to add border, border blue, border radius, overflow hidden, cursor pointer. Then we will add the hover effect. So we will add translate Y -10 pixel, transition all, and duration 500 milliseconds. Now save the changes. Now you can see this border and hover effect. Next we will add the CSS property in this image tag. So here let's add the class name. In this class name, let's provide background blue 50, After that, we will add the CSS property in this div also. So here let's add the class name, and here simply provide padding 4. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name. Let's provide flex, items center, gap 2, text small, text center, text color green. After that, we are going to use this first p tag to display one green dot. So let's add the class name. Here we will provide width, height, background green, then rounded full, that is border radius full. Now save the changes. Now in this background we are getting the color blue. Now we will create the custom Tailwind property for this grid columns auto. For that, let's come back to the tailwind.config.js file. After this color, let's add the comma, and here we will write grid template column, grid template columns. Then add one object. Here we will define the auto property. In this auto property, we will provide the custom property. So let's add repeat autofill min max 200 pixel and 1 fraction. After that, we will save the changes and open the web page. Now you can see all the doctor's profile are aligned properly. We have the width of 200 pixel, and we are also getting this hover effect that we have added here. After that, we will add the CSS properties in these p tag. So here in this one, we will add the class name property. And in this class name property, let's provide text gray, text large, font medium. Now in the second p tag, let's add the class name property. And here we will provide text gray, 600, text small. After that, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now this doctor's name and a specialty is looking good. So after creating this top doctors, we will design this more button. So here we have this button tag. Let's add the class name. And let's add background blue 50, text gray, padding X and padding Y, border radius full and margin top. Then save the changes and come back to the web page. Now this more button is looking good. Now when we click on any doctor's profile card, nothing is happening. So we have to add the navigate path so that when we click on any card, we will be redirected to the /appointment/doctor-id. And on that page, we can fetch the doctor's information and display the doctor information on that page. For that, let's come back to topdoctors.jsx file. And here, before this return statement, we will add const navigate equal to use navigate. We have to import this use navigate. So just click on this suggestion. So use navigate has been imported. Now add the bracket. After that, in this div, here let's add the onClick property. And in this one, we will add the arrow function and just call the navigate function, in which we will add the template literal. So just add the backticks. And here let's add the path, that is /appointment/ $, curly braces, and paste the doctor's ID that we will get from the item. So let's add the item dot underscore ID. After adding this, let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on the card, it will redirect us to the /appointment path, and here we have the doctor ID, which is doc2. Now let's come back to the home page. Now this functionality is working fine. After that, we will create the context. So for creating context, let's create a new file in this context folder. This file name will be appcontext.jsx. After that, here we will create the context so we can access the common logics from this file. So to create the context, simply we will type export const app context equal to, and here we are going to use the create context that we will get from the React package. Just click here, so it will import the create context from React. Now add the bracket. So here we have created one app context. After that, we have to create the context provider function. So to creating the context provider function, simply write const app context provider equal to, and it will be one arrow function. So we have created this arrow function. In this function, we will add one variable with the name value, and it will be one object. So whatever we will add in this value object, we can access that in any component. So let's first import the doctors from the assets. So we have imported the doctors from the assets folder, assets file. That is one array that we are using in this top doctor component. So here we have directly imported it from the assets file. Now we will add this file in this context, and we will try to access this file from the context. For that, in this value, let's add doctors that we have imported here, and after that, here we will return app context dot provider, and between this tag we will add the curly braces, and from this parameter we will get the props, and in this curly braces we will add props dot children. After this, we will export this app context provider function. For that, we will use export default, and here we will use app context provider function. Next, we have to add this value in this props. So just add value and use this value object. Now we have added this value object in this app context. Our context file is ready now. Next, we will add the context support in our front-end project. For that, let's open main.jsx file, and here first we will import app context provider function from context file app context.jsx. After this browser router, we will create app context provider tag. Now between this tag, we will move this app component. So here we have wrapped our app component using this app context provider. After adding this, we will get the support of context in our front-end project. So now let's come back to top.doctors.jsx file. Here we will remove this import that we are importing doctors from the assets file, and instead of directly importing this file, we can use it from the context. So let's add const curly braces doctors equal to, and here we will use context hook, and in this one we will provide our context, which is app context. By adding this, we will get the doctors from this file. Now let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. As you can see, still we are getting these doctor list that we are getting from the context. After that, here we have some mistakes in this h1 tag. We have to add the font medium. So let me correct this, font medium. So now this heading is looking good. Now in this more button, we will add the functionality so that when we click on this one, we will be redirected to the all doctors page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, and in this button tag, let's add the onClick property. Now in this onClick, let's add the arrow function, and here we will add this curly braces. Here we will call the navigate function. Then provide the path, that is /doctors. After that, let's add the semicolon, and here let's add a scroll to function. So just add a scroll to, and in this one just add 0 and 0. So whenever we will click on this more button, we will be redirected to all doctors page, and it will scroll the web page to the top. After that, here we have added the functionality book appointment. So it is coming to this section. So here we have to add the smooth scroll so that when we click here, it will scroll the web page smoothly and it will come to this section. So just come back to the VS Code editor. To add the smooth scroll in the project, let's come back to the index.html file. In this HTML tag, we will add class scroll smooth. We will correct this double quote, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now if I click on this book appointment, it will display the smooth scroll effect and we will be moved to this section. And after that we have this top doctors. Now after this top doctors, we will create this banner where we will display the text, this button and this image. So to create this, first we will create one new component. So in this components folder, we will create a new file and we will provide the name banner.jsx. In this file, we will use RAFCE. Now save this file. Now we have to add this banner component on the home page. So let's open home.jsx file. And after this top doctors component, we will mount the banner component. Now save the changes and we will come back to the banner.jsx file and here we will create the banner section. So to create the banner, let's come back to the Figma design file and here you can see we have this background color and here we have two sides, left and right. In the left side we have the text and button and in the right side we have one doctor's image. So first we will add one comment. Here let's add the comment text. Left side. After this comment, let's create one div. Now let's copy it and paste it here. It will be right side. Now in this left side div, we will add another div and here we will add two p tag. In the first one, we will write book appointment, just copy and paste it. And in the second line, we will add this text with 100 plus trusted doctors. So copy and paste it here. After this div, we have to create one button tag. So here we will add this text create account. So just copy and paste it within this button tag. After that, in the right side, we will add one image tag. And in this image src, we will use assets.appointment image. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this text, button and this image. Now let's add the CSS properties for this banner component. So first we are going to add the CSS property in this div. So let's add the class name. We will provide flex, background primary, border radius, padding for different screen size, then margin. Now save the changes. So here in the left side we have this text, and in the right side we have the image, and we have the background color also. Now let's add the CSS property in the right side. In the right side in this div, let's add the class name property. Here we will add the CSS properties. So in the desktop view, this image will be displayed, but in the phone view, this image will be hidden. For that, here let's add the hidden. Then for medium, we will add block. Then we'll add the width for different screen size. Then we'll add the relative. Now we have to move this image in the right side. For that, in this image tag, we will add the class name property. Here we will add width full, absolute, border 0, right 0, max width medium. Now save the changes, come back. After that we will add the CSS properties in this left side div. So here let's add the class name property. Here we will use flex1, so it will use the available width. Then we'll add the padding. We will add different padding for different screen size. Now save the changes. Now you can see in this left side we have the text, and in the right side we have this image. Next we will add the CSS property in this paragraph text. So we will add the color and size. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div, here we will add the class name property. Here we will add text size. We will provide different size for different screen size. Then add the font weight semi-bold, text white. Now in this second paragraph tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will add margin top 4. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this text, and here we have the button text, create account. Now we will add the CSS properties for this button. So in this button tag, let's add the class name. We will provide background white, text small, then text base, then text color, then padding X, padding Y, border radius, margin top, then hover, that is a scale, then transition all. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we are getting this button, create account. When we move cursor, you can see this hover effect. After that we will add the logic so that when we click on this button, it will open the login page. For that, in this button tag, we will use navigate function that we will get from the use navigate hook. So here, before this return, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. Now in this button tag, let's add the onClick property, and here we will add this arrow function, and we will call the navigate function, and in this navigate function we will add the path. So here let's add /login path. After that, we have to add it in curly braces, then provide one semicolon, and here we will add a scroll to and provide the path 0 and 0. We will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on this create account, we are redirected to the login page. After that, we will create this footer section. To create this footer, we will come back to the VS Code editor. Here we will create a new file in this components folder, and provide the file name footer.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Next we have to mount this component in the app component. After this routes tag, here we will mount the footer component. So we have mounted this footer component outside of this routes tag, so this footer will be visible in all the pages. Next we will come back to the footer.jsx file, and here we will design the footer. So to create the footer, first let's create one div. Here we will create 3 columns. As you can see, if we come to home page, here in this Figma file we have 3 columns: left, center and right. For these 3 columns we will create 3 div. So within this div, let's add one comment. Here we will add the comment left section. After this comment we will add one div. Similarly, copy this and paste it here and provide the name center section. Similarly, we will paste it again and provide the comment right section. Now we have 3 sections. So first we will create the left section. In the left section, we have to add the logo and this paragraph text. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor and in this p tag, and in this left section, within this div we will add the image tag for the logo. Here let's add the assets. It will import the assets from assets file. So here let's add assets.logo, and after this image we will add one p tag. Now in this p tag, we will copy this text and paste it in this p tag. So we have added the text. This is unsupported characters, so let me remove it and save the changes. Now the left section is ready. Next we'll add the structure for the center one. So in this center we have the heading and 4 li tags. So here let's add one p tag. In this p tag we will add this text company. After this p tag we will create one ul, and in this ul we will create li tag. Here we need 4 li tags, so I'll add li into 4. In the first one we will type 4. So let me copy and paste it. Now just copy about us, paste it here. Now just copy contact us, paste it here. Now just copy the privacy policy and paste it in the 4th li tag. Now the structure for the center section is ready. Now we'll create the right section. So here we have the heading text. So just copy and paste it here in this p tag. Here we will add the text get in touch. So just copy and paste it. After that we will create one ul tag. In this ul we will create 2 li. So let's add li into 2. Now in the first one, simply copy and paste it. This is random phone number. Now let's copy this email ID and paste it. So we have added the structure for all 3 columns. After that we have to add one horizontal line and copyright text at the bottom. For that, after this div where we have created 3 sections, so after closing that, let's create another div. Here we can add the comment. So let me add the comment text, copyright text. So in this div we will create one HR tag. So just add HR. Now after that, let's add one p tag, and in this p tag we will simply copy this text and paste it here. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now at the bottom we are getting the image and all these text in the footer. Next we will add the CSS properties to design this footer. So to add the CSS property, let's come back to the VS Code editor. And in this div we will add the class name. Here we will provide medium margin x 10. Now in this second div we will add the class name property, and here let's add flex column. For a small and above screen we will add grid, then grid column, then gap, then margin y, then margin top, and text size small. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see all contents are aligned in 3 columns. This is the left and center and right section. Now we will add the CSS property for the image tag. So in this image tag we will add the class name property, and here we will add margin bottom 5, width will be 40. Now save the changes, come back to the web browser. After that we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So let's come back, and here in this p we will add the class name property. So here we will provide width full, then width, then text gray, then line height. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now this left section is looking good. Next we will add the CSS property for the middle section. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will add the class name property, and let's provide text XL font medium, margin bottom. After that we will add the CSS properties in this UL tag also. So here we will add the class name property. So let's provide flex column gap 2, then text color gray. Save the changes. Now this center section is looking good. Next we have to provide the CSS property in the right section. For that, simply copy this class name and paste it here. Now for this UL tag also, just copy this and paste it in this UL tag. Save the changes. Now this right section is also looking great. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this bottom copyright text. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this p tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide padding, text small, text center. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now our copyright text is also looking good. Now we have successfully created our home page. After that we will add some custom fonts to improve the UI of our home page. So let's open the new tab, and here we will search for outfit font. Now let's open this fonts.google.com website, and here we will click on this button get font. After that click on this get embed code. After that just click here on this import. So simply copy this import statement and come back to the VS Code editor. Let's open index.css file, and in the first line we will paste this import statement. After that here we will add the CSS properties for all the elements, that will be font family, and here we will define outfit font that we have imported here. After that we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now we have updated the font in our project. Now our UI looks good. After that we will create this all doctors pages. So whenever we will click on this category, it will open this doctor's page with this specialty. And when we directly click on this doctor from the navigation menu, then it will open this /doctors path. So when we are at the /doctors path, it will display all the doctors. And when we click on any specialty from here, then it will display the particular doctor with particular specialty. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will open doctors.jsx file. Now in this page, first we will get this parameter which is a specialty. So to get this parameter, we will use the use params hooks. So let's come back to the doctors.jsx file. We will add const curly braces. In between this, we will add the specialty, and after that, let's add use params hook. After that, we will try to log this specialty. Now, when we open home page, now we have to add one link tag on this logo also, so that when we click on this logo, we will be navigated to the home page. So let's come back, open navbar.jsx file, and here on this image tag, we will add one onClick property. Here we will add one arrow function where we will call the navigate function, and here we will provide the path / that is the home page. Now save the changes and close the file. Now we will open the inspect tab, then go to console and we will reload the web page. Now when we go to the doctor page using these menu, now you can see here we are getting the parameter. If we go to another, then we are getting the second parameter from the URL. So this parameter is working fine. Now we have to show the doctors according to this parameter. When we directly move to this all doctors, then this parameter will be undefined. So in that case, we will display all the doctors. So let's create the UI first. So to create the UI, let me remove this console log. And here we will get the all doctors data from our context. For that, here we will write const curly braces doctors equal to use context, and here provide the app context. After that, we will come to this div, and here in this div we will create one p tag. So let's see the design. So here is the doctor's page design. So we have to add this text. So let me copy this and we will paste it in this p tag. After this p tag, we will create one div. Now in this div, we will create one more div, and in this one we will create 6 paragraph tag for this 6 menu that we have created here. So here let's add p into 6. Now in the first one, we will copy this text from here and paste it. Similarly, we will copy the second text and paste it in the second p tag. Now copy the third one, paste it here. Now copy the fourth one, paste it here. Now copy the fifth one, paste it here. And we have added all 6 p tag. Now save the changes. After that, let's create another div. And in this div, we will display the content in the right side where we will display all the doctors list. So to display the doctors, simply add curly braces. In this div, we will display the doctor's card. For that, we will create one more state variable. So let's create it. We will add const filter doc, then setter function name is set filter doc equal to use state, and initialize it as empty array. In this array, we will add the doctors. If we click on any of this button, then that a specialist doctor will be displayed in the right side. So we will display the doctor using this filter doc array. Now in this curly braces, we will add filter doc dot map. In this map method, we will directly copy the UI of this card that we have already created in top doctors.jsx file. So from here, we will copy this dot map method, inner function, copy till here. Now come back to the doctors.jsx file, and in this map method, we will paste the code. Next, we have to add the doctors in this filter doc array. So currently this array is empty. So if we open our web page, all doctors page, here we are getting nothing, right? So we have to set the doctors according to our specialty. For that, here we will create one arrow function. So let's add const apply filter equal to, it will be one arrow function. After that, here we will add the logic. So here we will check if a specialty is available, then we are going to set the doctor according to this data. So simply write set filter doc, and in this setter function we will add doctors dot filter method. After that, here we will add the doc as a parameter, and here we will check if doctor a specialty equal to this specialty from the parameter. In that case, we are going to save that doctor, else we will filter out the other doctors. Now we will add the else statement. Suppose here we are getting nothing in this specialty. In that case, here we will add the set filter doc, and here we will provide all doctors list. Now we have to apply this filter whenever our doctor or a specialty gets changed. For that, we are going to use the use effect hook, and in this one we will pass one arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array, we will add doctors and a specialty. Now in this arrow function, if we write any statement, that will get executed whenever any of this gets changed. So here simply call the apply filter method. We will save the changes, and let's open the web browser. So as you can see, here we are getting all the doctors details that is available in our doctors array. Now when we click on any of this menu like general physician, now here we are getting the doctors list who is a specialist in general physician. So here we are getting only 3 doctors. If we click on any other category, here we are getting 3 only. So these are dermatologist. Now our logic is working fine, and filter is also working. After that, here we are using this navigate function, so we have to create this navigate. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate, and import this use navigate. Now whenever we click on any of the doctor, then we will be redirected to the appointment page. Now after this, in this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will add width full, grid columns auto, gap, and we will save the changes. Now this doctor's card is looking good. After that, we have to display this card in the right side, and in the left side we will display these menu as you can see in this design. So let's come back to the VS Code and we'll add some CSS properties. So first let's add the CSS in this p tag. Here let's add the class name text gray 600. After that we will add the CSS properties in this div. Here we will add flex column, flex row, item start, gap, and margin top. After that we will save the changes. Now you can see in the left side we have these menu, and in the right side we are getting the doctors list. Now we will add the CSS properties for this menu. So for that, in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will add flex column, gap, text small, then text color gray 600. After that we will save the changes. After that we will add the CSS properties in these p tag. So simply add the class name property. Now in this class name property, here we are going to use the dynamic class name. So to add the dynamic class name, we will add the curly braces. Now we will add the backticks, and in this backticks we will add the class name, that is width, then padding left, padding y, then padding right, then border color, rounded, transition all, cursor pointer. Now save the changes. Now these buttons are looking better. After that, here we have to add the flex. After adding the flex, save the changes and come back to the browser. Now you can see the gap here. After adding this, we will come back to the VS Code editor again, and in these p tag we will add onClick property. In this onClick we will add the arrow function, and here we will check if our specialty is equal to, for now here we will add this empty string, and here we will add navigate function. In this we will add slash doctors. After that, here we will add the colon, and now we will add the navigate function, and here we will add slash doctors slash. So now when we click on this first p tag, it will check if the specialty is equal to this one, general physician. So here we'll add the general physician. So let me copy the exact text, copy and paste it in this single quote. So it is checking if the specialty is general physician. In that case, whenever we will click on this one, it will navigate us to doctors and will display all the doctors. And if it is not equal, then we will navigate us to doctors slash general physician specialty. So let's add slash doctors slash general physician. That will be our specialty. So let's paste it. Similarly, we will copy this second one. We will add it here. If it is true, it will redirect to the doctors, and if it is false, then it will redirect us to doctors slash this specialty. Now let me copy the third one, paste it here, then paste it in this navigate. Now copy the next one, paste it in this check, then paste it in this navigate. Now let's copy the next one, paste it here in this ternary operator, then paste it here in this navigate. Now copy the last one, paste it here and paste it in this navigate. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now let's check this logic. When we click on this general physician, we are navigated to the general physician, and here we are getting general physicians list. And if I click again, then it will display all the doctors, because we have added the ternary operator here. If it is already selected, then it will navigate to /doctors. So it will get deselected. Now this menu is working perfectly fine. After that, we will come to this class name property, and here in all these class name, we are going to use one ternary operator using the template literal. So just add $sign curly braces, and here we will add the specialty. Here we will check if it is equal to, and for now we will add the empty string. After that, question mark, we will add this empty string. After that, let's add the another string, and here let's add BG indigo 50, BG indigo 100, then add text black. After this string, we will add colon and one empty string. Now, as you can see here, we are using this template literal, and here we have added it in all the menu. Here in this string, we have to provide the menu text, which is the general physician for first one. Then if it is same, then it will display this background color and text in black color. And if it is not the general physician, in that case, it will add this empty string only. So let me copy this and paste it here. Similarly, we will add the text in other menu, copy and paste it here, copy and paste it in this ternary operator. Now just copy and paste. We will do it for all the menu. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. As you can see, here we have selected the general physician, so the color is changed. If I click again, then it will be deselected, and if we click again, it is selected. So this logic is working fine. Similarly, if we click on another one, now we are getting the doctors for this specialty. So now this logic is perfectly working. Now this all doctor page is ready, and at the bottom we have this footer also. After creating this, we will design the appointment page. As you can see here, this is the appointment page. Whenever we will click on any doctor like this one, so here we are getting this doctor's ID. By using this ID, we will get the doctor's data and display that on the appointment page. And on this page, we are going to display the booking slot option, where we will display the next 7 days, right? And we will display the timing. Then we will create one book and appointment button, and we will also display the related doctors. Suppose we have opened the general physician. In that case, in this related section, it will display all the general physicians. So to create this page, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and after that let's come back to the appointment.jsx file. In this page, first we have to get the doctor's ID. So let's come back to the web page, and if I click on any doctor, so in this URL you can see we have the appointment/doctor ID. So we have to get this doctor ID and store this in a variable. So for that, before this return statement, simply add const curly braces, we will add doc ID equal to use params. Now after this, here we will get the doctor's data from the context. For that, let's add const curly braces doctors equal to use context. Here we have to provide app context. Now here we have the doctor ID and all doctors data. Now we have to find the particular doctor from this array using this doc ID. For that, we will create one arrow function. So let's add const fetch doc info equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So we will create this arrow function. Now within this function, we will create one variable with the name doctor info. So let's add doc info equal to, and here we are going to use this doctors array, and in this one we will use the find method. Here we will pass the parameter, that is individual doctor, and after that here we will check if the doctor dot underscore ID is equal to doc ID. In that case, that doctor data will be stored in this variable. Next, we have to create one state variable, and in that state variable we will save this doctor information. So to create the state variable, simply add const, let's add the name doc info. Now the setter function name is set doc info, and it will be use state, and initialize it with null. Now after finding the doctor, we will set the doctor info. So simply provide doc info. Next, we have to run this function whenever our page gets loaded. For that, here we will add use effect. In this one, we will pass one arrow function, and after this arrow function, here we will add the dependency array. Now in this dependency array, we will add doctors array and doc ID. So any of these two data gets changed, then this function will get executed. So in that case, we will call the fetch doc info function. After doing this, we will get the doctor information. Now let's try to console log it here. So here let's add doc info. Now let's save the file and come back to the appointment page. Now we will right click and inspect, then go to console, and here we are getting one object, and in this one we have individual doctor information. Here we have the ID doc2 that you can see in this URL also. Now if we open any other doctor like this one, so here we are getting the another object where we have the doctor about, address, degree, experience, fees, image, name, a specialty, and doctor ID. Now we have to use this data to display the doctor profile. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here in this div we will add one comment. So the comment text is doctor details. After this comment, we will create one div. In this div, we will create one more div. In this one, we will add one image tag. In this image tag, we have to display the doctor's image. So to display the doctor's image, we will use this doc info data where we have this image property. So in this src, simply provide docinfo.image. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, here we are getting the doctor image. Now after this return statement, we will check if doctor info is available. In that case only we will display this div. For that, here we will add doctor info and this operator. After this div, here in the right side we have to display the doctor's name, then degree, specialty, experience, about text and fee. So to display that, here we will create one div, and in this div we will display the doctor's details like name, degree and experience. For that, here we will add the comment. Here we will write doc info like name, degree and experience. So after this comment, we will create one p tag, and in this one we will display the doctor's name. So to display the doctor's name, just add the curly braces, and we are going to use docinfo.name. After that, here we are getting the name. After this name, we have to display this check mark, that is the verified icon. For that, simply add the image tag, and in this src we will add assets.verified icon. Save the changes. Here we are getting this verified icon. After this p tag, let me make it clear by moving in multiple lines. So after this p tag, here we will create one div, and within this div we will display the doctor's degree and a specialty. So here let's add one p tag. We will use the curly braces, and in this one we will add docinfo.degree. After that, here we will add the space dash curly braces. We will add docinfo.specialty. If I save the changes and come back to the web browser, here we are getting this degree and this general physician. After this p tag, here we will create one button tag to display the doctor's experience. As you can see, here we have this button. So in this button tag, we will add the curly braces, and we will provide docinfo.experience. We will save the changes. Here we are getting the experience of 4 year that is saved in this data. You can see the experience 4 year. After this div, here we will add one comment. Here we will display doctor about. Here we are going to display the about text. So let's add one div. In this div, let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add one text, that is about. Then we are going to add one image tag where we will display assets.info icon. After this paragraph tag, we will create one more p tag. In this one, we will display the doctor's about text. So just add docinfo.about. Now let's move it in the new line so it looks perfect. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we have this topmost section for our web page. Next we will add the CSS properties for this elements. So let's come back to the VS Code, and here in this div let's add the class name property, and here let's provide flex column, flex row and gap 4. After that we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this image in the left side and these text in the right side, and in the right side we have the name, degree, about text. After that we will add the CSS properties in this image tag. For that, here let's add the class name property, and we will provide background primary width full, max width, then border radius. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So here let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex 1, border gray, border radius, padding, background color, margin. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this image size is looking perfect, and in the right side we have this box. Next we will add the CSS properties for these text and icons. For that, come back to the VS Code, and in this p tag let's add the class name property and provide flex, item center, gap 2, text size, font weight and text color. Save the changes. So now this name is looking good, and beside this name we have this verified icon. So now let's add the CSS property for this icon. So here let's add the class name property, and here simply provide width 5. Now this icon is small. After adding this we will add the CSS properties in this div. So here let's add the class name property. We will provide flex, item center, gap 2, text small, margin top, text gray, 600. After this we will add the CSS properties on this button. So let's add the class name property. Here we will provide padding Y, padding X, border, text size and border radius. So let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we are getting this text and this button. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this about section. So we will come to this p tag. Here we will add the class name property. So here let's provide flex, item center, gap 1, text small, font medium, text color gray 900 and margin top. After that we will add the CSS property in this p tag also. So let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text small, text color gray, max width and margin top. After that we will save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. So after creating this about section we have to display the appointment fee. So after this div tag, here we will create one paragraph tag, and within this p tag we will add appointment fee. So let me copy it from here. After that, here we have to add a span tag, and in this span tag we have to display the doctor fee. So here let's add doctor info dot fees. Save the changes. Here we are getting 50, as you can see here we have this currency symbol, right? So we have to display this currency symbol at various places on our website. So for that we are going to create one variable in app context. So let's add const currency symbol equal to, and we will write one string, and in this one just add $sign. After that we have to add this currency symbol in this value object. Now we can access this currency symbol in any component. So let me copy this currency symbol from here. Now let's come back to the appointment.jsx file, and here while destructuring this doctor's data, here we will destructure this currency symbol also. After adding this, scroll down, and here in this span we will add one more curly braces and just provide this currency symbol. So now you can see appointment fee $50. So now if you need to change this currency symbol, you have to change it in the context file, and from all the pages the currency symbol will be updated. So that is the benefit of creating this variable in this context file. After that we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So in this p tag let's add the class name property, and we will provide text gray, 500, font medium, margin top. After that we will add the class name in this span tag, and here we will provide text gray 600. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now this appointment fee is looking good. Now we have created this top part of this appointment page. Next we have to create this booking slot UI. So to create this we have to get the data of the 7 days from current date and time from the current time. So to get that data, first we will create some state variable. We will store the data in that state variable. After that we'll create the function to calculate the data. So let's create one state variable with the name doctor's slot. So just add const doc slots. Setter function name will be set doc slots equal to use state, and here we will initialize it as one empty array. After that we will create one more state variable with the name slot index. So just create const slot index. Setter function name will be set slot index equal to, and here we will add use effect and initialize it with numerical value 0. After that let's create one more state variable. So just add const, the name will be slot time. After that we will add the setter function set slot time. Here we will use the use state and initialize it with empty string. So here we have created 3 state variable where we are going to store this slot data that we will calculate using the function. So to calculate the slots we will create one arrow function with the name get available slot. So here let's add const get available slots equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So just add async arrow function. So whenever this doc info gets changes, then also we will execute this function. So for that let's remove this console log from here, and after that here we will create one more use effect. In this use effect we will add one arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array we have to add doc info. So whenever the doc info gets updated or changed, then our function will be executed. So simply call get available slots. Now in this function we will add the logic to calculate the available slots of the particular doctor. So in the function, first we have to clear the previous slots. So simply write set doctor slots and set it with empty array. After that, here we will add one comment, and here we will add the comment text getting current date. Let's create one variable. Let today equal to new date, and here we are using this date constructor. After that, we will get the date object in this today variable. By using this variable, we will calculate 7 days from today. Here we have to run a for loop. So let's write for let I equal to 0. We will run it for 7 times. So just add I less than 7 and I plus plus. Now in this for loop, we will set the date using this index. So here let's add the comment getting date with index. Here we will create one variable. Let current date is equal to new date, and here we will add today. So here we will get the current date today, and after that, according to this index, we will change the date. So let's add current date dot set date, and here we are going to increase the date by this index. Suppose we will get the first value 0, it means today plus 0 will be today only, and if we get index 1, then today's date plus 1. So let's add today dot get date, and here we will increase. So let's add plus I. So by doing this, we will get the future 7 days from now. After that, here we will add one more comment. Here let's add the comment which is settings end time of the date with index. Here we will define the end time. So suppose we will define the end time 6 p.m. So in this slots, we will get the slots till 6 p.m. For that, let's add variable let end time equal to, we will create one new date. After that, we will add end time dot set date. Here also we will provide today dot get date plus 1. Now for the different date, we will get the different end time. After that, here we will define the end time dot set hours. Here we will provide the hour which is 21. After that, we will add 30 for hours, minute and seconds. After that, let's add one more comment, that is setting hours. Here we will check if today dot get date is equal to current date dot get date method. In that case, we are in the current date. So here we are going to set the hours from current hour. Suppose the current time is like 11 o'clock, then for the today slot, we will not display the 8 a.m. We will directly start with 12 p.m. If the time is 1 p.m., then the slot will start from 2 p.m. So simply add current date dot set hours, and here we will add current date dot get hours. If it is greater than 10, then our current date and hours will get started from current hour plus 1, else we are going to use 10. For tomorrow, if we check, it should start with the 10 AM, and if we check the slot for today, we will get from current time plus 1 hour. After that, we will set the minutes also. So to set the minutes, here simply add current date dot set minutes. Here we will use the ternary operator, get minutes. If it is greater than 30, then we will set 30, else 0. By doing this, we will get the 30-minute interval. After that, we will add one else statement. And here, if the date is not today, it means we are in the future date. And here we will start the hours from 10 o'clock. For that, simply write current date dot set hours 10. For minute also, we will add current date dot set minutes equal to 0. Now after this else statement, here we will add one while loop. So let's add while, and in this while loop we will check if our current date is less than end time that we have defined 9 o'clock. In that case, here we are going to create slot in every 30-minute interval. So here we'll see 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9, 9:30. That's how we are going to create the slot. For that, here in this while statement, let's add let. In this variable, we will store the time as a formatted time. That means something like this, 8 o'clock, 0 minute and AM PM. For that, here we will add current date dot to local time string. Here we will add the array. After that, we will define our 2-digit minutes 2-digit. After doing this, we will get the time from here and current date. Now we have to store this data in a variable. So here we will create one variable, let time slots equal to an empty array, and in this array we will push the time with date. So let's add the comment, and here we'll add slot to array. Now here we are going to use the time slots array dot push method, and in this one we will add the object where we will define the date time. That will be new date object. Here we are going to use date constructor to create a date object. Here we will provide current date. After that, we have to save the time also, so just add time, and here we will add formatted time that we have created here. After saving the time and date, we will increment the time by 30 minutes. So let's add the comment. That will be increment current time by 30 minutes. After that, here we have to increase the time by 30 minutes. So just add current date dot set minutes, and from here we will get the current date dot get minutes and increase it by 30. When the while loop gets ended, in that case we will save this time slots. So let's add set doctor slots, and here we will pass the previous slots data, and here we will append the data in previous array. So just add the array and a spread operator, then add previous, and in this one we will add the time slots. Now our function is ready to create the slots. Now let's see how our slots data get structured. So to view this slots data, here simply add one use effect, and here we will add the dependency array. Here we will add the console log, where we will console log doc slots. We will run this function whenever our doc slots gets changed. We will come back to the web browser. We will reload this web page. We will click on inspect. Then we will open console. Here we have 3 arrays. Let me open the last one. Here we are getting only data for 2 days and remaining data are empty. So maybe we have made some mistake in the code. So let me inspect this. So here, when we are increasing the date, here we have added 1 instead of I. So we have to add I. Let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we will reload the web page. Now let's open the last array. As you can see here, we have 7 array for 7 days. And in the first one, here we have the 15 object. So each object has the date and the time. So the time is 1:30. So the current time is 12:44. So the first slot will be 1:30. Second will be 2 p.m. and after that 2:30, then 3 p.m. So for the first date we are getting 15 slots, and for the second day we are getting 22 slots that starts from 10 o'clock. Similarly, in every array we have 22 slots each day. So now we have to display these data as booking slots on this web page so that user can select it and book the appointment. So to do that, we will come back to the VS Code editor. And here first we will create one array. So after that, let's add one array with the name days of week, and in this one we will store days in this format: Sunday, Monday. So here we have created this array. By using this array, we will display the date in this format like Monday, Tuesday, and date also. To do that, let's come here. Before this last closing div, we will add a space, and here we will add curly braces and we will add the comment. Let's add the comment booking slots. After that, here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will provide margin left for different screen sizes. So we will add this margin left and padding left, then margin top, font weight, text color. We will save the changes. So we have added the CSS properties so that we will get these booking slots data in the right column. After that, in this div, we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will write this booking slots. So let's copy and paste it here in this p tag. After this p tag, we will create one div tag, and in this div tag we will display the date and day. So here in this div we will use the curly braces. We will check if doctor slots dot length is not equal to 0. Then only we will display this format. For that, simply add AND operator, and here we will add doc slots dot map method, and here we will pass the arrow function. Here let's add this bracket, and here in this parameter we will get the individual item and index number. Here we will return one div, and in this div we will add the key property that will be index number. After that, here we will add 2p tag. So let's add p into 2. Now in this paragraph tag, we will add the curly braces. Here we will check if item 0 is available, then we will display days of week, and here we will provide date time dot get day. After that, we'll add the curly braces, and here we will check if item 0 is available. In that case, here we will display item 0 dot date time dot get date. Now we will be able to use this get date and get day property because in this data we have saved the date object. As you can see here in this date time, here we have this date object in which we have the prototype methods like get month, get time, get hours. So we will be able to use the get methods on it. If we save the changes and come back to the web browser, so here we are getting Tuesday. So we are getting this get day that provide us number, and by using this number we will access the element from this array that we have created here. That's why here we are getting Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, like that. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this section. For that, first in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, gap 3, item center, width full, overflow x scroll, and margin top 4. After this, in this div we will add class name property. Here we are going to use the dynamic class name, so let's add curly braces. We will use the template literal, so let's add backticks. Here we will add text center, padding y, min width, rounded full, cursor pointer. Now here we will add the $ curly braces, and here we will check if our slot index is equal to the index. In that case, we are going to use bg primary, text white, else we will add the colon. Here we will provide a string, and in this string let's provide border color gray. So here, after adding this, come back to the web page. Now you can see our index is by default 0. So by default the current date will be the selected date for the booking. So here we have added the logic. So if the index is selected, then we will provide the background primary and text white to that index. Now here let's add one on click property. So when we click on these buttons, then we will change the index. So to change the index, simply add a function, and we will call set slot index, and here we will simply provide this index. Now let's click on this third one, then it will get selected, then the slot index is getting changed. After that, we have to display the booking time also. As you can see in this object, we have the date and time also. So now we have to display the time of the selected date. So let's come back, and after this div, we will create one more div. And in this div, we will add the curly braces, and here we will check if our doctor slots dot length is available. In that case, we will use the doc slots, and here we will provide the index number slot index so that we can get the time of that date. After that, we will add the map method. Here we will pass one arrow function. Here we will use this bracket, and in this parameter we will get item and index. Here we will return one p tag. So simply add one p tag. Here we will add the key property that will be index. After that, here we will add the curly braces. We will provide item dot time dot to lowercase. So it will be converted to the lowercase. Now if I save the changes and come back to the web browser, here we can see the slots time. It is available till 9 p.m. If we click on this current date, then the current time is 1 p.m. That's why here we are getting the slots from 2 p.m. Now let's add the CSS properties on this one. So to add the CSS properties, in this p tag we will add the class name, and let's use the dynamic class name so that we can display the selection. So in this curly braces we will add the backticks. In this one we will add the class name text small, font light, flex shrink 0, padding, border radius, cursor pointer. We will save the changes. After that, we will add the CSS property in this div. So here let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex item center, gap 3, width full, overflow x scroll, margin top. We will save the changes. So now all the times are displayed in single row. We can also scroll this list by using the scroll wheel and shift, and we can also use the touchpad gesture to scroll this. After that we will add the dynamic class name so that when we select here, it will be highlighted like this. To add the effect, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and in this paragraph tag we will add $ curly braces, and let's add the ternary operator, and in this one we will add item dot time is equal to slot time. If it is true, in that case we will set the background primary and text white, else we will add text color gray, border and border color. After that we will save the changes. Now you can see we have this border for all the time slots. Next we will add the on click property so that we can select this time. So let's add on click, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here let's call the set slot time. In this one we will set the time using item dot time. Next save the changes and come back to the web page. Now let's click on the first time so it will get selected. So you can see when we change the date and select any time, this time will be selected. So this is how we can create this booking slot option. After that we have to create this book an appointment button. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and after this div we will create one button tag. In this button tag we have to type the text book an appointment. So let me copy and paste it here. After that we will add the CSS properties. So let's add the class name. In this button we will add the class name property. So let's provide background primary, text white, text small, font weight light, then padding, then border radius, then margin. We will save the changes. So now you can see this appointment button is looking good. After that let's come back to the design, and here we have to create this related doctor section. So to create this section, first we have to create a new component. So in this components folder, let's create a new file and write the file name relatedDoctors.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. We will save the changes. Now let's come back to the appointment page. And after this div, we will add the comment. So the comment text is listing related doctors. After this comment, here we have to mount our related doctors component. And in this one, we will pass the props. So the first props will be doc ID. So let's pass the doc ID. Now the second props will be a specialty. So let's add the specialty curly braces and provide the doc info dot specialty. After that, save the changes and let's come back to the related doctors.jsx file. In this file, first we will get all the doctors from the context file. So just add const curly braces doctors equal to use context and provide the app context. So in this file we will get all the doctors from the context file. After that we will create one state variable where we will store the doctors data. For that, let's add const. Variable name is reldoc, which is related doctor. Then setter function name will be setRelDoc. setRelDocs equal to use state and initialize it with empty array. After that, here we will destructure the props that we have passed here in the appointment page. So we will copy this props and paste it here. So we have destructured both props. Now using this props, we will filter the related doctors and store them in this reldoc. For that, we are going to use the use effect hook. So just add use effect. Inside this, we will pass one arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array, we will add doctors and this props. Now any one of three will get changed, then this function will get executed. In that case, we will first check if doctors.length is greater than 0 and we have the specialty also. In that case, here we will create one variable with the name doctors data. It will be one temporary variable that we are creating here. So here we are going to use doctors array, and here we can use the filter method, and here we will pass the individual doctor, and here we will check if doctor dot specialty is equal to this specialty that we are getting from the props. Then we are going to store that doctor in this variable. Here we are also getting the doctor ID. Suppose we open this doctor, that is general physician. Now at the bottom we have to display the doctors excepting this one. So we have to display only other two doctors because we have already opened the doctor's profile. For that, here we will add one more condition, that is doc._id is not equal to doc ID. In that case, the current doctor will be removed from the doctor's data. Now we have this doctor's data. Next we have to set this doctor's data in this state variable. For that, simply add set related doctors and provide doctors data. Now we have this related doctor state, which is an array. Now we can use this data to show the related doctors, as you can see in this design. So this design and this top doctors design is almost same. So we are going to copy this design. So let me come back and we will open top doctors, and from here let's copy this complete div. After that, let's open this related doctors.jsx file and paste it here. After that, here instead of this doctors.slice, we are going to use related doctor. So just add rel doc.slice. Here we have to display only 5 doctors, right? Maximum 5 doctors will be displayed. So just add 0, 5. After that, here we have to use the navigate function. So let's create this navigate function. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate. Now save this file and come back to the web browser. Now we are at this doctors page, and here we are getting other 2 related doctors. If I click here, it will change the doctor's profile here. So if I click on another one, that doctor will be displayed on the top. So this logic is working fine, but here we have to add a scroll to property so that when we click here, it will scroll the web page to the top. For that, in this related doctors, we have this on click. So here let's add curly braces. So we have added this inside this curly braces, then add the semicolon, then add a scroll to, and in this scroll to function just provide 0, 0. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web page. Now if I click on any doctor, so now it will navigate us to the top part of this appointment page. So in this top doctors also, we will add this a scroll to. For that, simply copy this on click property from here, and let's open top doctors.jsx file and replace this on click. That's it. So in this one, now we have this a scroll to property. Now if I come to home page and click on this doctor, then it will scroll the web page to the top part of the website. Now this logic is working fine. Now we have created the doctors page, home page, and the appointment page. Next we have to create the about and contact page. So first we are going to create the about page. For that, let's come back to the about.jsx file. In this div, let's add another div. Here we will add one p tag, and here let's write about. Then we will use one a span tag, and in this one just add the text us. After this div, let me come back to the Figma design and go to about us section. So here you can see this about us section that we have added. Now we have to create one div, and where we will add the image in the left side and this text in the right side. For that, here simply add div tag, and in this div tag let's add the image tag for the left side, and here we are going to use assets.aboutImage. After this image, let's create one div that is for the right side. And in the right side, we will add these text. So here, let's create 3 p tag. So just add p into 3. This is the first paragraph tag and this is the third one. And between these paragraph tag, here we will add this B tag. So let's add the B tag before the third P. Now let me copy the text from here. So just copy the first paragraph text and paste it here. So we have added the text in the first P. Now let me copy the second one. Just copy and paste it here. Now we will copy this text, our vision. Just copy it in this B tag. Now let's copy the last paragraph text and paste it in this P. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here we are getting this about us text, then image and other description. Now we will add the CSS properties for this section. So first we will add the class name property in this div, and here let's add text center, text to Excel, padding top, text color gray. After that, in this span tag, let's add the class name and we will provide text gray 700. Then we will change the font weight. Save the changes. So you can see this about us text is looking good and it is in the center. After that, we will add the CSS property for this section where we have the image and text. So here in this div, let's add the class name and let's provide margin, flex, flex call, then flex row, then gap of 12. We will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see the image and text are aligned side by side. In the left side we have the image and in the right side we have the text. Next, let's add the CSS property for the image which is displayed in the left side. So in this image, let's add the class name and provide width full, max width 360 pixel. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So this image is looking good. Next, we have to provide the CSS properties in the right section. So in this div, let's add the class name property and here we will provide flex, flex column, justify center, gap 6, then width 2x4, text size and text color. After that, in this B tag, let's add the class name and here let's provide text gray 800. So it will look good. Now save the changes and you can see this description in the right side is also looking good. Now we have completed this section. Now we will create this why choose us section where we have 3 blocks. So here we have the title description in each block. First we will create this text. So let me copy this from here. And after this div, let's create another div. And in this one, we will create one p tag and let's add this text. Here we will write the text in uppercase. So let's add why choose us. After this why, let's add the span tag, and between this span tag, we will move this text. Now let's add the class name property here and let's provide text Excel and margin Y4. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this span. So we will provide text gray 700, font semi-bold. After that, let's come back to the web page. So here you can see this text, why choose us? It looks good. Next, we have to create this column. So let's come back to the VS Code. And here after this div, let's create another div. And in this one, we will create 3 columns. So let's add div into 3. In the first one, we will create one B tag and one P tag. Similarly, let's copy this two-line and paste it here. After that, let's right click and select Format Document. Now let's copy this title from here and paste it in the first B tag. Now let's copy the title from the second column and paste it here. Now copy the title from the third column and paste it in this last B tag. Now let's copy the description for the first column and we will paste it in the first B tag. Now we will copy the second description, paste it here, and copy the last description and paste it here. After adding this, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this title and description. Next we have to add the CSS properties so that it will be aligned side by side and we will get the border. So first, let's add the CSS property in this div. So we will add the class name. We will add flex, flex column, flex row, and margin bottom. We will save this file. So here we are getting 3 columns, left, center, and right. Next, we will add the CSS properties for each individual column. So in each div we will add class name. So let's add the class name in the first one. And here let's provide border, padding for different sizes, then flex, flex column, gap, and text size. We will add some hover effect also, so just add hover, that is background primary, then text white, then we will add the transition all, duration 300 milliseconds, text color gray, and cursor pointer. We will save the changes. So you can see this first column is looking good and this hover effect is also looking good. Now just copy the class name from the first one and paste it in the second div and in the third div. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see these columns are looking good and this hover effect is also working on all 3 columns. So now we have completed this About Us page. As you can see here, we have the footer also on this About Us page. Next, we will create this contact page. So to create this page, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will open contact.jsx file. In this file, we will create the contact page. So let's create the Figma design of the contact page. So this will be our contact page where we will add the title, and in the left side we will add the image, and in the right side we will display these details. So first we need this text. So let me just copy from here. And let's come to contact page. And within this div, we will create one div and let's add one P tag. Just paste this text, contact us. And here let's add the span tag, and within this span tag, we will move this us. Now we will add the class name and let's provide text center, text to Excel, padding, text gray 500. Now we will add the class name in this span tag. So here let's add text gray 700 and font semi-bold. We will save the changes and come back to the web browser. So on this contact page, you can see we are getting this title. After that, we have to create this section where we will create 2 columns. In the left side, we will add the image, and in the right side, we will add the text. So let's create one div, and in this div we will add the image tag for the left side. So let's add the assets dot contact image, and after this image tag we will create one div for the right side, and in this div we will add 5 p tag. So just add p into 5. After this p tag we need the button also, as you can see in this design. So here we will add one button tag. Next we have to copy the text from here. So let's copy the first text and paste it in the first p tag. Now let's copy this text. We will copy this complete address and paste it in this second p tag. Now let's move this text in same line, and here we will add the br tag to add a line break. After that let's copy this dummy telephone number, paste it in this p tag. Here also we will add the br tag. After this let's copy this email ID and paste it here. Now let me copy the text from here and paste it in this p tag. Now just copy this a small description and paste it in this next p tag. Now let's copy the button text and paste it here within this button tag. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this image, and after that we have all these description. Next we will provide the CSS properties for this section. So first in this div let's add the class name, and here we will provide margin y, flex, flex column, justify center, flex row, gap 10, margin bottom, and text size small. We will save the changes. Now you can see this image and this info side by side. Next we will add the CSS properties for this image. So here in this image tag we will add the class name. We will provide width full, then max width of 360 pixels. Save the changes. So now you can see the size for this image is perfect. Now we will add the CSS properties for the right section. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here in this div we will add the class name property, and here let's provide flex, flex column, justify center, items start, gap 6. We will save the changes. So here we have very good alignment. Now we will add the CSS properties in these p tag. So first in this p tag we will add the class name, and let's provide font semi-bold, text large, text color gray 600. After that in the both p tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 500. Now in this p tag we will add the class name property, and here let's provide font semi-bold, text large, text gray 600. Now let's copy the class name from here, and in this p tag we will paste this. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So these title and these text are looking good. Next we have to add the CSS for this button tag. So let me come back, and in this button tag we will add class name. So let's provide the classes border, border black, padding X and padding Y, then text size. We will save the changes. So here we have this button. Next we will add the hover effect on this button tag, so that when we hover on this button it will display some effect. So let me come back to the VS Code editor, and after this class name here let's add hover, background black, hover, text white, transition all, and provide the duration 500 milliseconds. Save the changes. Now when we hover on this button, you can see this effect. The background is getting changed. So now we have created the home page, all doctors page, about page and contact page. Next we are going to create the login page. So to create the login page, first we have to click on this logout button. So here we will get this create account button, and when we will click on this create account, it will open /login path where we will mount the login form. So after that, let's open login.jsx file and let's open the login page design in Figma. So this is our design for the login page that is convertible, so that when we click on this link, it will open the login form, and when we click on the create account, it will open this create account form. So to create this design, we will open login.jsx file, and here first we will create some state variables. So the first state variable name will be a state that will manage the login state. Setter function name will be setState equal to useState, and we will initialize this variable as a string where we will add text called signup. After that, we will create 3 state variables to store the values of these input field. So the first variable name will be email, setter function name will be setEmail equal to useState, and initialize it with empty string. Now let's create a copy of it and provide the variable name password. Setter function name will be setPassword. Now let's create one more copy, and here we will provide the name. Then setter function name will be setName. So here we have created these 3 state variables. After that, let me remove this div from here, and here we will add form tag. For this form tag, we will create one onSubmit handler function. So just add const onSubmit handler equal to, we will create this arrow function. So it will be one async arrow function. So just add the async keyword. Now in this parameter, we will get the event from this form. So just add the event. Now here we are going to use event.preventDefault. So when we are using this event.preventDefault, then whenever we will submit the form, it will not reload the web page. Next, we will start designing this UI. So first we have to create this container. For that, in this form tag, let's add the class name property. So just provide min height flex item center. After that, in this form tag, in this form we will create one div tag, and in this div let's add one p, and in this p tag just add the curly braces, and here we are going to use the ternary operator. So we will check if our state is equal to this text, which is sign up. So let me copy it from here. So if this statement is true, then we are at the sign up state. In that case, it will display the text create account. So let me copy this text and paste it here. If the condition is false, it means the state is login. So in that case, we will add the colon, and here we will display the text login. Now let's check this functionality. If we come to the web page, here we have this message create account, right? And if we change the state like something else, we will add login. Now you can see the text login. So this logic is working fine. We will keep it as sign up. After this p tag, we will create one more p tag, and here we will copy this text from here and paste it in this p tag. Now let me remove the sign up text from here, and here we will also use this ternary operator. So let me copy it and paste it here. Here we will check if our state is sign up. In that case, we are going to add the text sign up, and if the state is login, then we will add the text login to book an appointment. We have to add this curly braces. If I save the changes, so here we are getting the text please sign up to book appointment, and when we are at the login state, it will display please sign in to book appointment. After that, here we have to create these three input field. So to create this input field, after this p tag, we will create one div, and in this one we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will add this text which is full name. So let me copy it from here and paste it here. After this p, we will add one input field. So input type will be text, and here we will link our state, so that whenever we will update the input field, then it will update the state variable. So first let's add the onChange property, and in this one we will pass one arrow function, and here in this arrow function we will get the event e, and here we will call the set name. Here we will provide e.target.value. After that, here we will add the value property, and in this one we will provide the name state. So whenever we will change the input field, that value will get stored in this state variable. After that, let me copy this div from here and paste it 2 more times. After that, let me copy the email from here. We will paste it here. Then copy the text called password and paste it in the third p. This input type will be email, and the last input type will be password. After that, in all 3 input field, we have to add the attribute required. Now let's save the changes. So here we are getting these input field. After that, here we have to create one button. So after this div, let's create one button tag. And here we are going to use the ternary operator that we have created here. So let me copy this ternary operator, and between this button tag we will add this. So when the state is sign up, in the button it will create account, and when the state is login, then it will display the text called login. We will save the changes. So here we are getting this message create account. Next we will add the CSS properties, so it will look something like this. So first, in this div we will add the class name, and let's provide flex column, gap, margin auto, items start, padding, minimum width. We will add the minimum width for different screen size. Then we will add the border, rounded XL, text color, text size, then shadow. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see this container with border and shadow. After that, we will add the CSS property in this p tag. So just add the class name. Let's provide text to XL, font semi bold. Save the changes. So this title is looking good, called create account. Next we will add the CSS properties for this div. So let's add the class name, that is widthful. Now just copy it from here and paste it in the second and third div. Save the changes. After adding this, we have to modify this on change and value property for each input field. So in the second one, we will use set email, and here we will provide email state. Now in the third one, we will use set password, and in the value we will provide password. Now in this first input field, we will add the class name. We will provide border, border color, border radius, width, padding and margin. And we will copy this class name from here and paste it in the second input field and third input field. Save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. So now you can see these input fields are looking good. After that, we have to add the CSS for this button. So in this button tag, we will add the class name, and let's provide background primary, text white, width full, padding Y, then border radius and text size. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we have this button. After this button, here we are currently at the sign up state. So after this button, we will create this text. So user can change the sign up form to the login form. So simply copy this text from here, and we will come back to the VS Code editor, and after this button tag, here let's add ternary operator. We will check if our state is equal to sign up. In that case, here we will add one p tag, and we will paste this text that we have just copied from the Figma design. Now we will add the colon, and here also we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will add the text create a new account. After that, just add click here. So when the state is sign up, then we will get the first message, and when we are at the login state, then we will see the second message, that is create a new account, click here. Now we will add the span tag here, and within this span tag, let's move this text, and here also let's add the span tag and move this text within this span. Now save the changes. So here we are getting the message already have an account, login here, and after that we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So first in this span tag, let's add class name. Here we will add text primary. After that we will add the underline and cursor pointer. Now save the changes. So here you can see we are getting the cursor pointer, but when we click on this link, nothing will happen. So we have to add the logic so that when we click on this link, then the state will get changed. For that, in this span tag, let's add the onClick property, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will call set a state function, in which we will add one string. So in the first one, where the text is already have an account, we will add the text login, and in the second one we will add the text sign up. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now when we click on this, then it becomes login, and when we click again, then we are getting this create account option. Now here we have this name input field that is not required in this login form. So here after this p tag, we will add the ternary operator, so just add the curly braces, and here we will check if our state is equal to sign up. In that case only we have to display this div. So let's move it from here, and here we will add this operator and just paste this div. Let's format the document, save the changes. Now we are at the sign up state, and when we click on this login here, now you can see we have the email and password field to log in on this web page. The name field has been removed. Now this login page is ready. Till now we have created the home page, doctor's page, about page, contact page, and login page. Let me refresh this website. So we will get this profile, my appointments, and logout option. Now we will navigate to my profile section, and here we will create the my profile page. So let's open the Figma design. So this is the my profile page design. So we have to create this my profile design where we will add the two buttons. So the first button will be edit. So when we click on this button, then these fields will be changed into the editable field. So we can easily update our profile. We can update the address, phone number, gender, and date of birth. Then we'll click on the save info. So it will save the changes. So to create this page, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and we will open myprofile.jsx file. So in this page, first we will create one state variable where the name will be user data, setter function name will be set user data equal to, and here we are going to use the use state hook. Initialize it with one object. Here we will add the name property. In this name property, we will paste this name. So let me copy the name from the design file and paste it here. Then we will add the comma, and we need the image property, and this image property will be assets.profilepic. After that, we need the email property. Here we will add one email ID. So let me copy this. This is one dummy email ID. After that, let's add the phone number. So let's create this phone property and copy this dummy phone number from here and paste it here. After that, we have to create the address. So let me copy the address text. Here we have two lines for this address. So let's add address, and it will be one object where we will add the line 1, and in the line 1 we will add first line of address, then we'll add the line 2 property. So we have to copy the first line and paste it here. Now just copy the second line and paste it here. After adding this property, we will create the gender property. Here we will add male. After this gender property, we will add date of birth property, and here let's add birth date. So here we have created the object where we have stored the user data. Now using this user data, we will display the information on this my profile page. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here in this div we will create one image tag. In this image tag, we will display the user's image. For that, let's add user data dot image property. We will save the changes. So here we are getting this image. After that, we have to display this name. So after this image tag, let's display the username. But before displaying the username, here we will create one more state variable with the name isEdit. So just add const isEdit. Setter function name will be set isEdit equal to useState and initialize it with boolean data false. After this image tag, here we have to check. So just add the curly braces and we'll add the ternary operator. If isEdit is true, it means we have to edit this name. In that case, we will provide one input field, and suppose if the isEdit is false, then we will add the colon and we will add one p tag where we will display the user's name. So just add user data dot name property. Now let's save the changes. So here we are getting this name. Now if I change this to true, now here we will get this input field. Now in this input field, we will add the onChange property. In this onChange property, we will pass the event and this arrow function, and here we will call set user data, then provide the previous data. By using this previous data, we will modify the name property. So whenever we will change the input field, then it will update the name property. So let's use the spread operator. So let's add the bracket and curly braces, then triple dot previous, and in that one we will change the name property to e.target.value. After adding the onChange property, here we will add the value property. Here let's add the user data dot name. Now save the changes. So here you can see we are at this input field and here we have this value, right? Now if I change the status false, then we will get the simple paragraph text that is not editable. So in this design, when we will complete the design, in this edit button we will add the functionality so that when we click here, the state will get updated and we will be able to update the user's email, phone number, address, gender and birth date. For now, let's make it false. After this, let's add the HR tag. After this HR, let's create one div. In this div, we will add one p tag. In this p tag, we will add this text contact info. So let me copy it from here and paste it here. After this paragraph tag, we will add one more div. And in this div, we will display the user's email. So in this div, let's add the p tag. And here, let's add the text email ID. Then paste it here in this p tag. After that, let's add one more p tag and here we will use the curly braces. And here we will display user data dot email. We will save the changes. So here we are getting the email ID and this email ID. After this p tag, here we will add one more p tag. And in this paragraph tag, we will add this text which is phone. So we will paste it here. After this p tag, here we will copy this and paste it here. Here we will add the user data dot phone, and here we will update phone property. After that, in this p tag, let's add user data dot phone. Now let's format this file and save the changes. So now here we are getting phone and this phone number. And when we will enable the edit true, then this phone number field will be editable because it will be converted in the input field. After that, here let's add one more p tag. Here we will add this text which is address. So just paste it here. After this p tag, let's add the curly braces, and here also we will check if isEdit is true. In that case, we will add one p tag, and if it is false, then also we will add the p tag. In the first p tag, we will add two input fields. So let's add input into 2. In between these input field, we will add one br tag. Similarly, in this paragraph tag also, we will add curly braces, and here we will provide user data dot address dot line 1. Now let's copy it and then add the br tag and paste it again, and we will update line 2. Now if we come to the web page, here we are getting this address and this address value in 2 lines. Now if we make it editable, then we will get 2 input fields. So we have to add the logic in this input field so that we can update the address using this input field. So here let's add the onChange property. Here we will pass the event, and we will add the set user data, then provide the previous data, then we will add the spread operator, previous data, then add the address, then here we will use previous.address, and in this one we will update line 1 e.target.value. So here we have used the nested spread operator, where we are updating the object that is stored inside the object. After that, here we will add the value property, where we will add user data dot address dot line 1. Similarly, we will copy this onChange and this value property from here, and we will paste it in the second input field. Here we have to update this line 2, and here also line 2. Now after this div, we will create one more div, and here we will add one p tag. Here we are going to display this basic information, so let me copy the text and paste it here. After this p tag, we will create one div, and here we will add one p tag where we will display this gender. So just copy it from here and paste it here. After that, we will copy this ternary operator and just paste it here. Here we are not going to add the input field. Instead of the input field, we will use the select tag. So just add select. From here we can remove the ID and name property, and here we will create two option tag. So in the first option tag, let's add male in both value and this option tag text. Now in the second one, we will add female. After that, in the select tag, let's add the onChange property, so that whenever we will change this data, it will update the object. For that, simply add the onChange property. Here we will pass the arrow function and event, and here we will call set user data In this one, we will pass the previous data, and here we will use a spread operator. So we'll add the triple dot previous, and in this one we will update the gender property, and here let's provide e.target.value. After this, here we have to add the value property, and in this one we will use the user data dot gender. Now save the changes. So here we are getting this gender. After that, instead of this name, we will add gender. Save the changes. So here we are getting this value male. Now let me make this a state true. If we save the changes, as you can see, we can edit these information. This phone number, name, we can select this gender. After that, let's right click and select format document, and after this ternary operator, here we will add one p tag. Here we will add birthday. Here we will add the colon, then let's add the curly braces. Here we will check is edit is true. In that case, here we are going to add one input field, and the input type will be date. So we will select date. From here, let's remove the name and ID property, and let's move it in the new line so we can easily read it. After that, we'll add the colon and add one p tag, and within this p tag we will display user data dot date of birth. After that, in this input field, let's add the onChange property. In this onChange property, we can use the same format. So let me copy it from here and paste it here. After that, here we will update this gender to date of birth, and after this we will add the value property, that will be user data dot dob. After that, save the changes. So here you can see we are getting this calendar to select the date, and we can change the date by selecting on this calendar. Now let's make it false. So we will get these text, date of birth, and we have all the information that we cannot edit now. Here after this div, we will add one more div, and in this one we will add the curly braces, and we will check if is edit is true. In that case, we will add the button tag, and if it is false, then we will add the another button tag. When the is edit is true, then we will add the save information button, and if it is false, then we will provide edit button. So in that case, if it is true, here let's add the save information button. So just copy and paste it here, and if it is true, then we will give this edit option. So just paste it. After that, in both button tag, we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass this arrow function, and here we will call set is edit. Here in the first one we will add false, and in the second one we will add true. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. When we reload the web page, here we have this edit option. Till now we cannot edit it, but if I click on this edit button, now we have these input field to edit the name, phone, address, gender, and date of birth. And here we have this save information. Now all the data gets saved. Let's check it again. If I click on edit, now these fields are editable. We can make it test and save the info. Now you can see this name has been updated, and it has been updated in the object. After that, we will make this project full stack. Then We will make the API to change the data in the database also. Now we have created all the structure. Next we will add the CSS properties to design this layout. So first in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide maximum width, flex, flex column, gap and text small. Now let's save the changes and come back to the web page. After that, we will add the CSS property in this image tag. So let's add the class name property that will be width 36. Then we will provide border radius. We will save this property. Now this image is looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this name. So let me reload the web page. So it will reset this name. After that, we will add the CSS property in this input field also. So just add the class name. Here let's provide background color gray, text 3XL, font medium, max width and margin top. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this p tag. So just provide font medium, text 3XL, text color and margin top 4. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So here we are getting this name. Now if I click on edit, now it will be converted in the input field, and here we have the background color, which is very light color, so that we will come to know that it is in the edit mode. After that, we will add the CSS property in this HR tag. So in this HR tag, let's add the class name property. Just provide background color, height and border none. Save the changes. Next we will add the CSS property in this p tag. So in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here let's provide text neutral 500, then underline, margin top. After that, save the changes and open the web browser. So here you can see the changes in this text, contact information. After that, we'll add the CSS properties in this div. So let's add the class name property. Here we will add grade, grade columns, 1 fraction, 3 fraction, gap and margin top, text color. We will save the changes. Now you can see when we provide grid, in the left side we have these email ID, phone number, address, and in the right side we have the values. This dummy email ID, phone number and address. Now when we click on this edit, it will convert it into the input field. After that, we will come back to the VS Code editor. And here in this p tag, let's add the class name, font, medium. Here in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here let's provide text blue 500. After that, in this p tag, let's provide class name property. It will be font medium. Now in this input field also, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide background gray, max width. After that, let's add the class name in this p tag, that is user data phone. Just add the text blue 400. Now save the changes. So here we have the color in this email ID and this phone number also. Now when we click on edit, in the phone field you can see the background color, same as this name input field. After that, we will add the class name in this p tag, which is address, and here let's provide font medium. After that, in this input field also, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide background gray. We will use this gray 50. Similarly, in this second input field also, we will add the same class name. So just copy and paste it here. After that, in this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 500 and save the changes. So here we have the text color gray. After that, we will copy this class name text neutral 500 underline and margin top from this contact info and paste it here in this basic information. So let's add the class name and paste this classes. Save the changes. So here we are getting this underline effect and text color in this basic information. After that, in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide grid columns, 1 fraction, 3 fraction, gap, margin top, text color. Now save the changes. So in the left side we have this gender, birthday, and in the right side we have the male and this date of birth. When we click on this edit button, here it will be converted into the select tag and this date input field. Next we will add the CSS properties for this section. For that, in this p tag, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide font medium. After that, in this select tag also, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide max width 20, background gray. After that, we will add the CSS property in this p tag also. Here we will provide text gray 400. We will save the changes. So here we are getting the changes in this text. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this p tag. So let's add the class name font medium. In this input field, we will add the class name. Here let's provide the maximum width, background gray. Now in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 400. Now save the changes. So here you can see the changes in this text, and if we click on this edit, here in the background we are getting this gray color. After that, we will add the CSS property for this button. For that, first we will add the CSS property in this div. So let's add the class name, that is margin top 10. After that, in this button tag, let's add the class name, and here let's provide border primary, padding, then border radius. Save the changes. Now we will add the same class name in the second button. So just copy and paste it, save the changes. Here we are getting this edit button, and when we click here, it will display the save information button, and all the p tag will be converted into the input field. And if I click on this button, it will again display the paragraph text and edit button. Next we will add the hover effect on these buttons. So here let's add hover effect, that will be background primary, hover text white, transition all. After that, let's copy this hover class name from here and add the same thing in the second button. Save the changes. Now when we hover on this button, you can see this effect. The background is changing and color is also changing. You can see the same hover on both buttons. Now we have created the UI design for the profile page also, as you can see on this Figma design. It is ready. Now we are not changing this image, but whenever we will make the backend, we will add the functionality so that user can edit their profile picture also, and the image will get stored in the database. Now we have created this profile page also. Next we have to create the My Appointments page, where we will display the already booked user's appointment. For that, let's come back to the My Appointments page, and here we will create this page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will open myappointments.jsx file. In this file, we will create this text which is my appointments. For that, here within this div, we will add one p tag, and let me copy this text from this design file and paste it here in this p tag. After this p tag, let's add one div, and in this div, we will display the appointments. But right now we don't have the appointment data. So instead of the appointment data, we will display the doctor data here. And when we will create the backend and appointment booking system, then we will display the user appointments in this page. So here we will get the doctor's data from the context. So just add const curly braces doctors equal to use context, and in this context we will provide app context. Here we are not getting the session, so let me manually import it. So just add import curly braces app context from / context folder / app context. Here we have the doctor's data. Now within this div, we will add the curly braces, and here we will use the doctors array to map the data. So let's add the doctors dot. Then we will add the slice so that we will get only 2 entries. So just add 0, 2. After that, here we will use the map method. Now in this map method, we will pass one arrow function. And here we will use this small bracket. Here we will create one div. Now in this parameter, we will get individual item and index number. After that, in this div, let's add the key property that will be index number. After that, let's save the changes. Now come back to the web browser. After that, we have to create this item so that we can display the appointment. So for this individual item, we have to create this structure to display the image, name, a specialty, address, date and time. And here we have to create the button called cancel appointment or pay online button. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and after this we will create another div, and here let's add the image tag to display the doctor's image. So let's add item.image. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So as you can see here, we are getting 2 doctors image. After this closing div, let's add another div, and here let's add 6 p tag. So we will type p into 6. Now in the first one, we will display the doctor's name. For that, let's add the curly braces. And in this curly braces, let's add item.name. In the second p tag, we have to display the doctor's specialty. So let's add the curly braces and we will use item.specialty. After that, in the third p tag, we have to display this text, which is address. So let me copy it from here and paste it in this p tag. After that, in the fourth p tag, we have to display the address line 1 and line 2. So in this p tag, let's add the curly braces. Here we will add item.address dot line 1. Now just copy and paste it in the second one. Instead of line 1, we will add line 2. After that, we will display the date and time. So from here, let me copy this text, date and time, and in this p tag, we will add the span tag, and within this span tag, paste this text. Here we will add the colon also. After that, here we have to add the date and time. So let me copy this and paste it here. After this div, here let's add one more div. In this div, we will not add anything. In this one, we will add the structure so that we can make this component responsive. After this div, here we will add another div, and in this one, we will display this button. So here we are going to create two buttons that will be pay online and cancel button. So let's add the button tag into two. So in the first button tag, let's add pay online. Now in the second button tag, we will add cancel appointment. After that, save the changes and come back to the browser screen. So here we are getting this image, details, and this button. Next, we have to provide the CSS properties for this component. So here in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add padding, margin, font medium, text color, then border bottom. Save the changes. So here we have this horizontal line at the bottom of this my appointments. Next, we will add the CSS properties in this div tag where we have the key, right? So here let's add the class name property, and in this class name we will provide grid columns, 1 fraction, 2 fraction, gap, and we will use the flex, then gap 6 for different screen, then padding, then border bottom. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So in the left side we have this image, then we have this text, and in the right side we have this button text. After that, let's add the CSS property for this image tag. So in this image, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide width 32, then background indigo 50. Save the changes. So now you can see here this image size is perfect. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this container where we have added all these text. So here in this div, let's add the class name property. Here we will add flex 1, so it will use the available space in the row. So just add flex 1, text small, text color. Save the changes. So now you can see we have the image, then this text, and in the right side we have these button text. After that, in the first p tag, let's add the class name property. In this class name property, let's add text neutral, font semi-bold. After that, in the address, let's add the class name, and here let's add text color, font medium, and margin top. After that, in these paragraph tag where we have the address line 1, line 2, so let's add the class name, and here we will provide text size extra small. After that, in this span tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text small and margin top. After that, we will add the class name in this p tag, and here let's add the text small and margin top. After that, in this span tag, let's add the class name, and in this one we will provide text small, text color, font weight medium. Save the changes. we will come back to the web browser. Now this text are looking good. Next we will add the CSS properties for these buttons. So first let's add the CSS property in this div. So here let's add the class name property, and in this one we will provide flex, flex column, gap and justify end. We will save the changes. Now these buttons are arranged in column. Now we will add the CSS properties in these buttons. So just add the class name, and in these buttons we will add text small, text color, text center, and for different screen size we will add the minimum width, padding Y, border and border radius. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see these buttons are looking good. Now in these buttons we will add the color, as you can see in this Figma design file. So we will add the hover effect, and when we will hover on these buttons it will display the color which is the primary color, and in the cancel button it will display the red color. So here in the first button let's add the hover property. Let's add the hover background primary, then hover text color white, then we will add the transition all and duration, that is 300 milliseconds. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I hover on the pay online button, we are getting this primary background color. Now just copy this hover class name from the first button and paste it in the second one. And here instead of using this BG primary, we will use background red 600. Now save the changes. Now you can see if I hover on the second button, it is displaying the red color. Now let me increase the slice. It will be 3. So here you can see 3 entries. Now our appointment page is looking good. Let me come back to the home page. So now we have created almost all the UI part of this web application. Next we have to make our web page responsive. So most of our component will be responsive by default, but when we click on inspect tab and click on phone view, so here we have this profile section, but here we are not getting the mobile menu. So here you can see we have the menu on the main screen, but for the small screen this menu is hidden. So we will create that menu. So let me come back to the VS Code editor and let's open navbar.jsx file. Now in this file, after this ternary operator here, we will add one image tag, and in this image src we will use assets.menuIcon. After that save the changes. So here we are getting this menu icon. Now we will add the class name property in this image tag. So just add the class name, and here we will provide width 6. After that we will add the medium size, and here we will add the hidden. So by adding this hidden, this menu icon will be hidden for larger screen or medium screen. So let me come back to the web page. So you can see this menu icon is looking good. Now when we click here, nothing happens, right? So here we have created the state variable with the name show menu, right? Now we will link this state with this image tag. For that we will add onClick property, and in this onClick property we will add one arrow function, and here we will call set show menu, and we will make it true from the false. So whenever we will click on this, then it will update this state to true. By using this state, we will display the mobile menu on this application. For that, after this image tag, we will create one comment, and here let's add the comment text mobile menu. After this comment, let's add one div, and within this div let's add another div, and here let's add two image tag. So just add the img into 2, Now in the first image src, we are going to use assets dot logo. Now in the second image tag, we are going to use assets dot cross icon. Now this cross icon is for closing our mobile menu. So here let's add the onClick property, and here we will pass this arrow function, and here let's call set show menu, and here we will add false. Now after this div, here we will add one UL tag to display the menu, and in the UL tag we will create 4 navlink tag. So let's add navlink. We will copy this navlink for 3 more times. Now in the first one, let's add home. In the second one, let's add all doctors. In the third one, we will add about. In the fourth one, let's add contact. Now after this, let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. For now, we are getting this menu something like this. Next, we will add the CSS properties for this mobile menu. So let's add the CSS property in this div. So here let's add the class name, and here we will use the dynamic class name. So let me remove it and add the curly braces and backticks. Here we will add hidden for the medium size screen, then right 0, top 0, bottom 0, z index, overflow hidden, background white. Then we will add the transition. Here we have added hidden for the medium devices and above size. So this menu will be hidden for medium and large devices. After that, here we have to add $sign curly braces. So we can add the dynamic classes. So let's add the ternary operator to check whether our show menu is true or false. So let's add show menu, and here we will add fixed width full, then height 0, width 0. So here we are checking the condition. If the show menu is true, then this class name will be added, and if it is false, then this height 0, width 0 will be added. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. We will reload the web page. By default, we are getting this icon, and when we click on this, here you can see the mobile menu is visible, and if I click on this cross icon, it will hide this mobile menu. After that, we have to design this mobile menu. For that, we will come to this div, and here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, item center, justify between, padding, and save the changes. So here in the left side we have this logo, and in the right side we have this cross icon. Next, we will add the width for these images. So in this first image, that is logo, we will add the class name width 36, and in the second image, that is the cross icon, we will add the class name, and here let's provide width 7. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this logo and cross icon size is looking perfect, and if I click here, it will hide this mobile menu, and if I click on the menu icon, it will display this mobile menu. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this UL tags. So here in this UL tag, we will add class name, and let's provide the classes flex, flex column, item center, gap, margin top, padding X, text size, and font weight, that is medium. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see these menu in the center, and we have some space between these menu. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this navlink tag. Before that, here we will add the to property, and we will add the path. So just add to property. Here we will add the string, and in the first one we will add slash for the home path. In the second one we will add slash doctors. Now in the third one we will add slash about. In the fourth one we will add slash contact. Now let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here, now you can see we are at the home path, and when we click on all doctors, here the path is slash doctors. Now when we close it, you can see we are at the doctors page, and if I click on about and close this, then we are at the about us page. If I click on any menu, then this menu is open. We have to close this menu when we select any menu, right? So it will close the menu and we will be redirected to these pages. For that, in these nav link, we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call set show menu, that is false. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on home, we will come to home page and it will hide the mobile menu. If I click on contact, we will come to the contact us page and it will hide the mobile menu. So this logic is working fine. So after that, we will add the CSS properties on these menu links. So here in these nav link tag, let's add the class name property. And in this class name, let's provide padding, border radius, inline block. Here we have to remove this full. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we are using the nav links, then we will get the active class name property in these tags. So if I open the about page and click on this about and inspect it, so here you can see we have added these class name, and here we have one extra class name called active. Now by using this active class name, we are going to provide a background color. For that, let's come back to the index.css file, and here we will add one media query. Here we will add the media and we will add the condition max width, that is 740 pixel, and within this media query, let's add dot active class name, plus we will add the paragraph tag, and here let's add the curly braces, and in this one we will provide apply text white background primary. Now save the changes. Now let's open navbar.jsx file, and here we will add one p tag also, and within this p tag we will move this text. Here also we will add the same thing. Let me copy this text from here and move it in this p tag. Similarly, in this about also we will add the p tag and move this about within this p tag, and for this contact also let's add the p tag and move this text. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this background color in this about text. Let's come back, and here let me remove this class name from here. We will add this class name in the p tag. So let me remove classes from here, and in all these p tag we will paste the class name. Now save the changes. Now you can see this background color is looking good for this menu. When we open the home page, this home menu is highlighted. If I go to all doctors page, and here we have to create the filter button, so that when we click on that filter button, then these menus will be displayed, and when we click again, it will hide these menu. That is the doctor's specialty. So for that, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will open doctors.jsx file. Now in this div, here we will add one button tag, and in this button tag, let's add the text filters. So just add filters, After that, let's scroll up, and here we have to create one state variable with the name showFilter. So let's add const showFilter. Setter function name will be set showFilter equal to use state and initialize it as false. So by default, in the phone view, this menu will be hidden. Let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this button we will add the onClick property. So just add the onClick, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will call the set showFilter, and here we will take previous state value and we will return not of previous. So if it is true, then it will make it false, and if it is false, it will make it true. After that, we have to add the class name property in this filtered button. So let's add the class name, and here we will use the dynamic class name. So just add the curly braces backticks, and we will add the padding, border, rounded, text size, transition, and above the small screen it will be hidden. After that, here let's add the $sign, curly braces, and here we will provide the dynamic class name. For that, first we are going to use the ternary operator, and if the showFilter is true, then we will add the background color and text white. So just add showFilter. If it is true, then we will provide the background primary and text white. If it is false, then simply add empty string. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this filter button. Now if I click here, you can see the color gets changed. Now when we click here, it will update the state and it will display the filter. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div, we will wrap it with curly braces so that we can use the dynamic class name, and here we will provide the backticks. Now we have wrapped this classes with the curly braces and backticks, and in this one we will add the $sign curly braces, and here we can check if our showFilter is true. In that case, we will make it visible, and if it is not, then we will make it hidden. For that, from here let me remove this flex, and here we will check if showFilter is true. In that case, we will provide flex, and if it is not, then we will make it hidden, and for the above screen size we will add flex. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. As you can see here, we are not getting any filter, and if I click here, we have these filter option. Let me select this and turn off this filter. So here we are getting the doctor according to the selected filter, and if we click again, it will be deselected and we will get all the doctors list. Now this logic is also working fine. Now we have created all the UI part responsive. Let me check the responsiveness. If we scroll down, here we have this section, we can scroll it, and after that, here we have this doctors list that is also responsive. Here we have the more button, create account button, and if we click on this more button, it will open the all doctors page. So this page is also responsive. Here we have the filter button. Now let's check the about page. So you can see this about page is also looking good in this phone view. Now let's see the contact page. So here we have this contact page which is looking good. Now let's check this profile page. So in this phone view, this profile page is looking good. Now let's go to my appointments page. So you can see this appointments page is also looking good in a smaller screen. Here we have this button in the right side. because in this My Appointment page, we have added one empty div, and by using this grid, we have added this empty div at this place. That's why we are getting this button in the right side. Now we have completed the front end of our website. Next, we will create the backend for our project. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor and let's collapse this front-end folder. And in this prescriptor folder, we will create a new folder and write the folder name backend. Now in this folder, we will create a new file and the file name will be server.js. Now let's close other files. So right click and select close others. Now we are at the server.js file. Next we have to open the integrated terminal for backend. So right click on this backend folder and select open in integrated terminal. So now we have total 2 terminals. In the first one we are running the front-end project and in the second terminal we will run the backend. So first we have to initialize our backend. For that, simply type npm init. Now it is asking for the package name. So simply press enter. Again press enter for the version description. Then we have the entry point. So it is automatically detecting the file which is server.js. So you can see the server.js in the suggestion. So simply press enter and again press enter for other options. Now you can see we have one package.json file in this backend, and in this package.json we have one script that is a start node server.json. So whenever we will type npm run start, then it will execute this command. Now here we will install the dependencies for our backend project. So here let's add npm install. Then we will provide the package's name. So first we will install the package express. Then we will install mongoose package. After this mongoose, we will install multer. After that, we will install bcrypt to encrypt the password. Then we will install the cloudnary. Using that we can store the images on cloud. After that cloudnary, we will install cors. After that we will install .env, and using this env we can use the environment variables in our backend project. After that install the JSON web token so that we can create the authentication system. After that we will install nodemon, and using this nodemon we will create a new script here, and using that script it will restart the server whenever we will make any changes in the code file. After this nodemon we will install validator. Now press enter. So it will install all the packages in our backend project. Now all packages has been installed. Here in this backend folder we have node_modules folder. Now in this file we will create one simple express app. So to create one express app we have to import the express package. So just add import express from express package. Here we are using this import statement, so we have to make the server as modular type. So in this package.json we will type and select module. Now save the changes and come back to the server.js file. So now this import will work. After importing this, we will import cors from cors package. After that, we will import .env/config. After that, we will get the support of environment variable in our backend project. After that, let's add one comment, and we will add the comment text app config. After that, we will create one app instance using this express package. For that, let's add const app equal to, and here we will use this express function that we have imported here. After that, here we will define the port number, so just add const port equal to process.env.port. If we have one env file and if the port is defined, then we will use that port. Else we will use one OR operator and here define the port number 4000. After that, here let's add one more comment and let's add the comment text middlewares. Here we will add some middlewares in our express app. To add the middleware, simply add app.use. And in this use function, in this app.use, we will provide any function that will work as middlewares. So in this one, let's add express.json method. So it will act as a middleware, and whenever we will make any request, then the request will get passed using this method. After that, here we will add one more middleware. So let's add app.use, and in this one, we will provide CORS function. So it will allow the frontend to connect with the backend. After that, here we will create the endpoint. So just add the comment, and the comment text is API endpoint. So here we will create one endpoint for the testing. So just add app.get, and let's add the path. So just add the path /, and here let's add one arrow function. In this arrow function, we will add the parameter that is request and response. Now from this function, we will send one response method. So just add response.send, and in this one, we will add the message that is API working. After that, we have to start the Express app. So to start the Express app, just add app.listen. And in this one, we will provide the port number. So just add port variable that we have created here. After that, here we will add one function. And here let's add the console log. So just add console.log. And let's add the string, and in this string, let's add the message server started. After that, let's add the comma, and here let's add the port. So this port number will be printed in the console. Now we have created simple Express app. Now save this file. After that, here we will run this server. So let's come back to the package.json. Here we have one script that is a start that will execute node server.js. So just type npm start. Now our server started on port 4000. Now if we come back to the web browser and we will open a new tab, here we will add localhost port 4000. Let's correct it. It will be 4000. So here we are getting this message API working. So our Express app is working fine. Now if we make any changes like API working, great. Now if I save the changes and come back to the web browser and refresh it, now you can see still we are getting the same message API working, because the server is not restarted after making changes. So here we will create a new script that will be server. Here we will add this nodemon server.js. Now we are using this nodemon that we have already installed while installing the packages. So save the changes and first stop this backend. So just type Ctrl+C. Now we have to start this project using this script. So just add npm run server. Now you can see the message server started on 4000, and if I refresh this website, so you can see the updated message API working great. Now if we make any changes, let's remove this great and Control S for the save. Now again server is restarting due to changes, so it will restart our server, and if I reload this web page, again we are getting the API working. So whenever we will make any changes in the server and save this file, then it will restart the server. Now simple API is working. Now let's hide this terminal, and now let's create the folder structure for our backend project. So in this backend project, let's create a new folder with the name config. In this folder, we are going to store multiple configuration files like cloudinary config, MongoDB config. Now let's create another folder in this backend and write the folder name controllers. In this controllers folder, we will create multiple controller function that will be main logic for the API. After that, let's create one more folder in this backend, and the folder name is middleware. In this folder, we will create custom middlewares to authenticate the users and for other feature. After that, we'll create a new folder in backend, and the folder name is models. Now in this models folder, we will create mongoose models to store the data in the formatted structure. After that, we'll create a new folder in this backend, and the folder name is routes. Now in this folder, we will set up different routes for the different APIs like user login, appointment booking, and etc. After that, we'll create one env file in this backend, so just add .env, and here we will store the environment variables. So now we have created the folder structure for our backend. After that, we will set up the database and cloudinary storage. To set up the database, let's come back to the config folder, and here we will create a new file. And the file name is mongodb.js. Here we will set up the MongoDB. To set up this MongoDB, first we have to create one account on MongoDB Atlas, and in that one we will get the MongoDB URI string. So just come back to the web browser and search for MongoDB Atlas. Let's open this link, MongoDB Atlas. Here, if you don't have an account, you can use this sign up button, so it will create a new account. I already have one account, so I'll click on this sign in button. After that, I'll click on this Google option to log in with Google. Here we have to provide some answers. Learn MongoDB. Select this first option. Here we will select Node.js. Let's select this one, not sure. Here also we'll select this, none, not sure. Click on finish. So just select this one, M0 free server. Here we have cluster 0, so we will keep it like this. We will not change it. Here we can select any of this cloud service provider. So let me select Google Cloud. And after that, here you have to select the nearest location. After that, just click on this button, create deployment. Here we have to provide one username. So let me write great stack, right? And here we have to set one password for this user that can access the database. So make sure to remember this password. In this password, do not use any special character and never use @ symbol. After that, click on this button, create database user. After that, click on this database. After that, click on this connect button. Now select drivers And from here, let's copy this MongoDB string. So we will copy this string till here, mongodb.net. After that, make sure you have enabled this network access. In this one, you have to add 0.0.0.0 so that you can access this database from any IP address. After that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and here let's open .env file. Here we have to create one environment variable. So let's add MongoDB underscore URI equal to, and in this one just paste the MongoDB connection string. Now from the end, remove this slash. It should end with mongodb.net. And here let's remove this password, and here we will add our own password that we have added while creating the cluster. So let me add my password. After that, let's save the changes and we will come back to the mongodb.js file. After that, here we will type import and we will import the mongoose package. So we have imported the mongoose package. Next we will create one function with the name connectdb. So just add const connectdb equal to, it will be one async arrow function. So just add async, and here we will create this function. After that, here we have to export this function. To export this function, here we are going to use export default connectdb. After that, here we will add await. Here let's use the mongoose.connect. In this, we have to provide the MongoDB URI. For that, here let's use the template literal. So just add backticks. Here we will use $, curly braces, then write process.env dot our environment variable name. So let's copy the variable name from here, that is MongoDB URI. So just paste it here. After that, we will add slash, and here we will add the string prescripto. Now save the changes. After that, here we will add mongoose.connection.on, and here we will add the event that is connected. After that, here we will create one arrow function, and here let's add the console log, and in this console log we will add one message. So the message is database connected. By using this statement, whenever our database connection will be established, then we will see this message database connected. And here we have added this slash prescripto, so it will create a database in this MongoDB Atlas. So if we go to database, click on browse collections. Here we have one e-commerce database that is for our old project. So whenever our connection will be established, then it will create a new database with this name called prescripto at here. After that, let's save the changes and come back to the server.js file. And here we will import connectdb function from config MongoDB file. Here we have to add the file name mongodb.js. After that, in this app config section, after this port, we will call this connectdb function. Now save the changes and open the terminal. Now you can see here we have the message server started at 4000, then one more message database connected. So now we have established the connection with the database. After that, let's hide this terminal, and now we will create one config file for the Cloudinary storage. So in this config folder, let's create a new file with the name cloudinary.js. After creating this file, let's open the web browser and open a new tab and here we will search for Cloudinary. Let's open this website cloudinary.com, and if you don't have an account, you can click here to create one account, and I already have an account, so I'll click on this login button. You can log in with different options, so I'll choose this login with Google. I will choose my Google account, then click on continue. Now we are logged in this Cloudinary website. Now just click on dashboard. Now in this dashboard, just click on this button, go to API keys. Here we have these API keys that we have used in previous project. So let's click on this button, generate new API key. So it will send one confirmation code on the email. So let me open the Gmail account to copy the confirmation code. So here's the confirmation code. Let me paste it here and click on approve. So now we have created a new API. So let me add the name. Here we will add the name Prescripto. After that we have to copy this API secret key and this cloud name. So let's come back to the .env file, and here we will create one variable with the name Cloudinary name. And here we have to paste this cloud name. So from this web page, just copy this name and paste it here in this cloud name variable. After that, we will create one more environment variable, and the name will be Cloudinary API key. Again, come back to the web browser, and from here, let's copy this API key and we will paste it here. After that, let's create one more environment variable with the name Cloudinary secret key. So let's add Cloudinary secret key equal to, and let's copy this API secret. Just click on this I button and copy this secret key and paste it here. Now save the changes. Here we have the Cloudinary name, API key and secret key. Next we will use these secret key, API key to configure our Cloudinary storage. So let's open cloudinary.js file. Here we will import v2 as Cloudinary. From here we will provide the package name, that is Cloudinary. After that, here we will create one arrow function with the name connect Cloudinary. So just type const connect Cloudinary equal to async. Here we will create this arrow function. After that, here we will use cloudinary.config function to configure our Cloudinary. In this configuration, we will add one object, and here we will define the cloud name, and here we will provide this environment variable name. So let's add process.env dot from this environment variable, just copy this name and paste it here. After that, here we will add API key, and let's use the process.env dot and copy this environment variable name. So just copy and paste it here, Cloudinary API key. After that, we will add the API secret property, and here also we will provide process.env dot variable name. So this is the variable name, Cloudinary secret key. Just copy and paste it here. Now right click and select format document. So here we have provided the cloud name, API key, API secret. Next we have to export this function from this file. For that, just add export default connect cloudinary. Now save the changes and come back to the server.js file. Here we will add import connect cloudinary function from config folder cloudinary.js file. After that, here we will call that function, so just add connect cloudinary. So we have configured the MongoDB and cloudinary storage in our backend. After that, we will come back to the models folder, and here let's create a new file, and the file name will be doctormodel.js. Here we will create the mongoose model for the doctor. Using that, we can store the doctor's data in our database. To create the doctor model, first we have to import the mongoose package in this file. So just type import mongoose from mongoose. Then let's create a new variable. So just add const and we will name it doctor schema. In this variable we will store the mongoose schema. So just add new mongoose.schema, and in this one we will add one object. Here we will define the schema property for the doctor data with the type. So first we will add the name so that we can store the doctor's name, and here let's add the object. So this name will be a string, so just add the type a string. After that, we will add the one more property that is required, and let's make it true. By doing this, we have to provide the doctor name to create a doctor profile in the database. So the doctor name is mandatory to create a new doctor. After that, let's create another copy of this line. Here we will add the property name email. The type is email and required true. After that, here we will add one more property that will be unique, and let's make it true. By adding unique, we can create a doctor with unique email ID. It means we cannot use the same email ID to create another doctor profile. After that, let's create one copy of this property, and here we will add the property name password. The type will be a string and required true. After that, let's create another copy of it. Here we will add the image. In this property, we will store the URL of the doctor profile image. After that, let's create another copy of it, and here we will add the property name a specialty. And here let's create another copy of it, and here we will add the property name degree. Now let's add one more copy, and here we will add the property name experience. Now let's create one more copy. Here we will add about. Now let's create one more copy, and here let's add available, and the type will be boolean. And in this available property, we will store one boolean data. Suppose we have to make one doctor unavailable, then we will use this available property and we will make it false so that user cannot book the appointment with that doctor. After that, let's create another copy of it, and here we will add the fee. So the type will be number and required will be true. After that, let's create one more copy, and here we will add the address, and the type will be object, and we will mark it as required. After that, let's create one date property so that we will get to know when this doctor's profile was created. So the type will be number, and we will set required true. After that, let's add one more property that will be slots booked. Its type will be object, and here we will add the default value. So the default will be empty object. So whenever this doctor data will be created, in this slots booked will be empty object, and in this object we can add the doctor's appointment data so that we will get to know when the doctor slot is available and which slot is booked. To store the empty object in any data, here we have to add comma, and we'll add the curly braces, and here we'll add minimize false. If we add this minimize false, then we can use this empty object as default value. If we will make it true, then we cannot create a doctor data with this empty object. Now we have created this doctor schema. Now using this schema, we will create one doctor model. So just add const doctor model equal to, let's add mongoose.model, and in this one we will add the model name, that is doctor. After that, let's add the doctor schema. So it will create the doctor model. So whenever our project gets started, then this statement will get executed, and whenever this statement will get executed, then it will create the model for multiple times. So here let's add one more logic. We will add mongoose.models. So here we are checking if the models.doctor is available, then we are going to use that model, and if it is not available, then we will create this model using this doctor schema. After that, we have to export this doctor model that we have created here. For that, let's add export default doctor model. Now let's format this document and save the changes. So here we have created the doctor model. Now using this model, we can store the doctor data in the database. Now if I open the frontend folder src assets and assets.js file, here you can see we have the doctor data, and in this one we have the ID, name, image, specialty, degree, experience, about, fees, and address. So here also we have created the same structure. Here we have added this email ID and password also, so that doctor can log in their admin panel and check the appointments. Here we have added this slots booked also, where we can store the slots which is booked and which is free, and here we have added one date property also. By using this date property, we will get to know when the doctor was added in the database. Similarly, we will create the user model also, so that user can save their user data in the database. For that, in this models folder, we will create a new file and write the file name usermodel.js. Now in this file, first we will import the mongoose package. So just add import mongoose from mongoose. Now here we have to create the schema. So let's open doctor model, just copy these code and paste it here. And from here we will rename the variable. So it will be user schema. And here we will name the user model, and here we'll add the models.user, and here also write user and update it to user schema. After that, we will export the user model. Now in this user schema, we need this name, email, password, image, and this address. So let's remove the other properties. Let me remove these properties. We will remove this one. Then let's remove this date and slot. And from here, we will remove this minimize false. So now we have the name, email, password, image, and address property. After that, in this one, let's add the gender property. So let's add one curly braces. The type will be a string, and here let's provide the default property, that is not selected. After that, let's copy this code, and here we will add the date of birth property, that is DOB. So the type is a string and the default value will be not selected. Here we have to add the comma. After this date of birth, let's add the phone property so that we can store the user's phone number. The type will be string, and by default we will use this number. So now in this name property we have the type string required true, then we have the email property where you can see unique true, then we have the password type string required true. After that we have the image type string and required true. So let me remove this required property, and here we will add the default property. So whenever a new user will be created, then one default image will be provided for default user profile picture. Later user can change their profile picture. So here we have to add one image. So let's come back to the web browser and we will open a new tab, and here we will search for image to database 64. Let's open this website. After that, just click on this button, and from here we will select this image. That will be our default image. So select this image. After that, click on this copy image, and in this default just paste this code. So we have pasted this data that contains our image in base 64 format. Now whenever a new user account will be created, then this image will be the default image for them. After that, here we have the address property, and in this one let me remove this required, and here we will add the default property. Here we will add one object. In that one we will define line 1, that will be empty string, then we will provide the line 2, that is also one empty string. So now our user model is ready. So whenever we will create one account, so first we have to take the name, email ID and password to create an account. After that, this image will be added as the default image for the new user, and here we have added the default address. Then we have the gender and date of birth, that is not selected. Then we have the phone, and here we have added this phone number, and user can edit this phone number later in the profile page. Now save the changes. So now we have the doctor model and user model, and now using these models we will create multiple APIs. So first we will create the API to add the doctor in our database. For that, let's open this controllers folder, and in this controllers folder we will create a new file with the name doctorcontroller.js. So right click on this controllers and create a new file, and the file name is doctorcontroller.js. Now in this file we will create multiple controller functions for multiple APIs. After that, let's create one more controller file, that will be admincontroller.js. If we come back to the design file, you can see, scroll down, here we have the design for the admin panel. So as you can see, here in this admin panel we have two types of login. First one is admin login and the second one is doctor login. Now in the admin login we will add this feature add doctor, so that admin can add a new doctor. For this section in the admin panel add doctor, we will create the controller function. So let's add one comment that will be API for adding doctor. Here we will create one async arrow function with the name add doctor. So just add const add doctor equal to async. Here we will create this arrow function. In this function, we are going to add one try catch block. In this function, we will get the request and response as a parameter. Now in this controller function, we will get the data from the request. So whenever we will call this API, then we will pass the doctor name, email, password, image, and all other details. So let's open this admin controller.js file. And here in this try block, let's add the const. And here we will add the curly braces, and in this one we will add name, email, password, a specialty, degree, experience, about, fee, address. We will get these data from the request. So just add request.body. Now we will send this data using the form data. So whenever we will call this API, then we will add these data in a form data format. So to parse the form data, we need a middleware. So in this middlewares folder, we will create a new file with the name multer.js. So create a new file multer.js. And here we will create the multer middleware. So first let's import the multer package. So import multer from multer package. After that, here we will create the disk storage configuration. So just add const storage equal to multer.disk storage. And in this one we will add one object, and here we will define the file name. Here we will add one function. In this function we will get the parameter like request, file, callback, and we will create this function, and in this function we will call the callback function, and in this one we will provide null argument. After that we will provide the file.original name. So now we have created the configuration for the disk storage. Now let's create the instance of this multer using this disk storage. So just add const upload equal to multer, and in this one let's add one object, and in this object we will add this storage configuration. So just type a storage. After creating this, we will export this upload from this file. So simply add export default upload. Next we have to create the route using this upload middleware. For creating the route, first we have to come to this admin controller.js file, and here let's add export. In this one we will export this add doctor function. Next let's come to routes folder, and here we will create a new route. So right click and select new file and write the file name adminroute.js. Similarly, we will create one more route file that will be doctor route.js. Now just come to adminroute.js file, and here first import the express package from express. After that, here we will import add doctor function that we will get from the controllers folder admin controller.js file. So here we have imported this add doctor. We have to provide the complete file name admin controller.js. After that we have to add import upload from the middleware folder multer.js file. Now we have imported all these three files. Next we have to create the route. So first we will create the router. So to create the router instance, just add const admin router. So we have added the name admin router equal to express.router. Now we have this admin router, and using this we can create multiple endpoints. So let's create one endpoint. So just add admin router.post. So we are going to use this post method to create the endpoint. After that, here we have to provide the endpoint. So just add / add doctor. After that, here we have to provide the controller function, which is add doctor. While calling this API, we have to pass the form data. So we will add the middleware between these. So just add the comma, and between these comma, just add the upload.single. And in this one, just provide the field name that will be image. So whenever we will call this endpoint, then in the form data we have to send the image with the field name image. Then only our middleware will process that image and form data. After that, we will export this admin router from here. So just add export default admin router. Now save the changes and open server.js file. Here, after this comment, add the API endpoints. We will initialize our endpoint using the router that we have just created in this routes folder. For that, simply add app.use, then add the path, that is /API/admin, and here we will add the admin router. So by selecting this file has been imported. Here we have added the endpoint /API/admin. So here let's add the comment localhost port 4000 /API/admin. Then this router will be used, and at this router we have created this endpoint /add doctor. So whenever we will call this API, then our API controller function will be executed, that we have mounted in this file admin route. As you can see, at this endpoint we have added this add doctor. So when we call this API, it will execute our add doctor controller function. So when we create the multiple endpoints here, to access that endpoint we have to use this /API/admin. Now let me remove this comment. Now let's come back to the admin controller.js file. Here we have received the information from request.body. After that, we need the image file that will be parsed using this upload.single middleware. So to get the image file, just add the const image file equal to request.file. By using this, we will get this file in this variable. Now let's test this logic. So to test it, simply add the console log, and in this console log we will add these data. So just copy this object and paste it here in this console log. After that, in this one we will add the image file also. So let's add the comma, and here let's add the image file. So to test this API, we are going to use this extension called Thunder Client. Now just click on new request. Here we will select the type post, and in this one just add the http://localhost port 4000/API/admin/add doctor. Here in this body we have to send the form data, so just select form. In this form data we have to send the files also, so select this files checkbox, and in this one we will add these fields one by one, that is name, email, password and others. So first we will add the name, and let's add the test name. Next we will add the email, and here we will add the value test email. Next we will add the password. Here we will add this number. After that we will add the degree. Then we will add the experience. Then about, fee. Next we have to add the address, so just add the address. Next we have to send one image, so let's add the file. Field name will be image, and we will choose one file. So let's come to the project folder, frontend, src, assets, and let's select any image. So I'll select this image. Here we will add some values, so let's add the degree value. Then we will add the experience, 4 years. Then we will add the text in about, test about. Then we will add the fee. Then we will add the address, and in this address we will add one object. So to add the object, first we have to stringify the object. So just add this double quote, then we will add the curly braces. Here we will add the line 1, and in the line 1 let's add this text address 1. So for now let me send this, and we will open the integrated terminal also. So here we have the integrated terminal for the backend, and this is for frontend. So frontend is also running. Now in this backend, if I click on this send button, so here you can see we are getting this console log in this terminal, that is name, email, password, a specialty. We have missed it, so if we add this option here, that will also get added here. After that we have the degree, experience, about, fee and address. In this address we have this a stringified object. After that here we have one file that we have attached here. So this is the file name, original name, encoding, image type, destination, file name, path and size. Let me click on this cancel request. Here in this controller function we are not returning anything, that's why this processing is continue loading, right? So now we are getting all these data. Let me add one more field name, that is a specialty. Let's add the value like general physician, and click on this cancel button, and again click on the send button. So here we are getting another console log, and here we have this data that we have sent from here. We can cancel this request. So we are getting this data in console from this form data to our API. Now using this data and our doctor model, we are going to save this data in our database. For that, Let me remove this console log from here. Let me hide this terminal. After hiding this terminal, here we will add one check. So let's add comment. Here let's add checking for all data to add doctor. Here we are going to verify that every field has some data, then we can add them in the database. So let's add the if statement. In this if statement, we will add not name or not email or operator, then not password, not a specialty, not degree, not experience, not about, not fee, not address. By adding this, if any of these data is missing, in that case this if block will be executed. So in that case we will return one response using the JSON method, and in this method we will add one object where we will define the success property that will be false because any of the data is missing. After that we will add one message also that can be displayed on the UI. So let's add any message. So I'll type missing details. If any of these data is empty, in that case this if block will be executed and it will execute the function here after, and user will get one response that some details are missing. If this if statement does not execute, it means we have all the data. So we will continue executing this function. So in that case we will validate the email format. So here we will add the comment, and here let's add the validating email format. After that we will add the if statement. Here we are going to use the validator package that we have installed while creating our backend. So let's add the import validator from validator package. Here we will check validator dot is email. In this property we will pass this email that we will get from this request. Here we will add the not operator. So if the email is not in the valid format, then this if block will be executed. In that case we will copy this return from here and paste it here. Here in this message we will type please enter a valid email. So if the email is not in the proper format, then this return statement will return one message, that is please enter a valid email. Next we will validate the password, if the password we are getting from the request is strong or not. So to check it, just add one comment, that is validating strong password. After that here we will add one if statement, and here we will add password dot length. If it is a smaller than 8 character, in that case we will terminate this function here and send one response. So just copy this return statement and paste it here, and in the message we will provide please enter a strong password. After that we have the doctor detail, email ID and password. Next we have to encrypt this password and save it in our database. To encrypt this password we will use the bcrypt package. So first we have to import that. So just add import bcrypt from bcrypt. Here we will add import bcrypt from bcrypt package. Let me correct the spelling. After that here first we have to generate one salt to hash the password. So let's add the comment, and here we will add hashing doctor password. Here we will add const salt equal to await, and here we will use bcrypt dot gen salt method. Here we have to provide the number of rounds. So we can provide the number between 5 to 15. If you provide the larger number, it will take more time to encrypt the password. So we are going to use the number 10. After that, we will create the variable. The name will be hashed password. So let's add hashed password. Here we will add the await. Then we will use the bcrypt package .hash method. In this one, we will provide the user's password, so just add the password. After that, we have to provide the salt. After that, we will get one encrypted password in this variable. Now we have all the user's data and encrypted password. Next, we have to upload this image file in the Cloudinary so that we will get one image URL, and we are going to use that image URL in our database. For that, let's add the comment. So I'll add the comment text, upload image to Cloudinary. After that, here we will create one variable, that is image upload equal to await. Here first we have to import the Cloudinary. So to import the Cloudinary, we will use import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary. After that, here we will add await cloudinary.uploader.upload method. In this method, we have to provide our image file path. So let's add the image file dot path. After that, we have to define the resource type. So let's add the comma and curly braces, and here we will provide the resource underscore type, that will be image. So just add the image in double quote. After this statement, it will generate one response, and that response will be stored in this image upload variable. Now in this image upload variable, we will get one image link. So let's add the const image URL, and in this one we are going to store the uploaded image URL. So just add the image upload dot secure URL. Now we have all the data like name, email, password and other detail. Then we have the hashed password. Then we have the image URL, that is our Cloudinary image URL. Next, we have to save these data in our database. So for that, let's create one doctor data. So just add const doctor data equal to curly braces, and simply add the name, email. After that, we will add the image property. In this image, we will store image URL. After that, we have to add the password, and in this password, we will provide hashed password. After that, we will add the specialty. After that, let's add the degree property. Then we will add the experience. Similarly, we will provide the about. Then we will add the fees. Then we will add address. And in this address, we are getting one object, but in form data, we have to convert it into string. So we have to parse the data. So simply add json.parse method. And in this one, just provide the address. So it will store the address as an object in the database. After that, we will provide the date property, and in this one we have to store the current date. So to get the current date, let's add date.now. That will return one timestamp. Now we have created the data format for the doctor. Next we have to store it in the database. So first we have to import the doctor model from the models folder, doctor model.js file. So here we will create one variable with the name new doctor equal to, we are going to use the new keyword and this doctor model, and in this doctor model we will provide this doctor data that we have just created. After adding this, we have to save this data in our database. So just add await new doctor dot save. After that, our data will be stored in the database, and here we will add one response using the JSON method. In this one, we will define the success property that will be true, and after that we will add one message that will be doctor added. Now if we get any error in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So in that case, just add the console log and this error, and after that we will send one response also. So let's add response.json. Here we will define the success property false, and here we will add the message property, and in this one just provide the error dot message. Now we have created this function. Now let's test it. So let's come back to the Thunder client again. Here we have added these field and value. We have added all the data. Now let's open assets.js file and let's copy this doctor data from here. So let me copy the doctor name from here and open this tab, and here we will provide one doctor name. Now again open the assets file. From here just copy the specialty and we will paste it here. After that, let's come to assets.js file, then copy the degree. Degree is correct. Then we have the experience. After that, we will copy this about text from here, and let's come back to the Thunder client, and in this about section we will paste this description. Here we have to provide the fee, then we have the address. So to add the address, let's come to assets, and from this address let's copy this object. So just copy and come back, and we will paste it here. So we have added all the properties. Here we have to add one email ID. So let me add this name, that is Richard, and here we will add @demo.com. After that, we will choose one image. So just click here and let me choose this first image and click on the send button. Here we have one error message. It says expected property name in JSON at position 2. We are getting this message from this address. So let's come to assets folder. From here we will copy this object and we will come to browser, and here we will search for online JSON stringify. After that, let's open this site. We will paste this object here in the left side, and in the right side we will get this stringified value. So let me copy from here and come back to the VS Code editor, and in this request remove this and paste the stringified value. Now click on this send button again. Here we are getting another message, doctor validation failed. So let me open the doctor model.js file. Here we have added this available property. So let me remove the required true from here, and here we will add the default value. Default will be true. So now let's come back to the Thunder client and again click on this send button. Now here we are getting the message doctor added. So this doctor data has been saved in the database. So let me open the database. We will come to MongoDB database. Let's click on this refresh button. Now here we have one database called Prescripto. Let me click here. Now in this one we have this collection called doctors. So in this you can see one entry in this doctors collection. So here we have the doctor name, email, password. So this is the encrypted password. Suppose our database gets public, then the user's password will not be revealed. Then we have the doctor image. So in this image property we have this image URL, that is the Cloudinary image. So let me just copy this URL and open in the new tab. So we are getting this doctor image from this URL, that is our Cloudinary URL. After that we have this other informations, right? Here we have the fee, address, date and slots booked data, that is one object. Now we are able to add the doctor using the API. After that we will create the authentication system so that only admin can add the doctor in the database. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor and let's open .env file. In this file, we will add two new environment variable for the admin email and admin password. So here let's add the admin email equal to, we will add this email admin@prescripto.com, which is a dummy email ID. Now let me create one copy of it, and here we will provide the admin password. And in this one, we will provide this password. So we have added this email ID and password. Next, we are going to use this admin email and password for the admin authentication. So let's open admin controller.js file, and here we will add one comment. Here let's add the API for the admin login. After that, here we will create one arrow function with the name login admin, and it will be one async arrow function. So just add the const login admin equal to async. Now in this async parameter, we will add the request and response. Here also we will add the try catch block. In the catch block, let me simply copy the text from here and paste it here. Next, we have to pass this login admin function in this export object. So let's add the login admin. After that, let's copy the function name from here and we will come to admin route.js. And after this add doctor, we will destructure this login admin, and using this we will create a new route. So let me create one copy of this line, and here we will add the path, that is /login. From here, let me remove this upload.single and remove this add doctor also. And here we will use this login admin function. After that, we will save the changes and we will come to admin controller.js file. In this try block, first we will get the email ID and password from the request, and we will match that email ID and password with this environment variables. If it is matching, in that case, we will create a token using the JSON web token. So first here we will get the email ID and password. So just add const email password equal to request.body. So just add req.body. After that, here we will add one if statement. Here we will check if our email is equal to process.env.admin email. After that, we will add this AND operator. Here we will match the password if the password is equal to process.env.admin password. If both the email ID and passwords match with the email ID and password stored in the environment variable, then we will generate one token. And if it is not matching, in that case we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we will add one response.json where we will add the object and define the success property false. After that, we will add the message property, that is invalid credentials. After that, here we have to create one token and send it to the user. For that, here we will use the JWT. So first we have to import JWT. So just add import JWT from JSON web token. After that, in this if statement, we will create one variable with the name token. Here we are going to use the jwt.sign method. Here we have to provide one data, so we can encrypt that data and create a token. So we will use the email plus password. That will be a string. We will combine both email and password. Then we have to provide the JWT secret. To provide the JWT secret, we will come to .env file. Here we will create one environment variable, that is JWT secret, and it will be create stack. Now save the changes and come to admin controller.js file, and here we will provide the JWT secret. So just add process.env.jwt secret. By executing this statement, we will get one token. Next, we have to send this token as a response. So we will create a response using the JSON method. Here we will add one object where we will define the success property true. After that, here we will add this token that we have generated here. Next, we will save the changes and test this API. To test this API, let's open the Thunder client. We will create a new request. So just click on new request button, then select the post method, and here we will add the URL http localhost port 4000/API/admin/login. After that, we will select the body, and here we will send the JSON content. So let's add one object. First, we will add the email property. After this email, we will provide the password. We have added empty string. So in the first string, we have to add the email ID that is saved in this environment variable, that is the admin email. So let me copy the email and paste it here in this email property. After that, here we have to provide the password that we have saved in this environment. So let's copy the password from the environment variable and paste it in this password property. Now just click on this send button. So now you can see the success true, and here we have this token. Suppose we provide the incorrect password and click on this send button. Here we are getting success false, message is invalid credentials, and if we provide the correct password, then we will get the token. Now using this token, we will allow the admin to log in into the admin panel. After that, we will create the middleware authentication, so we can add it in this add doctor. So whenever we will try to add the doctor, then we will check for the token, and when we have the token, then only we will be able to add the doctor. If we don't have the admin token, then we can't add the doctor using this API. So to add the admin authentication middleware, first in this middleware folder, we will create a new file with the name authadmin.js. So we will create a new file in this middleware folder. Its name will be authadmin.js. In this file, we will import JWT from JSON Web Token. After that, here we will add one comment, and here let's write admin authentication middleware. After that, here we have to create one arrow function with the name authadmin. So just add const authadmin equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So just add async and create one arrow function. In this function, we will get the request and response in the parameter, and it is going to be the middleware. So here we will add one callback function called next. After that, here we will add the try catch block. In this catch block, we will copy this console log and this response, paste it here in this catch block. After that, here we will export this authadmin middleware using export default authadmin. After that, in this try block, we will add the logic to verify the token, so that if we get any request and in the header if we have the token, then only we will allow the users to make the API call. Otherwise, we will terminate that API call in this middleware. So first we have to get the token from the headers. So just add const. While sending the token, we will name it as a token. That will be admin token equal to request.headers. After that, here we will check. If we don't have the a token, in that case, we will return a response. So just add return. We will add the response using the JSON method. In this one, we will add the curly braces. We will define the success property false. And here we will add the message also, that is not authorized, login again. After this, if we have this a token, in that case we have to verify this token. To verify this token, first we have to decode this token. To decode this token, here we have to create the variable with the name token decode. Here we are going to use jwt.verify method. Now in this method, we have to provide the token. So just add a token, and then we have to provide the JWT secret that we have stored in this environment variable. So just copy this JWT secret variable name, and in this file we have the a token. After that, we will add comma process.env.jwt secret. After that, we will get the decoded token in this variable. That is going to be our email ID and password. So we will open the auth-admin.js file, and after decoding the token, here we will check if it is same as the email ID plus password. So just add if, and in this if statement we will add token decode not equal to, we will add process dot env dot admin email. After that we will concatenate the process dot env dot admin password. If the decoded token does not match with this email ID plus password, in that case this token is invalid. So then we will return one response. So simply copy this response from here and return it here. Now if the token is matching with this email ID plus password, in that case simply call the callback function, that is next function that we are getting from this next. Now we have successfully created this auth admin middleware. Next we have to add this middleware inside this admin route.js file. Here before this upload middleware we will add the comma, and in this one let's add auth admin middleware. So when we click here, this auth admin has been imported from the auth admin.js file. Now save the changes and open this Thunder client. Here we are adding the doctors. Now if I try to use this API endpoint to add the doctor, let me click on this send button. Now you can see here we are getting success false and we have the message not authorized login again. Now with this data we have to send the auth token that we will get from this API after login. So here we have provided the correct password. When we click on the send button we will get this token. So let's copy this token from here and we will come to this tab. So here we'll click on headers, and in this one we will provide a token, that is admin token, and in this value property we will paste this token. Now let's try to add the doctor using this API. So just click on this send button. Now you can see processing. After that here we are getting one error because we have added the same doctor using the same email ID. So we cannot use the same email ID to create another doctor profile because we have added the unique property in this email. That's why we are getting this error, duplicate key error collection. So let me add another email ID, test@demo.com, and click on the send button. Now you can see here we are getting the success true and doctor added. So now whenever we have to access the API that has some admin feature, then we have to provide the token verification for the admin. Now let's come back to the browser screen. We will open the database and click on the refresh button. Now you can see here we have two doctors with this email ID richard@demo.com, and here we have the another one test@demo.com. Now let me delete the data from here. Then click on this delete button. So the second data has been deleted. Now we have only one doctor. Till now we have created the API to add the doctor and for the admin login. Now using this feature we will create our admin panel so that admin can log into their admin panel and admin can add the doctor from their panel. So let's come back. We will collapse this front end, and in this prescriptor folder we will right click and select open in integrated terminal. So here we have three terminals for the front end, back end, and this new terminal. So in this terminal you can see we are at the prescriptor folder. Here we have to create a React project for the admin panel. So just add npm create vite at latest. Here we have to provide the project name, that is going to be the admin. Then select the framework React, then JavaScript. Now here we have one folder called admin. So let's move it into the admin folder. So let's change the directory using the cd admin. So now we are at the admin directory. Here we have to install the dependencies. So to install the dependencies, just add npm install. So it is installing the dependencies in the admin panel. Now all the packages has been installed. Now let's clear this terminal. So let's use this command cls. After that we will install some other dependencies in this admin project. So let's add npm install. We will install the Axios package, React Router DOM and React Toastify. So we are going to install these dependencies. After that, we have to run this project. But before running this project, let's open this frontend folder, and here we have the vite.config.js file. After this plugin, here we will define the server, and here we will add the object where we will define the port number. Here we will add the port number 5173 for the frontend. Save the changes. Now let's open the frontend terminal. Here you can see the server gets restarted because we have changed the vite.config.js file. After that we will open the admin folder, and here in this admin folder we will open vite.config.js file, and here also we will define the server. In this one we will add the object and define the port number. So let's add the port number 5174. Save the changes. So whenever we will run the admin project, that will be started on the 5174 port, and when we start the front end, it will start the front end on this 5173 port. Now let's come to the admin terminal, and here we will run this project. So just add npm run dev. Now our project is running at this port. Let's open this link in the web browser, that is localhost port 5174. So our React project is successfully running in the web browser. After that we have to clear this project, so let's come back and we will open this src folder in this admin. From here we will remove this app.css file. After that we will open the app.jsx file, and from here let's remove all the code, and here we will use the RAFCE snippet. Save the changes. Here we are getting this text, that is app. After that we will open index.css file, and from here we will clear this file and save the changes. Now you can see this project is clear. Next we will rename the title. So let's open index.html file. Here we will remove this title, and in this title we will type prescripto panel. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So you can see the title has been updated, prescripto panel. Next we have to add the Tailwind support in this admin project. For that let's open the new tab and search for Tailwind Vite. So you will get this website. From here we will copy these lines from the step 2. So let me copy the first line, and we have to stop this project. So just add Ctrl C, yes, then paste this. So it will install the dependency in the admin project. So this dependency has been installed. After that we have to copy this command from here and paste it here. After pasting it, we will get one tailwind.config file here. So here you can see we have post css.config.js, then tailwind config.js. After that, we have to copy this configuration from here. So let's copy and come to tailwind.config file, which is in the admin folder. And here, remove this code and paste the code that we have just copied. Now save the changes. After that, we have to add these 3 lines in the index.css file. So let's come back and go to index.css file and paste it. Save the changes. Next, we have to run this project. So just copy this command npm run dev and paste it here. So now our project is running successfully on this port number 5174. So to verify the Tailwind installation, let's open app.jsx file, and in this div, let's add the class name property. In this class name, let's add some Tailwind classes like text green 500. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see here we have this text in the green color. It means the Tailwind is successfully configured with our admin project. Now let me remove these classes from here and remove this text also. After that, we need the support of React Router DOM in this project. For that, let's open main.jsx file and remove this strict mode from here. And here we are going to use browser router tag. We are not getting the suggestion for this tag, so here we have to import it manually. So just add import curly braces browser router from React Router DOM package. Now save the changes. Close this file. Next, we have to create the folder structure for our admin panel. So first, in this src folder, we will create a new folder called pages. After that, in this src, we will create a new folder with the name components. After that, we will create one context folder. So create a new folder with the name context. So we have created this folder structure. Next, we have to insert the admin assets in this assets folder. To insert the assets, let's come back to the desktop screen, and here we have one folder called admin assets. You will find this folder download link in the video description. Now in this folder, you can see we have some images icons for the admin panel, and there is one asset.js file also. So let me copy all the file and open our project folder, then go to admin folder, src assets, and in this one we will paste all the images. Now let me close this and come back to the VS Code editor. In this file, we have one assets object where I have exported all the icons. So using these icons and images, we will create the login page for the admin panel. To create that, first let's come to pages folder, and in this pages, let's create a new file that will be login.jsx. So right click and select new file and write the file name login.jsx. Here we are going to use RAFCE. After that, we have to mount this component directly in this app.jsx file. So let's mount the login component. After that, we are going to set up the context for the admin panel. So in this context folder, we will create 3 files, that is admin context, app context, and doctor context. So right click here and select new file. And first we will create the app context.jsx file. After that, here we will create the context. So let's add export, then create one variable name. After that, here we will add the variable using the const keyword and write the variable name app context equal to create context. After that, here we are going to create the context provider function. For that, we will create the arrow function. So just type const app context provider equal to, and it is going to be a arrow function. In this parameter we have to take the props. Here we will create one variable with the name value, and that is going to be an object. So we'll add const value is equal to curly braces. After that we will add the return statement. In this return we will return app context dot provider method. After that, between these tag we will add the curly braces and we will provide props dot children. After that, in this tag we are going to add the value property, and in this value property we will add this value object. So whenever we will add any variable or function in this value object, then we can access that in any component using this app context file. After that we have to export this app context provider function. For that, let's add export default app context provider. So here we have created this app context file. Now we will create one more context file for the admin, where we will add the logic for the admin login and admin token. So to create that file, in this context folder we will create a new file with the name admin context.jsx. Now from this file, let me copy the code and paste it here in this admin context. In this one we will change the name, so just add admin context, and here also update admin context provider. Here also we will update admin context dot provider. After that, here in this export we will provide admin context provider. By adding this, we have created the structure for the admin context. Now we will create one more context for the doctors, where we will store the logic for the doctor login and token. For that, in this context folder we will create a new file with the name doctor-context.jsx. In this file we will paste the same code, so let me copy this and paste it here. Here also we will update the variable name, so it will be doctor context. After that we will update this provider function, that is doctor context provider. Then update this tag doctor context dot provider. Now update this export, so let's add doctor context provider function. So now we have created the structure for the doctor context. Next we have to add this context in main.jsx file, so that our admin components can access these context file. So let's open main.jsx file. After this browser router, we will add the admin context provider. After this browser router tag, here we will provide the admin context provider tag. So just add the opening arrow admin context provider, and between this we will add this app component. After this admin context provider, we will add the doctor context provider. So just add doctor context provider, and between these tags we will move this app component. Similarly, within this doctor context provider we will add the app context provider tag. So just add the opening arrow app context provider, select it. Now between these tags we will add this app component. Right click and select format document. So you can see this structure. We have added the admin context, then doctor context, then app context, and all these context provider function has been imported. And between these tags we have mounted the app component. Now we can access all these context in our app. So now we will design the login form. So let's open the login.jsx file, and in this file first we have to import the assets file that we have created here in this assets folder. So let's add import curly braces assets from. Here we will provide /assets folder /assets file. So assets has been imported in this component. After that, here we will create one state variable with the name state, and by using that state we can manage the admin login or doctor login. So just add const, and the state name will be state and setter function name will be set state. Here we will add the use state and initialize it with admin. So whenever we will open the login page, by default the state will be admin. That's why we have added admin. After that, let me remove this div from here, and here we will use the form tag. Now within this form tag, let's create one div. In this div, we will add one p tag. Within this p tag, let's add a span tag, and here we will print the state name, that is admin. So let's add the curly braces, and we will add the state variable name, that is state. After this span tag, let's add login. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I refresh this web page, then we are not getting anything here. So let me come back to the VS Code and open app.jsx file. Here we have to import this login component. So let's add import login from pages/login. So we have imported the login component, save the changes and come back to the web browser and refresh this web page. Still we have some issue. Let's inspect this web page, go to console, and here you can see we are getting this export name does not exist. So here we have the spelling mistake for the assets. So let's come back to the web browser. So let me come back to the VS Code. Here we have added assets. So let me correct this spelling, save the changes and refresh this web page. Now you can see the console is clear, and here we have the message admin login. After that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and after this paragraph tag, we will create one div, and in this div, we will add another p tag, and here we will add the text email. After this p tag, here we will add the input field. Input type will be email. After that, we will add required attribute. So we have to provide the email ID to submit this form. After this div, we will create one more div. So let me copy the same div, copy and paste it. Instead of this email, we will add the text password. And the input field type will be password, and it is also required. After this div, we will create a button tag. In this one, we will add the text login. After creating this button tag, save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this text admin login, then input field for the email, then input field for the password, and then login button. After that, we will add some CSS properties for this component. For that, let me come back to the VS Code, and in this form tag, let's add the class name property, and in this one, we will provide min height of 80vh, flex item center, and save the changes. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So let's add the class name property, and in this one we will provide flex, flex column, gap, margin, items start, padding, minimum width. Then provide the minimum width for different screen size. Then border, border radius, text color, and here we will add text small and shadow large. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So you can see some changes in this login form. It is displayed in the center where you can see these input field and button. After that, let's come back to the VS Code, and in this p tag we will add the class name. So let's provide the Tailwind classes. We will provide text 2XL, font semi-bold, margin auto. After that, we will open this tailwind config.js file, and in this file here we have this extend object. So in this one just add colors, and in this colors we will add one primary color of our project. So let's add the primary. Here we will provide the color code. After that, we have to add the hashtag. Save these changes and come back to the login.jsx file. Here we will add the class name property, and here let's provide text primary. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see this text in color, which is admin, right? So you can see the complete text admin login. Now just come back to the VS Code, and here in this div we will add the class name width full. Now in this div also we will add the same class name width full. Next we will add the CSS properties in the input fields. So in this input field, let's add the class name property, and here let's provide border, then border color, then rounded, width full, then padding and margin from top. Save the changes. So you can see the first input field is looking good. After that, let me copy this class name from here and paste it in the second input field. Save the changes. Come back to the web page. So this second input field is also looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this login button. So just come back, and in this button tag, we will add the class name property. Here we are going to provide background primary, text white, width full, padding, border radius, and text size. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now this login button is also looking good. After this button, here we have to add one option so that user can switch between admin login to doctor login. For that, after this button tag, here we have this div. So before closing this div, we will add the ternary operator, and here we will check if our state is equal to admin. In that case, here we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will type doctor login. After that, we will add one span tag, and let's add the text click here. After that, if the state is not admin, then we will add the colon and p tag, and here let me copy this line, paste it in this p tag, and provide the text admin login. In both p tag, let's add the question mark. Now save the changes. So here you can see we are at the admin login, and here we have the text doctor login, click here. Now in this span tag, we will add the onClick property. Here we will add one arrow function, and in this one we will call the setStateSetter function. In the first one, we are at the admin state, so it will change the state to doctor. So let's add doctor. And in the second one, we are at the doctor login, so we have to set the admin. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click here, then you can see doctor login, and if I click again, you can see admin login. After that, we will add some CSS properties for this span tag. For that, in the first span tag, let's add the class name property. And here let's provide text primary, underline, and cursor pointer. Now just copy this class name from the first span tag and paste it in the second one. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now we are getting this color and cursor. Now we are at the admin login, and here we have the option for doctor login. Click here. And if I clicked here, we are at the doctor login page, and here we are getting the option for admin login. Click here. So now this logic is working fine, and we have created the UI design for the login page. After that, let's come back to this context file, and in this admin context, we will create one state variable so that we can store the token in that state variable. For that, in this admin context.jsx file, we will create one state variable. So just add const. We will provide the name a token, that is admin token. Then we will add the setter function, that is set a token, equal to, and here we will add the use state, and in this one we will add the initial value, so we will initialize it with empty string. After that, we have to add this a token and set a token in this value property so that we can access it a state in any component. So just add a token, set a token. After that, we will create one environment variable in this admin folder. So in this admin folder, we will create a new file and write the name .env. In this environment file, we will create some environment variable. So let's create one environment variable with the name Backend URL. So to create the environment variable in Vite project, we have to use the prefix called Vite. So just add Vite underscore, then add the name backend underscore URL equal to, and here we have to add the backend URL, that is http://localhost port 4000. Now save the changes and come back to the admin context.jsx file. Here we will create one variable with the name backend URL. In this backend URL variable, we will add this environment variable value. So to add the value from environment variable, we will use import.meta.env. Here we will provide the environment variable name. So let me copy the name from here, Vite backend URL, and we will paste it here. After that, in this value object, we will provide this backend URL. Make sure you have added the comma after every variable or function name in this value object. Now save the changes and come back to the login.jsx file. Here we will add const curly braces, and here we will destructure set a token. To get this function, we have to use the use context hook. In this hook, we have to provide our admin context file. So just add admin context, select it from the suggestion, so it has been imported. After that, now we have the set a token function. Next, we will destructure the backend URL. For that, let's add comma and provide backend URL. So now we have this setter function and backend URL. By using this, we can call the API in this page. So before calling the API, we will create two state variables to store the email ID and password. For that, here we will create the state variable with the name email, and the setter function name will be setEmail equal to useState, and initialize it with empty string. Now just create one copy of it, and the state variable name will be password, and the setter function name is setPassword. So we have created the email ID and password state variable. Now we have to link it with this input field. So in this input field, just add the onClick property. In this one, we will pass one arrow function. Here we will use the setter function, that is setEmail, and from this parameter we will take the event, and here just provide event.target.value. After that we will add the value property, and in this one just provide the email state variable. Now just copy this onClick and this value property from here and paste it in this second input field. Now instead of this setEmail, we will use setPassword, and in this value property we will use password. Now whenever we will update the input fields, then the data will be saved in these state variable. Now we will create the function for this form, so that when we submit this form, then that function will be executed. So let's add the function with the name onSubmitHandler. So just add const onSubmitHandler, and it will be a async arrow function. So just add async and create a arrow function. In the parameter, we will get the form event. After that, come to this form tag, and in this one just add the onSubmit property. In this property, let's provide the onSubmitHandler function. In this function, we will add the event.preventDefault, so that when we submit the form, it will not reload the web page. After that, we have to do one API call. So let's add the try catch block. In this try block, we will do the API call. So to make the API call, we are going to use one if statement, and here we will check if our state is equal to admin. In that case, this block will be executed, and in this block we will add the logic to log in the admin. Then we'll add the else statement, and if the state is not admin, it means we are at the doctor state. Then this else block will be executed, and here we will call the doctor login API. For now, in this if block, we will call the API. For that, we will use the Axios package. So to use the Axios package, first we have to import that package. So just add import Axios from Axios. After that, in this if statement, we will add const curly braces. Here we will destructure the data, that is the response that we will get from the API call. Here we will add equal to await Axios dot post method. In this method, we have to provide the backend URL that we will get from this backend URL variable. After that, we have to concatenate the API endpoint. So let's add plus, and here we will use endpoint, that is /API/admin/login. That is the endpoint that we have already created. So here we will add one object, and in this object we will send the email ID and password from this input fields. After that, Here we will add the if statement and we will check if our data.success is true. In that case, we will get one token. So we will try to console log that token. So let's add console log and provide data.token. Let's save the changes and come back to the login page. Here we will provide the admin login email ID and password. So let me open the backend and env file. Copy the email ID, paste it here. We are not able to paste the text, so let me check the login.jsx file. Here we have added onClick property. We have to add onChange property. Save the changes. Now we can paste it and here we will add the password. Now let me open the console. Now if I click on this login button, we are getting this token. Let me clear the console and click on the login. So here we are getting this token. Next we have to save this token in this state variable, which is a token. So we have destructured this set a token function so that we can save the token using this setter function. So instead of this console log, just add set a token, then data.token. Before that, we will store this token in the local storage also, so that when we reload the web page, then the admin will be logged in using the local storage token. So just add local storage dot set item. In the key name, we will provide a token, and in the value, we will provide data.token. Now save the changes. If I click on this login, and we will open the application tab, and in this local storage we have this a token and this token value. So this logic is working fine. After that, if we try to log in with incorrect password, so you can see, let me clear the console. We are not getting anything in the console. But in the response, we are getting the message that is invalid credential. So we have to display that message using the React Toastify toast notification. To use the React Toastify, let me open a new tab, and here we will search for React Toastify. Open this npm website, scroll down. Here you can see we have two import statement. Just copy these lines and open the VS Code editor, then open app.jsx file, and in this file we will paste this import statement. After this login component, we will add toast container. Now save the changes and open the login.jsx file, and here if the data.success is true, it means we are getting the token and we have stored the token in the local storage. After that, we will add the else statement. It means the success is false. So in that case, we will display the toast notification. So just add toast. So we are getting this suggestion, toast from React Toastify package. So it is imported here. Now in this one, we will add the type. So just add toast.error. Here we will provide the message that we will get from the data.message. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I provide the incorrect password and click on login, so now we are getting the message invalid credentials. It means the toast notification is also working fine. And if we enter the correct password, now we don't have any error, and in the background it will create the token, and the token will be stored in the local storage, and it will also store the token in a state variable. Next we will add the logic, so that if we have the admin token, in that case we will hide this login page and we will display rest of the pages for the admin. For that, let's come back to the app.jsx file, and here we will add const curly braces, and here we will get the a token, that is the state variable, and we will get it from use context, then app context file. After adding this, in this return statement we will add the ternary operator. So let's add a token. So if the a token is available, in that case we will display these tags. If we don't have this a token, then add the colon, and here we will add this bracket, and in this bracket we will add one fragment, and within this fragment let's move this login and toast container, and from here let me remove this login page, and we will keep this toast container tag. Now this structure is looking like this. Let's open the web page, and if I try to log in now, we are not getting anything. So let me come back to the VS Code editor. Here we have added one mistake. We have imported this a token. We have to import this a token from the admin context. So we will provide the admin context, and we can remove this app context import. Now save the changes. Now you can see the login page has been removed. If I try to reload the web page, again this form is visible because we have the token in this local storage, but we are not using this. After reloading the web page, our state variable is getting reset, right? So we will add the logic in this admin context.jsx file. So whenever we are initializing this variable using this empty string, so here we will check if the local storage dot get item, and here we will provide this a token. If this local storage has this a token, then we will add the question mark, and we will provide the value of this token from the local storage. And after that, if it is not available in the local storage, then we will provide the empty string. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see when we reload the web page, still the login page is hidden because we are already logged in. Now if I delete the token from the local storage and refresh this web page, again you can see the login page. And if I click on this login button, now we are logged in. That's why the login page has been removed, and here we have the token in the local storage. Now the login feature is working fine. Next we have to create the dashboard UI design for the admin. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this components folder we will create a new component file with the name navvar. So in this components folder, let's create a new file with the name navvar.jsx, and here we will use RAFCE. Here we have created this navvar component. Next we have to mount this navvar in the app.jsx file. So let's open app.jsx file. Now in this app.jsx file, here we have this div. So in this one we'll add the class name property, and here we'll provide the background color. So just add BG and this color code. Now save the changes. So here we have this light background color. After this toast container, here we will mount our navvar. So just add navvar. So we are getting this suggestion navvar from components folder. So just click here, and the navvar has been imported. After that, save the changes and open navvar.jsx file. Next we will create the structure for this navvar. So in this div, let's add one div, and in this one we will add the image tag. in this image src we will use assets dot admin logo. After this image tag, we will create one p tag, and in this p tag we will use ternary operator. So first we have to get the a token from the admin context. So just add const curly braces a token equal to use context. In this context we have to provide our admin context. After that, in this p tag we will add the curly braces, and here we will check if we have the token available. In that case we will provide this text admin, and if the a token is not available, in that case we will provide doctor. After this div, here let's create one button for the logout. So in this button we will add the text called logout. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are getting this logo. Then we have the text called admin, then logout button. Next, we will provide the CSS properties for this component. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. In this div, we will add the class name property, and let's provide flex justify between item center, padding, border bottom, and background white. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this image and text in the left side and the logout button in the right side. Now let's come back to the VS Code editor, and we will add the CSS properties for this div. So in this div we will add flex item center, gap, text size extra small. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here you can see this image tag, and in the right side we have this admin text. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this image. So just add the class name and provide width, cursor pointer. Save the changes. So now the size for this logo is perfect. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this text, which is admin. So let's come back. Here in this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here let's provide the border and text color so that it will look good. So just add border, padding, rounded full, border gray. We will provide the text color gray 600. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this admin text is looking good with this border. Next, we will provide the CSS properties for this logout button. So in this button tag, we will add the class name property, and here let's provide background primary, text white, text small, padding, and border radius. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now this logout button is also looking good. After that, we will create a function so that when we click on this button, then it will execute that function and the admin will be logged out from the website. For that, let's create one function with the name logout. So just add const logout. In this function, we will call this set a token setter function. So we have to destructure it from the context. So just add set a token, and here in this logout function we will check if we have the a token. In that case we will call the set a token, and we will set it with empty string. After that, we will check if the a token is available. In that case we will call the local storage dot remove item, and here we will remove the a token. Now let's connect this logout function with this button. So just add the onClick property and provide this logout function. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I click on this logout button, now we are logged out because the token has been removed from the A token state and local storage. And if I click on the login button, we are logged in. So this login and logout feature for the admin is working fine. After that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will use the use navigate hook. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate. After that, in this function we will call this navigate function, and here we will provide the path of our home page, that is slash. So whenever user will click on the logout button, then the user will be redirected to the slash page. Now save the changes. After that, we will create one more component. So let me open our Figma design file. So in the left side you can see we have a sidebar. So we will design this sidebar. So in this components folder, let's create a new file with the name sidebar.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. After that, we will come to app.jsx file. In this file, we will add one div. After this, navbar. In this div, we will mount our sidebar. So just add sidebar. After adding this, in this div, let's add the class name property, and here let's provide flex items start. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this sidebar text from this sidebar component. After this sidebar, we will create multiple routes for the multiple pages. For that, let's open the pages folder, and in this pages folder we will create a new folder called admin, and in this admin folder we will create all the pages for the admin. And in this pages folder we will create one more folder called doctor. After that, we will create multiple pages in this admin folder. So you can see in the design, in the admin panel, we will add the dashboard appointment, add doctor and doctor list. So we will create these pages for the admin panel. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and we will open this admin folder, and in this admin folder we will create different pages. So right click and create a new file and write the file name add doctor.jsx. After that, here we will use RAFCE. We will save the changes. After that, create a new file in this admin folder, and let's add the name allappointments.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Save the changes. Now create a new file in this admin folder and write the name dashboard.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Similarly, we will create one more page and write the name doctors list.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. We will save the changes. Here we have created 4 pages. Now let's open app.jsx, and here we will set up the routes for our pages. For that, here we have to use the routes tag that we will get from the React router DOM. Between this routes tag, we will create one route tag. When we click here, this routes and route has been imported from the React router DOM package. After that, we will create one path property and provide this slash. Here we will add the element. In this element, we will add one fragment. So in the home page at this path, we will not display any UI if the doctor and admin is logged in. After that, we will create one more route. So let me create one copy of it, and here we will add the path /admin dashboard. And in this element, we will use dashboard page component. So we have added this route for the dashboard.jsx file. Similarly, just copy this line, and here we have to correct this spelling dashboard. After that, in the second path, let's add /all appointments. And here we will add the element that is all appointments. Now let's create one copy of it. Here we will update the path. It will be add doctor. And here we will update the element that is add doctor component. Now let's create one more route. So just copy and paste it. Here we will add the path that is /doctor list. Here we will use the element that is doctor list component. So we have imported all these 4 pages for the admin, and we have created the path for these pages. So whenever we will open these paths, then we will see these pages. After that, we will create this sidebar, and we will add this nav links so that when we click here, it will update the page. So let's open sidebar.jsx file and remove this text from here. And in this sidebar component, first we have to import a token from the admin context. So just add const curly braces a token. After that, here we will use the use context. In this use context, we will provide admin context. So we have the a token from the admin context. After that, in this div, we will add one ternary operator. So just add this curly braces, and here we will check if we have the a token. In that case, we will return one UL tag. In this UL tag, we will create these sidebar entries like this dashboard, appointments, add doctor, and doctors list. For that, here we will use the navlink tag that we will get from the React router DOM. So just add the opening arrow navlink. We are getting this suggestion. If I click here, the navlink has been imported. After that, between this tag, we will create one image tag. So just add the img, and in this image src, we will provide this icon. So just add assets.home icon. After this image tag, we have to add the text in p tag. And in this paragraph tag, let's add this text which is dashboard. So we have to create other copy of this nav link. So just copy and paste it for 3 times. After that, in the second one, we will provide appointment icon, as you can see here. Here we will use assets.appointment icon. After that, in the third one, we will update the icon that will be this plus icon, which is add icon. So just add assets.add icon. And in the fourth one, we have to provide this users icon or people icon. So let me add assets.people icon. After that, we will update the text also. So let's copy this appointments from here and paste it here. Then copy this add doctor, then paste it here. After that, we will copy the fourth one, which is doctors list, and paste it here. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are getting these sidebar. Next we have to add the to property in this nav link. So in the first one we'll add the to property, and in this one we have to add this quote, and in this one we have to provide the route path of this dashboard page. So if I open app.jsx file, here you can see the path is /admin dashboard. So let me copy it and open sidebar.jsx file. Here we will paste it. Similarly, in this nav link also we will add the to property. Here we have to provide the appointment page. So let's open app.jsx file, and from here we will copy this path. And let's open sidebar.jsx file and paste this path here in the quote. After that, in the next one we will add the to property. We will open app.jsx. From here we will copy this path and we will come to sidebar.jsx and paste the path in this quote. Now in the last nav link we will add the to property. Let's open app.jsx file and copy this path, doctor list, and open sidebar.jsx, and here we will add the quote and paste it. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are at the home page, that is /path, and we are not getting anything else because for this slash we have added this fragments. After that, if I click on dashboard, as you can see the path is /admin dashboard. Here we are getting the text dashboard. If I click on appointments, then you can see the message all appointments. If I click on add doctor, here we have this message add doctor, and if I click on doctor list, here we have the message doctor list. So when we click on this sidebar elements, then it is displaying the page. It means the page is getting mounted on different route. Now we'll add the CSS properties for the sidebar. So let's come back. We will open sidebar.jsx file. Here we have this div, so in this one just add the class name property, and here let's provide the minimum height screen, background white, and border right. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see these items are displayed in the left side only, and in the right side we have the page name. So if I click on dashboard, it is displaying dashboard. After that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. In this UL tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text and this text color. Then we will add the margin top. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have this text color. Next we will come to this nav link tag, and here let's add the class name property, and here we are going to use the dynamic class name. So just add the curly braces, and in this one we will pass one arrow function, and in this arrow function we will pass one object where we will get is active property. So if our nav link is active, it means the is active will be true, and if this nav link is not active, then this property will be false. So after that, here we will return one text. So just use the template literal. So just add the backticks. In this backtick, we will provide some class name. So let's provide flex. Item center, gap 3, padding, minimum width, cursor pointer. After that, we will add the $sign curly braces so that we can use the dynamic class names. And here we will check if our is active property is true. In that case, we will provide some class name, and if it is false, we will provide one empty string. So if it is true, we will add some class name. So in the first code, let's add the background color, then we will add the border right, then border color, that is primary. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see here we have selected this dashboard, that's why we are getting this background color in this first item. Now let me copy this class name from here and we will paste it in all 3 enabling tags. So in this second one we'll paste it, then in the third one, now in the fourth one. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now this sidebar is looking good. If I click on this, you can see the background color is moving from one to another element. Now we are at the admin dashboard, so that's why this is highlighted with background color and right side border. Now if I change the page, this highlight color is changing. So this logic is working fine. Now we have created the sidebar. Next we will design the add doctor page first, because we have created the API to add the doctors. So we will create this page. So let's open the add doctor.jsx file. In this file we will remove this div, and here we will add the form tag. In this form tag we will create the paragraph tag. After that, let's come back to the Figma design. Here you can see first we have this text add doctor. So let me copy this text and paste it in this p tag. After that, we will create one div. In this div, we will create another div. In this one, we will create one label tag. So just add the label. And in this one, we will create one image. So in this image, we are going to use this image for the upload area. So here in this src, let's add the curly braces. Here we will use the assets. So first we have to import the assets. So just add import curly braces assets from // assets folder / assets file. After that, in this src, we will provide the assets dot upload area. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Here you can see we have this image and this text. After this label tag, we will create one input field, and the input type will be file, and here remove this name property. In this ID property, we will provide doc image, that is doctor image. After that, we will come back to this label tag, and in this HTML4 we will provide this ID, that is doc img. So just copy and paste it in this HTML4. After that, in this input field we will add hidden. So this input field will be hidden. After this input field, we will add one paragraph tag. And in this one, we have to add this text, upload doctor picture. So just copy and paste it in this p tag. And after this doctor, we have to add the br tag to add the line break. Save the changes. So now you can see this upload doctor. And when I click on this image, it will open a window to upload a file. After closing of this div, here let's create another div, and in this one we will create another div, and here let's add one more div. In this one we will create the paragraph tag, and in this one we will add this text, your name. So just copy it from here and paste it in this p tag. After that, we have to create one input field, and the input type will be text. Then we will add the placeholder. In this placeholder, let's add the name, and we will add required. So we have to provide this input field value to submit the form. After this div, let's create the copy of this div. So just copy and paste it. Now in this p tag, we will add the text, doctor email. Here also we have to add doctor name. In this placeholder, simply add the email and change the type to email. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we are getting doctor name and input field, doctor email and input field. After that, we will create one more copy of this div. So let's copy and paste it. In this div, we have to add the doctor password. So just copy the text and paste it here in this p tag. And the input type will be password. And in this placeholder, we will add password. After this div, we will create one more div. And this one is for the doctor's experience. Here you can see we have the select tag to select the doctor's experience. So let me copy this text called experience, and in this div we will add the p tag, and within this p tag we will add this text. After that, we will create one select tag, and in this one we will add different values. So just add the option tag, and here we will add the value and text. So let's add 1 year, and in the value also we will add 1 year that will be displayed on the web page. Now we will create other copy of this option tag. So we will create total 10 options. Here we will add the value 2 years, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have provided the experience option. After this select tag, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we are getting this drop down selection. After this part, we have to add this fee option where you can enter the doctor fee. So let's come back to the VS Code, and after this div, we will create a copy of this div. So just copy and paste it. Input type will be number, and here we will add the placeholder text fee. We will save the changes, come back to the web browser. Here we have this input field for fee. So we have created the input field for the left side, name to fee. Then we have to add the input field in the right section. So after closing of this div, we will create another div. In this one, we will add another div. And within this, we will add the p tag. And here we will add a specialty. After this p tag, we will add the select tag, and in this select tag we will add different options. So let's add the option tag. We will add option into 6. So in the first one we have to add the value. So let me come back to the frontend project. Here we have these different specialty. So let me copy the first one from here, and we will paste it here in this VS Code editor in this value, and here in this text also. Similarly, we will copy other specialty. So just copy the second one, paste it here. Now just copy the third one, paste it in the value and option text. Now copy the next one. Like this, we will copy all 6 specialties. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting the drop down option for the specialty. After this div, here we will create one more div for this education detail. So let me copy the div from here and paste it here after this select tag. Here we will update the text in p tag. So just copy and paste it in this paragraph text. In the placeholder, we will add education, and here in the input type, we will type text. After this div, we will create another div for this address input field. So let's add one div, then one p tag, and here we will add this text address. After this p tag, let's create one input field. Input type will be text and the placeholder will be address 1. Here also we will provide required. Now let's create one more copy of this input field and we'll add address 2. After this div, we have to create this about me section where we can provide the about text about the doctor. So just come back and here we will copy this div from here and paste it. In this p tag, just add the text about doctor. And after this p tag, we will update this input tag. Here we will use the text area. In this text area, we will add placeholder, that is write about doctor. So we have added write about doctor. Now we will provide the row property, and in this row we will provide value 5. Now remove this type text, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this text box. Next we have to create this add doctor button. For that, after this div, we will create one button tag. In this button tag, we will add the button text add doctor. So just copy and paste it from the design file. Right click and select format document. Now if I save the changes, here we have this add doctor option. Next we have to add the CSS in this add doctor page. For that, in this form tag, we will provide some CSS properties. So in this form, let's add class name property and provide the Tailwind classes like margin 5 width full. After that, in this p tag, we will add the class name and here let's provide margin bottom, text large, font medium. Save the changes, come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this text add doctor. After that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. And in this div, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide background white, padding, border radius, width full. Then we will define the maximum width and maximum height. Then overflow y scroll. Save the changes, come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this container in white color, where we will add the doctor details and here we have the add doctor button. Here we are getting this scroll bar, so we have to hide this scroll bar. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will come to index.css file, and in this file we will add double colon dash webkit dash a scroll bar. Here we have to add @apply hidden. Now save the changes and close this page. Now just come back to the web browser. So now you can see the scroll bar is hidden. After that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and after this div, in this one we will add the class name property and we'll provide flex item center gap 4, then margin bottom, text color gray. Save the changes. Now in the left side we have this upload image, then we have the text in the right side. After that, we have to add the CSS properties for this image tag. So in this img tag, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide the width, background color, border radius and cursor pointer. Save the changes. So now the size for this image is perfect. After that, we will add the CSS properties. After that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide flex column, large flex row, items start, gap 10, text gray, 600. So here we are using the flex column for the small device, and for the large device we are using flex row. Now let's come back to the web browser, and in the left side you can see we have this section, doctor email, name, and in the right side we have these options, education, address, and specialty. After that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here let's provide the width full, large, flex 1, flex, flex column, gap 4. Save the changes. Now you can see here we have some space. Now just come back, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here let's provide flex 1, flex column, gap 1. Save the changes. Now you can see the width of this input field. Now just come back to the VS Code and copy the class name from here, and we will paste it in other div also. So let's add it here. Similarly in the next one, in this one also we will add the same class name. Then in this div also where we have added fee, after that we will add it here in this div where we have added the specialty, then in this education div, and after that in this address div. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let's come back to the web browser. Here in this div we will add the class name, and here let's provide width full, large, flex 1, flex, flex column, gap 4. Let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see the alignment for these input field is looking good. It has same width for left side and right side. From here, let me remove the saved password. After that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and we will come here in this div. In this input field, we will add the class name property, and here let's provide border, rounded, padding. Save the changes. So you can see the first input field, which is doctor name, is looking good. After that, we will copy this class name from here, and we will paste it in other input fields also. We will paste it in the next input field, then paste it in this select tag. We will add the same class name. After that, in this input field where we have added the fee. After that, in this select tag where we have the specialty. Then in this input field where we are adding the education. Then in this input field where we have added the address 1 and address 2. Save the changes. Now you can see all the input fields are looking good. After that, we have to add the CSS properties for this text area where we can enter the about. So just come back to the VS Code, and here in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here just provide the margin top and margin bottom. After that, in this text area, just provide the class name. Here we will add width full, padding, border, border radius. Save the changes. Now this about doctor input field is also looking good. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this button. So just come back to the VS Code, and in this button tag, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide background primary, padding, margin top, text white, and border radius. Save the changes. So now this add doctor button is also looking good. So now we have created the UI of this add doctor page. Next we have to make this functional. So let's come back, and here we will create some state variables where we can store these data. So before this return statement, we will create some state variables. So first we will create the state variable to store the image file. So just add const doc.img, that means doctor image. Setter function name will be set doc.img equal to use state and initialize it with false. After that, let's create one copy of it, and here we will add the name. Setter function name is set name and it is one empty string. Now let's create one copy. Here we will add the email. Setter function name will be set email and it is also empty string. Now let's create one more copy. Here we will add the password. Setter function name will be set password. After that, let's create another copy. Here we will add the experience and the setter function name will be set experience. Now let's create one more copy. Here we will add fee and just add the setter function name set fee. Now let's create another copy. Here we will add about and then add set about. Now let's create one more copy. Here we will add a specialty. Here we will add set a specialty. After that, let's create another copy. Here we will add degree and the setter function name will be set degree. After that, let's create one more copy and here we will provide address 1. Setter function name will be set address 1. Let's create one more copy. Here we will add address 2 and set address 2. So here we have created all the state variables that is required to link our input field and text area. After that, here we are using the select tags. So whenever we use the select tag, then we have to initialize the value with first value of the select tag. So in this experience section, we have to add 1 year. So in this experience, let's initialize it with 1 year. Similarly, in this one, where we have added a specialty, we have to add the general physician. So let me copy the text from here. We will paste it here. In this state variable, initialize it with general physician. Save the changes. So we have created all the state variables. Next, we have to link these state variables with our input fields and text area. For that, first we will start with this image tag. So we will come to this input field where we have the type file. In this one, we will add the onChange property, and in this onChange, let's pass one arrow function. In this arrow function, we will pass this event as parameter, and here we will call this set doc image setter function. In this one, we will provide e.target.files, then index 0. After that, save the changes. So whenever we will click on this image and select any image, then that image will be stored in this state variable, that is doc image. After that, we have to preview that image that we have selected from the image select window. For that, we will come to this image tag, and in this src we will check if we have the doc image available in this state variable. In that case, we will use that image to display on web page, and if it is not available, then we will display this assets upload area. So after this question mark before this colon, we will use url dot create object url, and in this one we will provide doc image So it will create one temporary URL for this image. Using that, we can display this image on the web page. So save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see the selected image is getting displayed here. So you can see the preview. Now let's click again and select the another doctor. You can see the preview of that doctor that is stored in this doc image state variable. After that, we have to link this doctor name input field with our state variable. For that, come to this input field, and in this one just add the onChange property. In this onChange, let's add the arrow function. Here we will pass the event, and here we will call the set name setter function. In this one, we have to provide the input field value. So just add e.target.value. After that, we will add the value property, and in this one, just provide the state variable name, which is name. Now just copy this onChange and value property from here, and we will paste it in this second input field where we have the email. After pasting it, we will use the set email setter function, and in the value we will provide email. After that, we will add the same property in this input field. Here we will update the setter function. It will be set password, and in the value property we will provide the password state. Now in this select tag, we will paste this onChange. Here we will use set experience setter function, and here in the value we will use experience. So whenever we will select any option tag, then this value will be saved in this state variable. Similarly, in this input field we will paste it, and we will use the set fees, and in this value property we will use fee. Now in this select tag also just paste this onChange. Here we will use set specialty, and in the value we will use the specialty state. After that, come to this input field, and here we will paste this onChange and value. Here we will use the setter function set degree, where we can save the educational degree. Then in this value property we will add degree state. Now for this address, let's add the same property in these input field. We will add the onChange and value. So in the first one, let's add set address 1, and in the second one we will use set address 2. Now for the value, just add address 1 and address 2. Now for this text area, let's add the same onChange and value property. Here we will use the setter function set about, and in the value property we will use about. Now in this button tag we will add the type, that will be submit. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I try to type something, you can see we can write the name, email ID, we can add the education, and these data will be saved in our state variables. After that, we will create one function so that when we click on this add doctor, then that function will get executed. So let's scroll up, and here after adding all the state variable, here we will create one function with the name onSubmitHandler. So just add const onSubmitHandler. It will be one async arrow function, so just add async and create the arrow function. Now in this parameter we will get the event, that will be form event, and after that we will use this event. So just add event.prevent default, so that when we submit the form, it will not reload the web page. Now in this form tag we will link this function. So we will add onSubmit property, and in this one simply provide onSubmitHandler function that we have just created. So save the changes. So we have linked this onSubmitHandler function with our form. Now in this form we will call our API so that we can add the doctor to the database from this admin panel. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. And before this function, we will get the backend URL from the context, and we will also get the admin token. For that, let's add const curly braces. We will add the backend URL. Then we will add the admin token equal to, we will use the use context hook, and here just provide the admin context. We are not getting the suggestion for this admin context. So let's open the admin context.jsx file, and after opening that, let's open add doctor.jsx file, and here we will add admin context. Now we are getting the suggestions, so just click here. So it will automatically import this file. Now we have this backend URL and a token that is coming from this admin context. Now we can make the API call using this data. So to make the API call, in this function we will add the try catch block. In this try block, we will add one check. So we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add the condition. If we don't have the doc image, then we are going to display a toast notification, that is return, and we'll use the toast dot. We are not getting the suggestion for this toast, so we have to import it manually. So just add import curly braces toast from React Toastify package. After that, here if I add dot, then we can use error, and in this one we'll add the message, that is image not selected. So just add text image not selected. Now save the changes and come back. Now in this form we will add some dummy text and click on this add doctor button. Here also we have to add the input field. Now you can see we are getting this message image not selected because we have not selected the image, and if I select the image and click on this add doctor, then we are not getting any error message. After this check, we will create one form data. In that one we will add these data. For that, let's create one form data. So just add const form data equal to, we will use new operator, we will use form data constructor. After that, we will add the details of the doctor in this form data. So to add that, simply add form data dot append method, and in this one first we will add the image. So just add the field name, and then we will provide the doc image, a state variable. So when we created the backend, to store the image, we are using this field name called image that we have created using the multer. So we have to use the same field name, then only it will store the image in the backend. After that, let's create one copy of it, and here we'll add the field name, and in this property let's add the name state. Now let's create one more copy. Here we'll add the email, and here let's add email state. Let's create another copy. Here we will add the password, and here we will use the password state. Let's create one more copy. Here we will add the experience. Here we will add the experience state. Let's create one more copy. Here we will add the fee, and here we will add the fee state. It will be one number, so here let's add number, and in this number we will provide this fee state, so it will convert it from a string to number. Now let's create one copy of it. Here we will add about. Here we will use the about a state. Now let's create one more copy. Here we will add the specialty, and here we will use the specialty state. Now let's create one more copy. Here we will add field name, that is degree, then provide the state degree. After that, let's create one more copy. Here we will send the address. So to send the address, we have to create one JSON format. So here let's add one curly braces, and in this object we will define the line 1 property, and in this one we will store the address 1. Similarly, we will add another property, that is line 2, and in this one we will store address to a state variable. Here we can send only a string in the form data, so we have to convert this object into a string using the JSON stringify method. For that, let's add json.stringify, and inside this we will move this object. So it will stringify this object, and whenever we will try to save our data in the database, then it will be converted into the object using the json.parse method. Now we have this form data. Now let's check this form data. So we will console log this form data. We cannot console log this form data directly. For that, we have to use the for each method in this form data. So let's add the comment, and here we will add console log form data. After that, we will add form data dot for each, and inside this we will pass the arrow function. In this parameter we will get the value and key name. Here we will console log this details, so just add console log. Here we will provide a template literal. So first we are going to add the curly braces with dollar. Here we will add the key, then add the colon, then again add $sign curly braces, and in this one we will add the value. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. We will reload this web page, and let's open the inspect. Go to console. So now select the doctor's image. Here we will add the doctor's name, test name. In this email we will provide any dummy email, so test@demo.com. In this password, let's provide this password. Then in this education we will add this MBBS, then we will add the address 1, so just add Main Street. And in the second address we will add second road. After that we will select the fee, then add the text in this text area about doctor text, and click on this add button. Now you can see in this image we are getting one object file, that is one image, and in this name property we are getting the name, then we are getting the email, password, experience. So you can see we are getting all the values that we have entered in the form. So now the form data is perfectly created. Close this terminal, and here now we can make the API call to the backend to save the doctor's detail on the database. So just add const curly braces data equal to, here we are going to use await. After that we will use the Axios. We are not getting the suggestion for Axios, so first we have to import it. So just add import Axios from Axios package. Now here we will use axios.post method. In the post method we have to provide our backend URL, then we have to concatenate the endpoint for the adding doctor. So the endpoint was /API/admin/add doctor. So here we have added the endpoint. After that we have to simply provide the form data. After this form data we have to add one header, and in this header we have to provide the admin token, so that this authentication will get completed and our form data will be stored in the database. So in this curly braces, just add headers, and in this headers we will add one object where we will add a token. When we provide this a token, then it will get converted into the smaller case. So here we have provided the a token with T capital, but when we call the API, it will be converted to the smaller case. Similarly, in the backend, we have added the a token in a smaller, so there will be no issue. Let me open the middleware file, auth admin. Here we are getting the a token in a smaller case. You can see the T is small. After that, we will get the response here in this data property. So let's try to console log this data. So to console log this data, first we'll check if our data.success is true. In that case, we are going to add toast.success, where we'll provide data.message. And if the data.success is not true, then we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement, let's add toast.error, and here also we will add data.message. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let me come back to the VS Code and we'll open the frontend folder src assets.js. So in the previous test, we have added this doctor detail for the doctor 1. Now we will add this data that is for the doctor 2. So let me copy the doctor's name. We will paste it here. Then let's select the specialty. So we'll select this here. After that, we have to add the degree. We will add it here. Then we have to select the experience, 3 years. Then we have to add the about text, so just copy it from here, paste it in this text area. Now we'll add the fee, that is $60. Then add the address, so just copy the line 1, paste it here. Then copy the line 2, paste it here. Here we have to provide one unique email ID for this doctor, so simply use first name of that doctor and this email ID. Then we'll add one password. After that, we will click on this add doctor button. So you can see we are getting the warning image not selected. So select the image. We will select this doctor 2. After that, let's click on this add doctor button. Now you can see the message doctor added. So let's open our MongoDB Atlas website. So we'll search for MongoDB Atlas. We will log in. To see the data, we will click here, browse collections. Then go to Prescripto, then doctors. Now you can see we have second entry here that we have just added. You can see the same doctor's name, then email ID. Here we have the doctor image that is uploaded to the Cloudinary. So let's copy the address and paste it in the new tab. So you can see the doctor image. And here we have other details about this doctor like address, fee, date of creation, slots booked. So now we have added the doctor in the database. So this logic is working fine. After that, we have to clear this input field and this image also so that we can add another doctor. For that, let's come back to add doctor.jsx file, and in this if statement, after we get the data.success true, here we have to reset our data. So first we will reset the image, so just add set doctor image, and here we will provide false. After that, we will add set name. Here we will provide empty string. Let's create copy. Here we will add set password. Let's create copy. We will create set email. Next we will add set address 1. Again create a copy and we will add set address 2. After that let's copy and here we will provide set degree. After resetting it, we have to reset the about, so just add set about. After that we will set the fee, so just add set fees. So we have reset all these input fields and image input field. Here we are not going to reset the select tags. Here we have added the experience and this specialty. We are not going to reset it. After that, if any error occurs in the try block, then the catch block will be executed. In that case, just add the toast.error. Here we will provide error.message. After that, we will add console.log. In this one, we will display error. Now we have created the add doctor page. As you can see, if we try to add this doctor again, just click here. Now you can see the message duplicate key error because we are trying to create the doctor with same email ID. So let's add the test at this email ID and click on this add doctor. Now you can see the message doctor added and all the input fields and image tag has been reset. So this logic is working fine. Let me come back to the MongoDB and click on this refresh button. Here you can see we have total 3 entries. So the last one is this one, which is test at prescripto. So let me delete this data. Now here we have to add the remaining doctors that we have added here in this assets.js file. So here we have total 15 doctors. So we are going to add these doctors one by one using this admin panel in our database. Now I have added all 15 doctors in the database. As you can see here, we have total 15 entries. Now let's come back to the Figma design file. Here you can see this is the all doctors page in the admin panel. So here we will display all doctors and here we will add one checkbox. Using that we can enable or disable booking for particular doctor. So if we uncheck that one, then the doctor will be unavailable for the booking. To create this page, we will come back to the VS Code editor. First, we have to create the API to get all the doctors data from the database. So let's right click here and select close saved. After that, we will open admin controller.js file. And in this file, here we are going to create an API controller function to get all the doctors data. For that, let's add one comment. Here, let's write API to get all doctors list for admin panel. After that, let's create one arrow function with the name all doctors. It will be one async arrow function, so write async and create the arrow function. In this parameter, we will get request and response. After that, here we are going to add the try catch block. In this catch block, let me copy this console log and response and paste it in this catch block. Now in this try block, let's add const doctors equal to await. Here we are going to use the doctor model dot find method and just provide one empty object. After that, if I come back to the database, here you can see we have this password property, right? So I don't want to add this password in this response. For that, we have to exclude that property. So simply add dot select. In this one, just add the single quote and write dash password. So it will remove the password property from this doctor's response. After that, we will create the response. So just add response.json, and here let's add the object where we will define the success property true. With that, we will also send the doctor's data. Next, we have to add this all doctors function in this export. Now save the changes and we will come to routes folder, admin route.js file. In this file, here we will create one copy of this line, and here we will add the path. It will be / all doctors. And here we are going to use that function, that is all doctors, that is coming from the admin controller.js file. So you can see it will import, so it will import this function from admin controller. Now in this API also we have to add the middleware so that we can authenticate the admin to access this API. So simply add auth admin as a middleware. Now let's test this API. So to test this API, we will open Thunder client. We will create a new request. Here we will select the method post. After that, here let's add the HTTP localhost port 4000 /API /admin /add doctors. In the header, we have to add the authentication token. So just add a token. Here we have to add one token. So let me open the previous request from here. This is the login request. Click on the send button. So now we will get the token. So just copy it. Close this request, and in this one we will paste the token. Now if I click on the send button, here we are getting the API not found. Let me come back, and the route is all doctors, right? So here let me correct the route. It is /admin /all doctors. Now let's click on this send button. So let me save this request. So just press Ctrl S, so it will be saved in the left side. After that, click on this send button. So now we are getting the response, and in this response you can see success true. Then we have the doctors property that includes one array, and in this one we have all doctors detail like ID, name, email, image, specialty, degree, experience, about, available, fee, address, date, and here we have the slots booked. So total we have 15 doctors data. Now using this API, we will display the doctors on the all doctors page in the admin panel. So let me come back to the VS Code again, close this request. Let's close these files also. And now let's come to admin folder, and we will open doctorslist.jsx file. Here we are going to create the UI for all doctors list. So in this page, we will add the doctor's profile and available button. For that, we have to get all doctors data. So to get the data, we will call the API that we have just created. So let's open admin context.jsx file, and here we will create one function with the name get all doctors. So let's add const get all doctors. It will be one async arrow function, so write async and create the arrow function. Inside this function, we will add one try catch block. Now in this try block, we will call the API to get the doctor's data. Before that, here we will create the state variable where we will store that data. So just add const doctors, setter function name is set doctors equal to use state, and initialize it with empty array. After that, in this try block, we will add the const. Here we will destructure the data that we will get from the API response. Here we will add await and axios. We are not getting the suggestion for the axios, so we have to import it manually. So just add import axios from axios package. Now here we will use axios.post method. We have created the last API with the post method, that's why we are adding post. Then we will provide the backend URL. In this one, we will concatenate the API endpoint. So let me copy the endpoint from here, API admin / all doctors. So let's copy and paste it here. After that, we are not sending any data in the body, so just add empty object and again add another object, and here we will define the headers, and in this headers we have to send the admin token, that is a token. Now we will get the data. So first we will check if data.success is true, it means the API call is successful and we will get the doctor's data. So in that case, we will call the set doctors function, and in this one we will save data.doctors, that is an array. And if the data.success is not true, it means there is some error in the API call. So let's add the else statement, and here we will add the toast notification. So just add toast. So first we have to import the toast. For that, here let's add import curly braces toast from React Toastify package. After that, let's add toast.error, and in this one let's provide data.message. After that, in this catch block we will add a toast notification with the type error, and here we will add error.message. Now we have created the function to get all doctors data. Next we have to call this function whenever we will open this doctor list page. For that, let's come back, and here in this value property we will provide this doctors. Then we will add get all doctors function. Now save this file and open doctorslist.jsx file. Here we will destructure the data from the context. So just add const, we will get doctors, and we will get the all doctors. After that we will get a token, then we will get all doctors function. So we have added these things. Then equal to, we will use the use context, and here we have to provide our admin context where we have defined doctors, a token, and get all doctors. After that, let's use the use effect hook, and in this one we will pass the arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array we will add admin token. After that, whenever the admin token will get updated, then it will execute this function, and in that case let's add the if statement, and here we will check if we have the admin token, then we will call get all doctors function. After setting this data in doctor's state, let's add the console log and provide data.doctors so that we can see the doctor's data in the console. Save the changes and let's come back to the web browser and click on Inspect tab. Open console log. Here you can see we have one array with 15 elements. And in this element we have the data of individual doctor. And here we don't have the password that we have removed from our backend. After that we have to display the doctors as a card. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. In this div, let's create one h1 tag. And in this h1 tag, simply add this text, which is all doctors. So just copy it and paste it here. After this h1 tag, let's create one more div. And inside this div, we will add the curly braces. And here we will use doctors array, and on this array we can use the map method. In this one we will pass one arrow function, and here we will use this bracket. Here we have to return one div. Now in this parameter we will get individual item and index number. Here we will add item and index. Now in this div, let's add the key property where we will add index. In this div, we will create some structure like this. So first we need the image tag, so just add the img. And in this src we will use this item that we will get from parameter, and in this item we will get this image property. So let's add image. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see we are getting images for all the doctors. After that, we will add one div tag, and in this div tag we will display the doctor's detail like name, specialty and availability. So let's add two p tag, p into 2. So in the first one we will display the doctor's name. So just add item.name. In the second one we have to display a specialty. So just add item dot, and let's copy this property, a specialty, paste it here. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see here we have this doctor's name and a specialty for all the doctors. Next we have to display one checkbox. So when it is checked, the doctor is available for the booking, and if it is unchecked, the doctor is unavailable for the booking. So let's come back, and after this p tag, let's create one div, and in this div we will add one input field, and in this input field the type will be checkbox. After that, let's add the checked property. So in this checked we will add the item.available property. You can see we are getting this available true. So let me copy this property from here, and let's add item.available. So if the item.available is true, then it will be checked, and if it is false, then the checkbox will be unchecked. After that, let's add one p tag, and in this paragraph tag, let's add this text, available. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are getting the image, name, a specialty, and this checkbox and text available. Next we will provide the CSS properties for this page. So let's come back to the VS Code, and in this div let's add the class name property, and in this one we will provide the Tailwind classes, that is margin, max height, overflow, y, scroll. After that, let's come back to the web page, and here you can see some space because we have added the margin, Next we have to add the CSS properties for this text, that is all doctors. So in this h1 tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text large and font medium. Save the changes. So this all doctors text is looking good. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this div tag. So in this one, we will add the class name, and let's provide flex and flex wrap. So first we'll add width full, flex, flex wrap, gap, then padding top, then gap from y-axis. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting 2 doctors in one row. If we decrease the size of this card, then we will see multiple doctors in single row. For that, here in this div, let's add the class name. After that, in this class name, let's provide border, border color, then border radius, then maximum width, overflow hidden, cursor pointer, and group. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have total 5 doctors in one row. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. So here we have the img. In this one, let's add the class name and let's provide the background color. Then we will add the group hover. Then we will change the background color. We will add the transition and duration. Save the changes. So now you can see if I move cursor over this image, the background color is changing. You can see the primary background color. So this effect is looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for these text. So let's come back to the VS Code. And in this div, let's add the class name property, and here let's provide the padding 4. After that, we will add the CSS properties in these p tag. So just add the class name. In the first one, where you can see we have added name. So in this one, just provide text neutral 800, then text large, then font medium. Similarly, in this second p tag, we will add the text color, then a small text size. Save the changes. So now these text are looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this div where we have added the input field. So let's add the class name, and in this one we will provide margin top, flex, item center, gap, and text size small. Save the changes. Now our cards are ready. And here we have total 15 doctors. After that, we will add the custom font in the admin panel. For that, let's come back to the index.css file and then come to web browser, and here we will search for outfit font. Let's open the first website, which is fonts.google.com. We will click on this get font, then click on get embed code, then just click on import and copy this import statement. After that, in this index.css file, we will add one CSS properties for all the elements, that is font family. Here we will add outfit. And after that, in the first line, we will paste the import statement that we have just copied from Google Font website. Save the changes and close this file. After that, let's come back to the web page and reload this web page. So you can see the updated outfit font on this website. Next, we will add the functionality so that when we click on this checkbox, then it will change the available property in the doctor's database. So the available property will be false and we cannot book the appointment with that doctor. So let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will come to backend folder, and in this backend folder we will open admin controller.js file. Then we have this doctor controller.js file, so let's open doctor controller.js, and in this file we will create one arrow function. In this file we are going to create one controller function with the name change availability. So let's add const change availability equal to, we will use the async and we will create one arrow function. In this parameter we will get the request and response. After that, here we will add the try catch block. Here we will add the functionality in doctor's controller because we need this functionality in both admin panel and doctor dashboard. That's why we are adding this functionality in doctor controller.js file. After that, if any error occurs in the try block, then this catch block will be executed. So let me just copy the code from this catch block and paste it here. Now we have to export this function, so just add export, and in this one provide the function name. Now in this try block we will add the logic so that we can update the available status from the database. So first we have to get the doctor ID. So whenever we will make the request, we have to send the doctor ID. So just add const curly braces, and here let's add the doc ID equal to request.body. After that, we have to find the doctor's data using this doctor ID. So just add const doc data equal to await. Here we will use doctor model. So it will import the doctor model from doctormodel.js file. After that, we will use findYID method, and in this method we have to provide our doctor ID that we will receive from the request body. So we have provided the doctor ID. After that, here we will change the doctor data available property. So just add await doctor model. Then we are going to use the findYID and update method. In this method we have to provide the doctor ID. After this doctor ID we will add one object, and in this one we are going to declare which property we are going to update. So let's add the property name that is available, and here we will make it true if it is false, and if it is already false we will make it true. For that, let's use this doctor data. So let's add not doc data dot available property. After that we have to send one response. So to send the response, just add response.json, and here let's pass the object where we will add the success property that will be true. After this success property true, we will add the message property. Here we will add the message that will be availability changed. So now we have created the logic for the change availability control function. Next we will create the route. So to create the route, let's open admin route.js file and let's duplicate this line, and here we have to provide the endpoint. So let's add slash change availability. Here we are going to use this auth admin. Here instead of this all doctors, replace it with change availability. So it has been imported from doctor controller.js file. Next we have to save the changes. Next we have to add this logic. in this doctor list page, so that when we click here, it will change the available property. So let's come back to the VS Code editor and close these files, and let's open admin context.jsx file, and here we will create one arrow function to change the available property using the API. For that, we will create one arrow function. So let's add const change availability, and it will be one async arrow function. So just add async and create the arrow function. In this parameter, we need the doctor ID. After that, we will add the try catch block, and in this try catch block, let me copy the toast error from here, and if the error occurs in the try block, then this catch block will be executed and it will display one toast notification to the admin. After that, in this try block, we will call the API. So just add const curly braces, and here let's add the data. So we will destructure the data property from response. After that, let's add the await axios. Here we will use the post method. Next, we have to add the backend URL. Then we will concatenate the API endpoint. So the API endpoint is going to be /API/admin/change availability. After that, we have to send this doc ID in the body. So let's add the curly braces and provide doc ID. After this doc ID, here we have to add the headers. So in this object, we will define headers, and in this one, we will add curly braces, and let's add the admin token. So now we have created the code for the API call. Next, we have to check if the data.success is true. So just add if data.success, and if it is true, in that case, the operation will be successful and the available status will be changed. So let's add toast notification. So just add toast.success, and in this one, just provide data.message. After that, if the doctor's available data has been updated, then we have to update this doctor's state variable also. For that, simply call this function get all doctors. So it will update the data for us. So after this toast.success, we will call this function get all doctors. After that, we will add the else condition if the data.success is false. So in this case, we will display one toast notification with the error message. So just add toast.error. Here we will provide data.message. So we have created the change availability function. Next, we have to pass this function through this context value. So just add change availability in this value. Now save the changes and come back to the doctors list.jsx file, and here we will destructure that function. So just add the function name change availability. After that, we will come to this input field. Here we will add the onChange property. After adding the onChange property, we will pass the arrow function here, and in this one we will add this function. After that, here we have to provide the doctor ID. So to get the doctor ID, just add the item that we will get from the map method, and in this one we will use ._id property. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I reload this web page and click on this checkbox, so here you can see one notification, availability changed. Now the checkbox is unchecked. After that, let's open the database and click on this refresh button. And here you can see in this data, the available property is false. Again, if I click on this checkbox, so again it will become checked, and if I refresh this database, now you can see the available property is true. So this functionality is also working fine. So till now we have created this add doctor page, then doctor list page. After that, we will come back to the front-end project and we will integrate this API in our front-end. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will close these files and let's open front-end folder, and in the front-end folder we will create one environment variable. So right click on this front-end folder and select new file and write the file name .env. In this file we will declare the backend URL. So let's add wheat backend URL equal to http localhost port 4000. We will save the changes. After that, in this front-end folder we will open context, then open app context.jsx file. In this file we are going to call the API and we will get the doctor's data from the API. For that, here we will import the Axios package. So just add import Axios from Axios package. After that, we have to get the backend URL from our environment variable. For that, after this currency symbol, let's add const backend URL equal to, here we are going to use import dot meta dot env dot, we will provide the environment variable name. So let me copy the name from here and paste it here, wheat backend URL. After that, here we will create one arrow function where we will call the API. For that, let's add the const function name is get doctor's data equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So just add async and create this arrow function. Here we will add the try catch block. In the try catch block, we will call the API. So to call the API in this try block, let's add one variable. So just add const data and we will get the data from the API response using Axios. So let's add equal to await. We will use the Axios package dot get method. After this, we have to provide our backend URL. Here we have to add this equal to. After this backend URL, we have to add the endpoint where we have added the doctor list API. So just add /API /doctor /list. After calling this API, we will get this data. So here we will check if our data.success is true. In that case, we are going to save this data in a state variable. Let's create one state variable with the name doctors. So just add const doctors, setter function name is setDoctors equal to use state and initialize it with empty array. Here you can see we have imported this doctor's data from assets. So now we don't need this. So let me remove this import from here and we will provide the doctor's data using this state variable. Now when we receive the doctor data from the API call, then we will save the details in this doctors state variable. So just add the setter function set doctors and provide data.doctors. After that, save the changes and come back to the front end. Here you can see we don't have any doctor data because we have created this function but we didn't call this function. So to call this function, here we will add the use effect. In this use effect, we will pass one arrow function and provide the dependency array. And in this function, we will add get doctors data function, and this function will be called whenever we will load the web page. After that, if we get any error in the try block, then this catch block will be executed, and here we are going to add the console log error. So we will console log the error. After that, we will display one toast notification also. So to give the toast notification, we have to set up the React Toastify in the front-end project. So let's come back to the web browser, open a new tab, and we will search for React Toastify. Here we will get this React Toastify npm page. Scroll this, and here we have two import statement. So let me just copy it and come back to the VS Code editor. And now open app.jsx file, and in this file we have to import it. After that, here in this div we will add toast container tag. We will save the changes. Now the React Toastify has been set up. Now we can give the toast notification from this page. So first we have to import the toast method from the package. So just add import curly braces toast from React Toastify package. After that, in this catch block, let's add toast.error, and here we will provide error.message. Now if we get data.success is true, in that case the doctor will be saved in this state variable, and if it is false, in that case we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we are going to display a toast notification. So just add toast.error and just provide data.message that we will get from the backend. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let me close this tab. Here we are getting request failed. So if I refresh it, again we are getting request failed with a status code 404. We are getting this error because we have not created this API till now. So first we have to create this API. So let's come back to the backend folder, and in this backend folder we will open doctor-controller.js file, and here we will create one function so that we can get all doctors list for front end. For that, let's create a function with the name doctor list. So just add const doctor list, and it will be one async arrow function. Here we will add the try catch block. In this try catch block, we will add const doctors equal to, here we will use await doctor model. In this doctor model we will add dot find method, and in this one just add the curly braces. So we will get all the doctors. Now from the doctors data we have to remove the doctor password and email property. So we will not get the email and password in the front-end API. So let's add the select tag, and in this select tag let's add the array, and here we are excluding multiple properties. That's why I have added the array, and in this one just add the dash password, then add comma, and in the second quote we will add dash email. So we will exclude the email and password, and other data will be saved in the doctors variable. Next we have to create the response. So just add response.json, Here we will add one object where we will define success true. And after that, we will add doctors that we will get from this response, that we will get from this statement. And after that, if we get any error in this try block, then the catch block will be executed. So just copy this line from here and paste it here. After that, we have to export this function. So just add doctor list function. Now save the changes and come back to the doctor route.js file. Here we have to create the route for the doctor. So as you can see, in this app context, we have added this API/doctor/list. So we will create this API endpoint. So let's come back to the doctor route.js file in the backend folder. First, we will import the express package. So just add import express from express package. After this import, here we will create one router instance. So just add const and write the name doctor router. It will be equal to express.router function. Now we will get the doctor router, and using this we will create multiple endpoint. So first we will create the endpoint to get all doctor list. So just add doctor router dot. We will use the get method, and inside this we will add the path, that is /doctors/list, and after that we will add the comma, and here we have to add our function, that is doctor list. In this function we have to add the parameter also, that is request and response. Save this file and come to doctor route.js file, and here we have to import that controller function. So just add import doctor list. So we are getting the suggestion, so just click here. After that, here we have to add doctor controller.js. After that, we can use this function here, doctor list. Now we have to export this doctor router from this file. So just add export default doctor router. Now using this doctor router, we will create the endpoint, that will be /API/doctor. So let's come to server.js file in the backend folder, and in this file we will add one app.use. In this one we will define /API/doctor. After that, we have to add the comma, and we will add the doctor router. We will select it from the suggestion, so it has been imported. You can see in line 7. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I reload this web page, now we are getting the doctor's data from the API. Now if I click on the first doctor, so we are getting this doctor details. Here we are at the appointment page, and here we have this doctor ID. We can click on any other doctor, so you can see the another doctor profile page. After that, we will create the functionality of user authentication so that user can log in and log out from this web page. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this one we will close these files. Now we will open the backend folder. In this backend folder we will open controllers folder, and in this controllers folder we will create a new file, that is usercontroller.js. So just add usercontroller.js. In this controller function, we will create the API logic for the users like login, register, get profile, update profile, book appointment, displaying the booked appointment and cancelling the appointment, and we will also add payment gateway. So let's create the API controller function to register a new user using the email, name and password. For that, let's add one comment. Here we will add the comment text, that is API to register user. After that, we will create the arrow function with the name register user. It is going to be a async arrow function, so just add async and create the arrow function with parameter request and response. Inside this function, we will add the try catch block. In this try block, first we are going to take the username, email ID and password from request.body. Here we will destructure the property, so just add const and we will add the curly braces. We will add name, email and password. We will get these details from request.body. After that, we have the email, name and password. First we have to check if any of this property is empty. In that case, we will terminate this function and return a response. So let's add the if statement. In this if statement, let's add the condition not name or not password or not email. If any of these property is empty or undefined, then this if block will be executed and it will return a response using the JSON method. Here we will add the success property, where we will add success false. Then we will add the message property, and in this message we will provide a message that is missing details. After this if statement, we are going to validate the email if the email is correct or not. So to verify that, we are going to use one package which is validator. So first we have to import that package. So let's add the import statement. We will add validator from validator package. Here let's add the if statement, and in this if statement we will add not of validator is email property, and in this one we will provide the user's email. If the user email is correct, then this validator dot is email will provide true, and if it is not valid, then it will provide false. And if it is providing false, we are using the not operator, so then this if block will be executed, and in this one we will display the message. So let's add the return statement. So just copy it from here and paste it here. Here we will update the message. So here let's add enter a valid email. After that, we have the name, password and a valid email. Now we will validate the password. So next we will check if the password length is minimum 8 character. For that, let's add the if statement, and here we will check if the password dot length is less than 8. In that case, this if block will be executed, and here we will return the response. So let me just copy and paste it here. Here we will add the message, enter a strong password. Now we have the name, password and email. We have validated the email and password. Next, we can add this user in the database. To add the user in the database, first we have to hash this password. It means we have to encrypt the password using the bcrypt package. So first let's import that package. So just add import bcrypt from bcrypt package. So we have imported this bcrypt. Now using this bcrypt, we will hash this password. So to hash this password, we have to add one comment, and here let's add the message hashing user password. let me add the comment here also, that is validating a strong password. Here we will add the comment validating email format. After that, here we will create one variable that will be salt. So to have the password, we need the salt. So we will generate the salt using the bcrypt package. So let's add equal to await bcrypt dot gen salt function. Here we have to provide the number of rounds. So we can provide the value between 5 to 15. So let me add the value 10. Now we have this salt and password. Now we can hash this password using this salt. So just add one variable. So just add const hashed password equal to await. Here we will use bcrypt package dot hash function, and in this one we will add user password and salt. By executing this statement, we will get the hashed password. Next we have to save this hashed password in the database. For that, let's create one object with the name user data. So just add const user data equal to curly braces. Here we will add the username, email that we will get from the response. Then we will add the password, and in this password we will not provide the original password. Instead of that, we will provide the hashed password. So just add colon hashed password. Now we have this user data. Next we have to save this user data in the database. As you can see, when we open the user model, so here we have the name, email, password, then the image property. By default we have provided this image. Then we have the address, gender, date of birth and phone. So here we are adding these three details. These details can be edited from the my profile page that we will create later. So after that, here we have to save this data in the database. So just add the user model. So let's add const new user equal to new. We will use the new operator. Then the user model, just click on this one. So it will import this user model from the models folder, user model.js. In this user model, we will provide this user data. After that, we have created a new user using this user model. Next, we have to save this new user in the database. So just add const user equal to await. We will use new user dot save method. By doing this, the user will be saved in the database. After that, in this user object, we will get one underscore ID property, and by using this property, we are going to create one token so that user can log in on the website. So let me remove this comment, and here we will create one token. So to create the token, first we have to import the JWT package. So just add import JWT from JSON web token package. After that, here we will create one variable with the name token. Here we are going to use JWT.sign method. In this one, we will add one object as a data, and in this one we will define the ID property that will be user._ID. After this object, we have to provide one JWT secret, so that encrypt this token. So in this .env file, we have added this JWT secret, as you can see here. So we have to provide this environment variable after this object. So let's add process dot env dot jwt underscore secret. So here we have added this JWT secret. Next we have the token also. Now we can generate the response so that we can send this token to the user. So just add response.json. In this one we will add the object, and in this one just add the success property true. After that, here we will add the token that we have generated here using this user ID. So we have created the controller function to register a user. Now if we get any error in this try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we will console log the error, and with that we will send the response also. So let's open doctor-controller.js file. Just copy this statement from catch block and paste it here. After that we have to export this function. So let's add export, then we will add the object, and in this one we will add the function name, that is register user. Now using this function we will create one route. So to create the route, in this routes folder we will create a new file, and the file name will be user_routes.js. So let's add user_route.js. Here first we will import the express package from express. After that we will import the function, that is register user, that we have just created. So just add import curly braces register user from controller folder user_controller.js. After this line we will create the instance of the router using this express. So just add const user router. We have added the name user router. Then we will use the express package dot router interface. After that we will create the API using this router. So we will create the endpoint to register the user. So just add user router dot post method, and the endpoint will be /register. After that here we will provide the registered user function. Next we have to export this function. So just add export default user router. After that we will use this user router in this server.js file. So let's open this file, and after this line we will add app.use. Here we will add the endpoint path, that is /API/user. After that here we have to provide the user router. So we will select it from the suggestion, so it has been automatically imported. Now save the changes, and we will test the API that we have just created, which is registered user, that is mounted at this /API/user/register. So we will test this API. So let's open the Thunder client. Here we will open a new request that will be post, and let's add the address, that is http localhost port 4000/API/user/register. Next, here in this body we will add the JSON, and in this one we will pass one email ID, password and name. So let's add the name property, and let's add the name, that is Great Stack. That's our YouTube channel name. After that, we will add the email property. Here we will add the email, that is user.greatstack@gmail.com. After that, here we will add the password property. And let's add this password. After that, let's save this request so it will be added in the left side. Now if I Ctrl S, it will be saved and it will add one entry in the left side. Now let's click on the send button so you can see the success true, and here we are getting this authentication token. Now if I click on the send button again, here we are getting the success false, and here we are getting the message duplicate key error collection prescriptor.user index. So it is saying we have already created one account using this email, so we cannot create another account. So we have clicked the send button that creates the account on the database. And if we try again with the same email ID, we will get this error. Now let's try with another email. So here let me add the email ID. We will use greatstackdev@gmail.com and click on this send button. Now you can see we have created another account with this email ID, and if we try to log in again, and if we try to create another account by clicking on this send button, we will get the error. Now let's try to create one account with demo@gmail.com. Here we will provide password 123. Now click on the send button. Here we are getting the message enter a strong password, because we have added the condition the password length should be minimum 8 character. So we cannot create an account with password length is less than 8 character. Now let's provide the correct password, like password of 8 character, and in this email we will remove this @ and click on the send button. Here we are getting enter a valid email, because it is not a valid email type. So it is validating the email also. So this logic is working fine. So this API is for user registration. Next we will create the API for user login. So let's come back to the user controller.js file, and here we will create another arrow function after this function. So just add the comment. The comment text is API for user login, and here we will create the arrow function with the name login user. So just add const login user equal to async, and in this parameter we will get request and response. Here we have created this arrow function. Now we will add the try catch block, and in this catch block we will add the same code. Just copy and paste it here. Now in this try block we will get the user email and password from the request. So just add const curly braces email password equal to request.body. So here we need the email ID and password to log in the user. After that, using this email ID we will find the user's data. So just add const user equal to await. Here we are going to use the user model dot find one method. In this method we will add the object, and we will provide the email that we will get from the request.body. After that we will get the user data in this variable. So next we have to check if the user exists with this email ID or not. So just add the if statement, and here let's add not user. So if we don't have any user with this email ID, then this block will be executed, and here we will return the response. So let's copy this response.json, paste it here, and in this message we will add user does not exist. After this if statement, if the user exists, in that case we have to match the password that we have saved in the database, and we will get it from the user login form. So to match it, here let's add one variable with the name isMatch equal to, here we are going to add await. Here we have to use the bcrypt package, so just add bcrypt.compare function. In this method we will add the password that we will get from the request.body, and after that we will add the user password that we have hashed and saved in the database. So just add user.password. After that, here we will add the if statement, and here we will check if isMatch is true. In that case, our password and user password is matching. So here we will create one token and set it to user so that user can log in the web app. So just add const token equal to, here we are going to use jwt.sign method, then add the object where we will define the id property, where we will provide user._id. After that, here we have to provide jwt secret, so just add process.env.jwt secret. After that, here we will create the response, so just add response.json. Here we will add the object where we will define the success property that is true. After that, we will add the token that we have generated in this statement. If the password does not match, in that case we will add the else statement, and here we will generate one response, so just add response.json, and here let's add success false. After that, we will add the message property. In this message property, we will add the message that will be invalid credentials. We have to add this success and message property in one object so that we can send it as a response. So wrap it with curly braces. So we have created the login user controller function. Now we will export this function. So here let's add login user. Now save this file and let's come to user route.js file. Here we have to destructure that function, so just add comma login user. So we will get this function. Now we have to create this route. So let's create one copy of it, and here we will add the path /login, and here we will provide the login user controller function. So we have created the login API. Next we have to test this API. So here we have created one account using this credential, as you can see on the screen. So here we will change this register path to login path. We have added the login API endpoint, then remove this name property. Now just click on this send button. So here you can see we have called this endpoint using this email ID and password. We have used the same email ID and password to create an account. So you can see we are getting success true and token. So now we can log in using this API. Suppose we provide the wrong password. We have added 9 and click on this send button. Now it is displaying the response invalid credentials. Now if I provide incorrect email ID, so let's add user@gmail.com and click on this send button. Here we are getting user does not exist. So our API is working fine. Next, we have to integrate this API in our front end. For that, let me close these files from here. Make sure all three terminals are running: admin, backend, and frontend. So here in this backend terminal, we are getting the error in this user controller.js file. So let's open this file, line number 63. Here we are checking if the user is not available. So we are sending the response. So here we have to add the return statement so that it will terminate the function here after sending this response. Now save this file. So it will restart our server. Now it will resolve this issue. Now close this file, hide this terminal. Next, we have to integrate the login and registration feature with our front end. So let's collapse all the folder and we will open the front end folder. Then go to src pages. From here, we will open the login.jsx file. As you can see here, we have these state variable that store the input field values. Now using these state variables, we will call the API. Now whenever we will log in or sign up, then we will receive one token. So to save that token, we will come to context folder and open app.context.jsx file. And here we will create one state variable with the name token, where we can store the user authentication token. Here we will create the state variable. Just add const token, setter function name is setToken, equal to use state, and initialize it with empty string. Here we have to provide the token and setToken in this value object. So just add token and setToken. Next, we have to place this value after this function. So let me move this. We will remove it from here and paste it after this function. After that, in this value property, we will pass the backend URL that we are getting from the environment variable. Now save the changes and come to login.jsx file, and here we have to destructure the token state, set token function, and backend URL variable. So just add const, then add this object, and here we will provide backend URL, token, and set token function equal to use context hook, and here we have to provide app context file. So this file has been imported here. Now we have the backend URL, token, and set token function. Next, we need the Axios package so that we can do the API call. So just add import Axios from Axios package. After that, we can make the API call in this function. So to make the API call, first we will add the try catch block. In this try block, we will add the if statement. Here we will check if our state is sign up, then we are going to call the register API, and if the state is login, then we will call the login API. For that, in this if statement, let's add the condition if the state is equal to sign up. S will be capital. Here in this if statement, we will write const curly braces data equal to await. Here we will use axios.post method. In this one, we have to provide the backend URL, and then we will provide the endpoint path, that is /API/user/register. After that, here we have to pass the body. So in this body, we will pass the object with name, password, and email. After that, we will get the response. So we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, we have successfully created the account and we will receive the token. So let's add the local storage dot set item. Here we will save the token in the local storage, as well as we will save the token in state variable. So first let's save it in the local storage. So we have added local storage dot set item and the key name will be token, and we will save data.token. After that, we have to save this token in the state variable also. So just add set token, and in this one we will add data.token. Now if the data.success is false, in that case we will add the else statement. In this else statement, let's add toast notification. So just add toast, so it will import the toast from React Toastify package. Then add toast.error. Here we will provide data.message. After that, this logic is for the registration, and if the state is not equal to sign up, so in that case just add the else statement, and here we will call login API. So let me just copy this line from here and paste it here. Here we have to remove this register and we will provide login path and remove this name. We will send only password and email for the login. Rest of the logic will be same for both. And if we get any error in this try block, then the catch block will be executed. So in that case, we will display one toast notification. So just add toast.error, and here just provide error.message. Here we have to link this function with our form tag. So whenever we will submit the form, then this function will be executed. So just add onSubmit property in this form tag. And here just provide onSubmit handler function that we have created here. After that, in this button tag, let's add type and we will provide submit. Now our page is ready. Now save the changes, and after saving this file, we will come to components folder, navbar.jsx file, and from here let me remove this token that we have created for temporary use. Save the changes. Now we will get this token and set the token from the context API. So just add const curly braces token set token equal to use context. In this one we will provide the app context. Now we will get the token and set token function. So next, to log out the user, here we have created this p tag where we have added this text logout. So here you can see, to log out the user, we are removing the token from the state variable, but while logging the user, we have also saved the token in the local storage. So to create the logout functionality, here we have to create one function. So just add const logout, and it will be arrow function. Here we will set token with empty string, and after that we will add the local storage dot remove item, and in this one we will add key name, that is token. Next, we have to link this logout function with our paragraph tag. So in this paragraph tag, let me remove this, and here we will provide logout function. Now instead of this empty string, we will add false. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are at the home page. We are not logged in. We will click on create account button. So it will open this form. Here we can create a new account. We have already created one account. So let's go to the login form. And here we can add the email ID and password. So this input is not working. So let me come back to the login.jsx file. Here in this input field, we have added this e.target.name. So here we have to add the value e.target.value. Same in this one also, we have to add e.target.value. And in this password also, we will add e.target.value. So by mistake, we have added the name property. So we have added the value property. So whenever we will add the data in the input field, the data will be saved in the state variables. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we can write something in this input field. So let's add the email ID user.greatstack@gmail.com. And after that, here in this password field, let's add the password that we have used to create the account 128 and click on the login. Now you can see the create button has been removed, and here we are getting this drop down menu. If I click on inspect and just go to application, then in this local storage you can see we have the token that we have created while creating the account. As you can see in this local storage we have the entry with token, and in this one we have one token value. So after that, when we are logged in, we are still at the login page. So we have to solve this issue. So let's come back to the login.jsx file, and after this function, here we will add one use effect. And in this use effect, we will add the arrow function. In this arrow function, we will add the dependency array. In this array, we will add the token state. So whenever our token gets updated, then this function will be executed. So here we will check if we have the token in our login page. In that case, we will send the users on the home page. So we have the token, it means we are logged in. So user will be redirected to the home page from the login page. For that, here we will add const navigate is equal to use navigate hook. After creating this, in this use effect, we will add navigate and just provide home page path, that is slash. Save the changes. Now you can see we are redirected to the home page. Still we are logged in, and here we have the token. Now if we reload the web page, again we are getting create account and we are logged out because we have stored this token in the local storage, but whenever we are reloading the web page, our state gets recreated, and in this app context, here we have to add the logic. So whenever we will reload the web page, so it will check the token from the local storage, and if it is available, it will save the token in this state. For that, remove this empty string, and here we will use the ternary operator. So just check local storage dot get item. If it has a token property, then we are going to provide the value of this token. So just copy it and paste it here after this question mark. And if it is not available, then we'll add the colon and initialize the value with boolean data false. Now save the changes, reload the web page. Now you can see we are still logged in because it will fetch the token from the local storage and it will use it in the token state. Now if I try to go to login page by adding /login, it will again redirect us to the home page because we have the token in the token state. And if I click on the logout button, it will remove the token from the state variable as well as from the local storage. You can see the local storage is clear. After that, we will log in with our account. So let's add the email ID user.greatstack@gmail.com. Then we will provide the password 128 and click on login. So we are logged in the web page. After that, if I come to my profile page, so this is the static profile page. So now we will get the user's detail from the API and display the user's data here. So to get the user's detail from the API, first we have to create the API. For that, just close all these files and come to Backend folder, and here we will open controller folder user controller.js file. So after this, here we will create a new controller function to get the user's profile data. Here we will add one comment, that is API to get user profile data. After that, we will create one arrow function with the name getProfile. So just add const getProfile is equal to async, and here just create one arrow function. In this arrow function parameter, we will get request and response. After that, here we will add the try catch block. In the try block, we will get the user's ID, and by using that user ID, we will get the user's data and we will provide that user data to frontend. So we will get the user ID using the authentication. For now, let's add const curly braces user ID equal to request.body. We will not get the user ID from the user. User will send the token, and by using that token, we will get the user ID. And we will add the user ID in the request body so that we can access it in this function. Now to change the header into the user ID, we are going to create one middleware with the name authUser.js. So let's create a new file with the name authUser.js. Here we have created authadmin.js file that is authenticating the admin. So let me complete code from here and paste it in this authUser.js. Here we will make some changes. So let me add the text user authentication middleware and name the function authUser. Here also we will name the function authUser. We will get the token in headers. So here remove this A, it will be only token. Instead of A token, we are adding token. Here also remove the A. So here we will get the token from header, and here we are checking if we don't have the token, then we are sending one response. And if the token is available, then we will decode that token. So here also we will provide token process.env.jwt secret. After decoding this token, we will receive one object. If we see the user controller.js file, while creating the token, we have added the object as a data in which we have the ID property and it contains user. So we will get the user ID from this token decode, and we will provide that user ID in body. For that, here we will write request.body dot user ID equal to token decode dot ID. By doing this, we will get the user ID from the token and it will be added in the request.body, and we can use this user ID in our controller function. After that, save the changes and we will come to user controller.js file. And here, after getting the user ID from request.body, we have to find this user. So to find this user, we have to get the user's data. So to get the user data, we will use the user model. For that, here we will create const user data equal to await, and here we will use user model dot find by id method and provide user ID. Then we will add select dash password, so it will remove the password property from this user data. After that, we will create one response, so just add response.json. In this one, we will pass success true and user data property. Here in this response, we are sending success true and we are adding the user data, and in this user data we have excluded the user's password. If we get any error in this try block, then catch block will be executed. So let's copy this statement from catch block and paste it here. Now we have created the get profile function. Now we will export this function using this object. So let's add comma and provide get profile. Now by using this controller function, we will create one route under user route.js file. So let's open this file. In this file, here we will create a new route. So just add user router dot, and the route type will be get. Here we will add the endpoint path, that is /get profile. After that, we will add the controller function, that is get profile. We are getting this suggestion, so just click here. So it will import this here. To get the profile, here we have to add the auth user middleware also. So you can see the auth user middleware has been imported. Now whenever we will call the API, then we will provide the token in header, and then we will be able to get the user profile details. Now save the changes and test this API. To test this API, first we will open Thunder client, and from here we will open this last request, that is this one /API/user/login. If I click on this send button, here we are getting this token, right? So let me copy this token. So select it and Ctrl C for copy. Now let's create a new request. The type will be get, and here provide the endpoint address localhost port 4000 /API/user/get profile. After that, click on this send button. Here we are getting the message not authorized, login again. Now let's go to headers. Here we will add token, and in this value paste the token that we have just copied from this request. You can copy this token from the local storage also. After that, click on this send button. Now you can see when we provided the token, we are getting the user ID, name, email, image, that is this default image. After that, we are getting the address, gender, date of birth, phone. So our API is working fine. Let's close this API request and close these files. Now let's open user controller.js file. Here we are getting this profile. Next, we will add one more controller function so that we can update the user profile. For that, let's create a new controller function. So in this controller function, we will add one comment, API to update user profile. After that, here we will create one arrow function with the name update profile. So just add const update profile equal to, it will be asynchronous arrow function. Here we will get request and response in the parameter. Here we will add the try catch block. Let's copy the code from the catch block and paste it here. To update the profile, first we need the data from the request. So just add const curly braces, and here we will get the data like user ID, name, phone, address, date of birth, gender. We will get these details from request.body. So just add request.body. So while calling this API, we can send the name, phone number, address, date of birth and gender. This user ID will be added from the token using the middleware that we have created here, auth user middleware. We will also receive one image in this file using the multer. So just add const image file, and in this variable we are going to store the image. So let's type request.file. We will get this file from the request. If we have to update the image, then we have to send the image file, and if you don't want to update the image, then we will not send the image file in the API call. After that, here we will check if we have the name, phone, address, date of birth and gender property. Then only we are going to save the data, else we will throw one message that is data missing. For that, in this if statement, let me just copy and paste it here. In this if statement, we will add the condition not name, or operator, not phone, or operator, then not date of birth, then or operator, then not gender. We are going to check name, phone, date of birth and gender. After that, if any of this property is not available, then we will send one response. So just add return statement, and in this return statement we will create one response using the JSON method. In this method, we will add one object where we will define success, that is false. After that, we will add the message. Here we will add the message data missing. If we have all these properties, then we will update the user data using these properties. For that, we will add await user model dot find by ID and update. In this one, we will pass the user ID. After that, we will add one object where we will provide name, phone, then provide address. So whenever we will get the address using the form data, then the address will be converted into a string. So here we have to parse it so that we will get the object from that string. So just add colon, we will add json.parse, and in this one provide this address property. After that, we will add one comma, and here just provide date of birth, comma, gender. Right click and select format document. Here we have provided the user ID. So this function will find this user ID and update these properties using these values. After that, we will check if we have the image file also. In that case, we will upload this image to the Cloud Nuddy, and the URL of that image will be saved in the user's data image property. For that, let's add the comment. We will add the comment text, upload image to Cloudinary. After that, we will create one variable. So just add const image upload equal to, here we are going to use the Cloudinary package. So first we have to import that package. So scroll up at the top here, we will add import statement v2 from Cloudinary package, and here we will import v2 as Cloudinary. After that, let's scroll down and come to our controller function, and here we will use await. We will use the Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload method. In this method, we have to provide our image file path. So just add image file dot path. After that, we have to declare the resource type, that will be image. After that, we will get one response where we will get the image URL, and then we will save the image URL in one variable. So just add image URL equal to, we will use this image upload dot secure URL that we will get from this variable. So after executing this statement, we will get the image in the Cloudinary, and in this variable we will get the Cloudinary image URL. Next, we have to save this image URL in the user's data. For that, just add await, and here we will use the user model dot find by ID and update method. Here we have to provide the user ID. Then we will update the image property. So in this object, we will add image property, and in this image property, we will save the image URL. So just add :image URL. By adding this, we can save the image in user's data. After that, let's create one response. So just add response.json. In this one, we will add the success property, that is true. After that, we will add the message property, and in the message, we will add profile updated. Now our controller function is ready to update the user data. Next, we will use this controller function to create one API endpoint. So before that, here in this export, we will export this function. So just add update profile, save the changes and come back to the user route.js file, and here we will destructure that function. So just add update profile. Now using this controller function, we will create the API route. So here we will write user router dot, here we will use the post method, and the endpoint path will be /update profile. After that, here we are going to use the form data, and in the form data we will send the image also. So before that, we will use the multed middleware. So just add upload. We are not getting the suggestion, so let's open multed.js file. After opening this file, if we write upload, now we are getting this upload from middleware /multed.js file. So you can see upload has been imported. After that, we will add .single. We are using this single method, and in this one we will add the field name in which we will send the image. So write the field name image. We will send the image in this image field name. After that, we will add the comma, and here we will add the update profile controller function. Now if I come here, we need this user ID in this function that we will get from the auth user middleware using the header token. For that, here before this update profile controller function, we will add the comma, and between these comma we will provide auth user middleware. So here we are using two middleware. First one is for passing the form data, and the second one is for authenticate the user and getting the user ID. Now we have to use this upload middleware before this auth user middleware so that our image will get passed. After that we will authenticate the user. Now let's save the changes and let's open the web browser. We will open the MongoDB Atlas page. Here we will open database. After that we will click on this browse collections. Here we have this prescripto. Let's open it. In this one we will open users collection. Here you can see we have two users that we have created earlier. So here we have this user email ID user.greatestack@gmail.com, and in this one we have one address, then we have gender not selected, date of birth, then phone number. Now we will try to update these data using the API. So to update the data we will come to Thunder client, and here we will open the last request get profile where we are sending headers token. Now we will change the method type post, and here we will add the endpoint update profile. After adding this we will open body tab, then go to form, and here we have to provide the data like name, phone, date of birth and gender. So let's come to request tab. Here we will add the name, and let me update the name. So here we have the name GreatStack. So here we will provide another name, that is test name. So in the name we are providing test name. After that we need the phone number. So let's update it. We will add the phone, and in this phone property we will add the number. After that we need date of birth. So here we will add date of birth, and here in this value property let's add one value. After that we need this gender property. So let's add the gender. In this one we will add property male. So here we have added this update profile, and here we have added the token in the headers, and in the body we have added the form data, and in the form data we have these data. Save this request and click on send button. Here we are getting this message, undefined is not a valid JSON, because here we have added this address property where we have to provide one object as a string. So let's open a new tab, and here we will search for JSON to string online. Let me open this website jsonformatter.org. Here we will add one object, and in this object we will define line 1 property. In this one we will provide the dummy address like main street. After that we will add the comma and add line 2 property. Here we will add dummy address second road. Now wrap this line 1 in the quote, and in this line 2 also in the quote. Now just copy the object from here and paste it here. So here we are getting this object. Now click on this send button. Now we are getting this response success true, and the message is profile updated. Let's open the database. Click on the refresh button. So here you can see the name has been updated, then the address, you can see the address object has been updated. In the line 1 we have the main street, then we have the line 2 where we have added second road, then the gender has been updated, then the date of birth has been updated, and we have updated the phone number also. So this update profile is working fine. Next we will update this image also. Here we have this base 64 image, so we will replace this image with the image file. So let's select the image and here we will choose one file. Let's open the frontend folder, src, assets, and from here let me select this profile image. And here we have to add the field name, that will be image, and click on the send button. Now you can see success true and message is profile updated. After that we will refresh this database. Now you can see the user details. Here we have the test name, and in this one we have the image property, and you can see in this image we are getting the URL of Cloudinary image. Let me copy the image and paste it in the new tab. So you can see the image has been uploaded to the Cloudinary and it is saved in the image property for the user. So this image upload is also working fine. Now let's close this request from here. Next we will integrate this API to get profile and update profile with our frontend. For that, let's close these files. And after that we will open frontend folder. We will open src context app context.jsx file. In this file we will create one state variable where we will store the user data. So here let's add const. We will name the variable as user data. Set user data will be setter function and equal to user state, and initialize it with false. Next we will create one arrow function. Using that we will get the user data and we will save the data in this state variable. For that, here just add const. We will add the function name load user profile data equal to async, and here we will create this arrow function. In this arrow function we will add the try catch block. First we will copy this console log and toast error from this catch and paste it here. After that, in this try block we will add const curly braces data equal to await. Here we will use the axios.get method. Here just provide the backend URL. After that we will concatenate the endpoint of the API address. So just add /API/user/get-profile. After that, here we have to add the headers. For that, let's add curly braces and provide headers, and in this headers we will add one object, and in this one just provide token. So we have added the headers also. Now we will receive the response data, and in this data we will get the user's profile data. So first we will add the if statement, and here we will check if the data.success property is true. In that case we will write set user data, and in this one we will provide data.userdata. Suppose the data.success is false. In that case we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we will add toast.error. Here we will add data.message. So our function is ready. Next we have to run this function whenever the user will be logged in. So for that we will use the use effect hook. So after this use effect we will add one more use effect. In this one we will pass this arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array, and in this one we will add the token. In this use effect we will add the if statement. Here we will check if we have the token. In that case we will call load user profile data, and if we log out then we don't have any token. In that case we will add else statement. Now when we logged out from the website, then the token will be unavailable. In that case, we will add the else condition and we will clear our profile data state. So just add the else statement, and in this one just add set user data. Here we will provide boolean data false. Now we are getting this user profile data in this state variable. After that, we will add this user state and set user data in this value property so that we can access it in any component. So just add user data and set user data. After that, we will add this load user profile data function. So just copy and paste it here in this value object. Now we can use this function in any component. After that, let's come to pages, myprofile.jsx page. Here we are displaying the data using this user data state variable, right? Now just remove this from here, and here we will get the data from the state variable that we have created in the context file. So just add const curly braces user data. After that, here we will add set user data equal to use context. In this one, we will provide the app context. Now we can remove this assets from here that we have imported earlier. Just remove it, and after that save the changes and come back to the web browser. So let's open the frontend website, and here you can see we are at the my profile page. Right now we are getting these data from our database using API. If I reload this web page, here we are getting one error. So let's see the console. Here we are getting property undefined. This error is coming because when we are reloading the web page, then this user data is not initialized. This user data is coming after the page load. To solve this problem, here after this return, just add user data and this operator. So if we have the user data, in that case it will be visible, and if it is not available, then this UI will not be visible. Now save the changes and come to the web page, and if I reload it, you can see it works fine. Now we have to create the function so that we can update the user data. If I click on edit, you can see we can edit these input fields. So let's try to edit the phone number. Here we'll add the 000, save the information. Now these changes are locally saved. If I reload the web page, again we will see the previous data. It is not updated in the database. So now we will add the logic so that if we edit any of these data and click on the save button, then the changes will be saved in the database also. For that, first let's come back to the VS Code editor, and after this state variable is edit, here we will add one more state variable. We will name it as image set image equal to use state and initialize it with false. After that, we will create one arrow function with the name update user profile data. So just add const update user profile data equal to async. Here we will create this arrow function. In this arrow function, we are going to call the profile update API. For that, we need the token, backend URL, and load user profile data. So we have to destructure these state from the context file. So just add token, backend URL. After that, we will add load user profile data. So we are getting the token, backend URL, and this function. By using these, we will call the API to update the profile data. Before that, here we have these fields to update the name, phone number, address, gender, and date of birth. But here we don't have the option to update the profile image. So first we'll create the logic so that we can update the profile image. And if we change the image, then we will store the image in this state variable that we have created here. For that, here after this div, we will add one ternary operator. Here we will check if our isEdit is true. In that case, here we will add the label tag. If it is false, here we will add the colon, and here we will return one image tag. So let's place this image tag after this colon. Save the changes. If I click on this edit button, you can see the image has been removed. And if I click on the save button, it is again visible. Now just come back to the VS Code, and here within this label tag, we will create one div. And in this div, we will add two images tag. So let's add first image tag. And after that, we will add one more image tag. After creating these images tag, after this div, we will create one input field with a type file. After adding this, here we will add the ID property, that will be image. Now remove this name property from here. After this ID property, here we will add hidden. So when we add the hidden attribute, then this input field will be hidden. Now in this label tag HTML4, we will add the same ID, that is image. So whenever we will click on this label, then it will access the input field and we can select the image. After that, in this input field, we will add the onChange property. Here we will get one event. So we can pass this event in this arrow function, and here we will call the setImage function. In this function, we will add e.target.files, then provide the index 0. So we can access that particular image. After that, in these images tag, we will remove this quote and add the curly braces. And in the first one, we will use the ternary operator. Here we will check if our image state has any image. In that case, we will convert that image into one object URL, and we can display that image in this image tag. So just add url.createObjectURL and provide this image state. Suppose the image is not available in this image state. In that case, here we will provide the user image. So just add userdata.image. Similarly, let's copy this ternary operator from here and paste it here in this image tag. Here, if we have the image in this image state, in that case, we will return one empty string. And if we don't have any image in this image state variable, in that case, here we will provide one image from our assets. So first we have to import the assets. So just add import curly braces assets from /assets folder /assets file. Now after this colon, we will provide assets.upload icon. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if we click on edit button, here we are getting this image from this img tag. Now if I select any image, let me select the image from the project folder. Frontend folder src assets. We have multiple images, so let me select this image for now. So here we are getting the preview of this image. So this logic is working fine. If we are selecting the image, then the image has been stored in this image state variable, and we will be able to display that image preview using this create object URL. If I reload this web page and click on this edit button, here you can see this image tag is added here that is not visible because of the white background. So we have to hover this image on this image so that we can see that we are at the edit mode. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will add some class name property. So first we will come to this div, and here let's add the class name property, and here we will provide inline block relative cursor pointer. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this image tag. So just add the class name property, and here we will provide the width rounded, and opacity 75. After that, we will add the class name property in the second image. So here just add class name, and let's provide width, absolute, bottom, and right. Save the changes. Now you can see if I reload the web page, we are not in the edit mode, and if I click on the edit button, here you can see we can upload one image. So if I select any image, this image will be previewed here. After that, we will add the logic so that if I click on this save button, then it will get saved in the database. So now we are able to add one image in this stage variable. Next, we have to make this API call. To make the API call, first we will link this function update user profile data with this button tag where we have added save info. So here we have added the save info in the first button. So let's remove this set is edit from here, and here we will provide update user profile data function. After that, we will come to this function, and in this function we are going to make the API call. To make the API call, first we will add the try catch block. So just add it. In this try block, first we have to create one form data. For that, just add const form data equal to new. After that, here we are going to use this form data. Here we have created one form data. Next, we have to insert the data from our user data state variable to the form data, because when we are changing the data from here in this edit mode, then the data gets saved in this state variable, and when we click on this save info button, then we will get the updated data from this user data state. So first we will add the name from this user data to this form data. So just add form data dot append method, and in this one we will add the field name. Then we have to provide the user name, so just add user data dot name property. Let's create one copy of it, and here we will add the phone. So the field name will be phone. Then we'll add user data dot phone. After that, let's create one copy of it, and here we will add the address, and address will be one object. So here let's add user data dot address. Now we know that the address is one object, so we have to stringify this object. For that, let's wrap this data in small bracket, and here we will add json.stringify. After that, let's create one copy of it. Here we will add field name gender, and here we will provide user data dot gender. Similarly, let's create one more copy of it, and here we will add date of birth field name, and here just provide user data dot date of birth. So to update the user profile, this image is optional in that case. If the user want to update the image, then they can update the image, and if the user does not want to update the image, they can skip it. For that, we will add the image state, and here we will check. Here we will add this AND operator, and here just add the form data dot append method, and we know that we have to send the image in the image field name. After that, we will add the image state. Now if we change the image, suppose we reload the web page, In this image state, we have this data false. And if we click on this edit option, and if we edited these data, not the images, then this image will not be added in the form data. And if we update this image, then in this image state we will store the image, then this image will get added in the form data. After adding this image, we have all the data. Now we have to make the API call to update the user profile data. For that, let's add const curly braces data equal to await. Here we are going to use the Axios package. So we are getting this suggestion, so just click on it. So it will import it. Here we are going to use the post method, so just add .post. Here we have to provide the backend URL. After that, we will concatenate the API endpoint. In this API endpoint, we will add /API/user/update profile. After that, here we have to add the form data, so just add it here. After that, we have to add the headers. So just define the headers, and in this one we will add one object, and here we will provide token that we are getting from the context API. Now after this, here we will add one if statement. Here we will check if our data.success is true. In that case, we are going to display one toast notification, so just add toast.success. Here we will add data.message. After this toast notification, we will refetch our user data by using this load user profile data function. So here we will call this function after this toast notification. Here also we will add await. After calling this function, here we will add set is edit false. So we will come out of the edit mode. After that, we will add set image function, and here we will set false. Now if the data.success is false, in that case we will add the else statement. In this one, we will add toast.error. In this one, we will add data.message. In this process, if we get any error, then this catch block will be executed. In that case, we will add console log, and we will log the error. After that, we will give one toast notification also, so just add toast.error. Here we will provide error.message. Here we have added all the logic, so let's test it. Save these changes and reload this web page. When we click on this edit button, we can rename this name, so let's add the greatest tag. Here we will update this phone number, so let me add another dummy phone number. Then let's update the address, so let's keep it Main Street and 4th Road. Then we will update the date of birth also, so let me select anything, 10th January 2000. Then click on this save info. You can see the message profile updated. So the profile has been updated, and if I reload this web page, you can see we still have these updated data. Now let's try to update this image. So we will click on this edit button. We will select one image from here. For now, let me select this image. Then click on this save info. So now you can see the profile has been updated that we have just uploaded. If I reload this web page, still you can see the updated image that is uploaded in the CloudNuddy. If I open this image in the new tab, you can see the CloudNuddy link. So now we have successfully created the profile page. Right now you can see we are getting this image. We have to display this image in this navigation bar. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will open components folder navbar.jsx file. In this one, here after this token and set token, we will get user data from the context. After that, scroll down, and here in this image tag where we have provided the assets.profilePic, so we will add the ternary operator, that will be user data.image. So we have provided user data.image. Here we are checking if we have the token, then we are displaying this div. With token, we will add the user data. So if we have the token and the user data, then we will display this drop down menu. Now let's come back to the web browser. Here you can see this image. That is the user's image. Let's update this image. Click on this edit button. Upload the image. We will upload this image. Click on this save info. Now you can see we have the profile updated message, and you can see the image has been updated in the navigation bar also, that we have just updated from the my profile page. So this my profile functionality is also working fine. Now we will add the logic so that we can book the appointment with the doctor, and the data will get saved in the MongoDB database. To do that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will close this frontend folder and we will open backend folder. In the controllers folder, we will open user controller.js file. In this file, we will create the logic to book the appointment with the doctor. To book the appointment, first we have to create a new model. So let's open the models folder, and in this one we will create a new file with the name appointmentmodel.js. In this one, we will create the appointment model where we will describe the appointment schema. So just add import mongoose from mongoose package. After importing the mongoose, here we will create the variable with the name appointment schema equal to new, and we will use the mongoose.schema constructor. In this constructor, we will add one object, and here we will define our appointment schema structure. So first, in this model, we have one property, that is user ID. So just add user ID. Then the type will be a string, and here we will add the required property, that is true. After that, we will add the doctor ID. Then type is a string and required is true. Then we have the slot date where we will add the type string, required true. After that, we will add the slot time. Here we will add type string, required true. Then we will add the user data where we will store the user data. The type will be object, and here we will add required true. After that, we will add the doctor data. Type will be object. Here we will add the required true. Then we will add amount where we will add the type number. We will set required true. In this amount property, we will save the amount of the booked appointment. After that, we will create one more property to store the appointment date when it was booked. So just add date, type number, required true. After that, we will add one more property, that will be cancelled. So if the user cancel the appointment, then we will make this data true. So just add cancelled property, type will be boolean, and by default value will be false. After that, we will add the payment property. So if the user pay the amount online, then we will make it true. And if the user has not paid the amount, then the payment will be false. So just add payment, type will be boolean, and the default value will be false. After that, we will create one is completed property, so that when the appointment gets completed, then doctor can make this true. So just add is completed, type will be boolean, and the default value will be false. So we have created the schema for appointment. Now we will create the model using this schema. So just add const appointment model equal to mongoose dot models dot appointment. Then we will add the OR operator. Here we will add mongoose dot model. Here we will provide the model name, that is appointment. Then we will provide the schema, that is appointment schema. So we have created the appointment model. Next we have to export it. So just add export default appointment model. So we have created this appointment model using the user ID, doctor ID, slot date, slot time, user data, doctor data, amount, date, cancelled property, payment property, and is completed property. So whenever the user book an appointment, then we have to send the doctor ID, slot date, and slot time. And the rest of the data will be generated in the backend, and the user ID will be shared by middleware using the authentication token. So our model is ready. Next we will create the controller function to book the appointment. For that, let's add one comment here in the user controller.js file. Add the comment API to book appointment. After this comment, let's create one arrow function with the name book appointment. So just add const book appointment equal to a sync arrow function. In this parameter, we will add request and response. In this function, first we will add the try catch block. In the catch block, we will copy this statement from the previous catch block and paste it here. In this try block, first we will get the user ID that we will get from the auth user middleware. After that, we need the doctor ID, slot date, and slot time. So we will destructure that properties from request. So just add doc ID, slot date, and slot time. We will destructure it from the request.body. After that, here we will get the doctor data using this doctor ID. To get the doctor data using this doctor ID, just add const doc data is equal to await. Here we will use the doctor model. We are not getting the suggestion of that model. So let me open that file, doctormodel.js, and again come back to the user controller, and here just add doctor model. So now we are getting the suggestions. Just click here. So it will import this doctor model, right? After that, here we will add dot find by ID method. In this one we have to provide the doctor ID, so just add doc ID. In this one we will add dot select, and we will remove the password from this doctor data. So just add dash password. After executing this statement, we will get the doctor data using this doctor ID, and in the doctor data we have removed the password property using this select, where we have provided -password. After this statement, here we will check if the doctor is available or not to take the bookings. For that, just add the if statement, and here we will add not doctor data dot available property. If doctor is not available to take the bookings, then this block will be executed. In that case, we will return one response. So just add return response.json. In this one, we will add one object where we will define the success property that will be false. After that, we will add the message property, that is doctor not available. If the doctor is available to book the appointment, then our function will be executed, and here first we will get the slots booking data from this doctor data. So here let's add let slots booked equal to doc data dot slots booked, and in this one we will get the all slots booked in this variable. In this one we will check if on this date and this slot time is available or not. For that, here we will add one comment, and here let's add the comment checking for slots availability. Here we will add the if statement. We will add one condition, and in this condition let's add if slots booked, and inside this we will provide the slot date. If it has this entry, inside it we will check if this slots booked slot date dot includes slot time. Here we are checking if the slots booked has this date already, then we are checking if this time is included. So if this time is already available in the slots booked data, then we will return the response. So just copy this return statement and paste it here. Here we will make the success false, and in the message we will type slot not available. After that, we will add the else statement, and here what will happen if this slot time is not available in that slots booked data. In that case, that slot is free, then we can book that slot. So just add slots booked, then add slot date, and in this array we are going to push this slot time. And suppose if we don't have that date available in the slots booked, it means nobody has booked the appointment on the particular date. So here just add the else statement, and here we will create one slot date, and in that date we will create one slot time for the booking. So just add slots booked slot date equal to one array, and after that here we will add slot booked slot date dot push, and in this one we will push the slot time. So here we are checking if the slot is available, then we are going to book that, and if the slot is not available, then we are sending one response where the message is slot not available. After that, here we will get the doctor data, and we have booked the slot. Then we will get the user data using this user ID. So just add const user data equal to await. Here we are going to use user model dot find by id method. Here we will provide user id that we will get from request.body. After that, here also we will add select, and in this one we will add dash password. Here we will get the user data. Here we have created the copy for slots booked. So now we can remove this slots booked data from the doctor data. So just add delete doc data dot slots booked. We are removing this property from here because when we save our appointment, then we are going to save the doctor data, and we don't want the history of the slots booked. That's why we are removing this property from this doctor data. After that, we will create one variable with the name appointment data. It will be one object. First we have to add user ID, doctor ID, slot date, slot time, user data, doctor data. So let's add it. So here we will add user ID, then add the doc ID. After that we will add user data that we are getting from the user model. Next we will add the doctor data. In this doctor data we have removed the slots booked property. After that we will add the amount property. In this amount property we have to provide the doctor fee data. So just add doctor data dot fee. After that we will add the slot time, then slot date. Then we will add the date property, and here we have to provide the current date timestamp so that we will get to know when the appointment was booked. So just add date.now. It will provide the timestamp of current date and time. So we have created the appointment data. Now we have to save this data in the database. To save this data in the database, we will add const new appointment equal to new keyword, and here we will use the appointment model, and in this model we will provide the appointment data that we have created here. Now we have this new appointment. Next we have to save this new appointment in the database. For that just add await new appointment dot save method. By adding this statement, our new appointment will be saved in the database. After booking the appointment, next we have the updated slots booked data. So we have to update the doctor data slots booked property using this slots booked variable. So first we will add the comment, that is save new slots data in doctor's data. So just add await. Here we will add doctor model dot find by id and update method. In this one we will provide the doctor ID. After that, here we will add the curly braces and we will provide slots booked variable. So it will update the doctor slot using this variable. After that, we will create one response using the JSON method. In this one, we will add the curly braces, and let's add the success property, that is true. After that, we will add the message property. In this message property, we will provide appointment booked. After that, we have created this function to book the appointment. So now let's take the preview. We are taking this data from the request. After that, we are finding the doctor, and if the doctor is not available to book the appointment, then we are sending the response, and if it is available, then we are creating a copy of slots booked data, and in this slot we are checking if this slot is available for this date and this time. Then we are going to book that slot, and if it is not available, then we are returning one response. After that, here we are getting the user data. Then we are deleting the slots booked data from the doctor data, because we have to save the doctor data in the appointment data also, and in the appointment data I don't want to store the unnecessary data. That's why I am deleting this slots booked from the doc data. After getting all the data, here we have created the appointment data where we have provided all these details, right? Next, we have saved the appointment in the database. So after booking the appointment, we are updating the new slot data for the doctor. After that, we are generating one response where we are sending the message appointment booked. Next, we will pass this book appointment controller function in the export. So just add book appointment. Now using this book appointment controller function, we will create the API endpoint. To create the API endpoint, we will come to routes folder, user route.js file. To create the API endpoint, first we will destructure the book appointment controller function. After that, here we will add the user router dot post method. In this one, we will add API endpoint, that is book appointment. After that, here we will add auth user. After this middleware, we will provide the book appointment controller function. Now save the changes. Now let's add this API in our front end. So let me close these files. We will open front end, then pages folder, then open appointment.jsx. We will come to appointment.jsx file, and here we will add the logic so that we can book the appointment. Before that, let's come to app.jsx file, and here we have added this doctors in this value object. So here we will add get doctors data function. We will save the changes and come back to the appointment.jsx file. Here first we will get the backend URL, token, and get doctors data function from the context. So just add backend URL, token, and get doctors data function. So we have the backend URL and token, so we can call the API to book the appointment. For that, here we are going to create one arrow function with the name book appointment. So let's add const book appointment. It will be one async arrow function, so just add the async keyword and create the arrow function. In this arrow function, first we are going to check if user is logged in or not. For that, simply going to add the if statement, and in this one just add not token. So whenever the token is not available, then this block will be executed, and here we will terminate the function and give one warning. So let's add toast dot warn, that is for the warning. Here we will add the message, that is login to book appointment. After this toast notification, we will add the return statement, and we will redirect the users on login page so that user can log in and book the appointment. For that, here we are going to use the navigate function. So scroll up and here we will create the function using use navigate hook. So just add const navigate is equal to use navigate hook. We have to import this use navigate. So if I click on the suggestion, so use navigate has been imported from the React Router DOM package. After that, come to book appointment function, and in this return statement just add navigate function, and in this one we will provide the path of the login page. So let's add /login. Next we have to link this book appointment function with this book appointment button. So let's scroll down. Here we have created the button. So in this button we will add the onClick property, and in this onClick we will provide book appointment function. After that, save the changes. Now we are logged out, and if I click on this button, then we are getting the alert login to book appointment, and we are redirected to the login page. Now let's click here and we will log in with our account that we have already created. So just add the email ID, then we will add the password and click on the login button. Now we are logged in on this website, and open this doctor, and now if I click on this button, we are not getting any warning. So let's come back, and here in this book appointment function, after this if statement, we will add the try catch block. So let's add try catch. Now we will store the selected date in the variable. So let's add const date equal to doc slots. After that, here we will provide slot index. So we have one array with 7 date. So if I select the first one, then the index will be 0 and we will get the date. In this one, we have to access the date. So let's add the 0. So if I click on the inspect tab in the console log, in this array, in this object, we have two properties. In the first one, we have the date time, and in the second one, we have the time. After that, to get the time, here we will use date time property so that we will get this date. Now we have the date. Now we will destructure this date so that we will store the date, month and year in different variable. For that, here we will type let day equal to, here we will use the date dot get date. After that, we will create a second variable with the name month. Here we will add date dot get month. Now when we try to get the month, we will get the month index starting from 0. If it is January, then it will provide the number 0. So let's add +1. So it will give 1 for the January, for February it will give 2. After that, here let's create one more variable with the name year. We will get the year from the date, so just add date dot get full year. After getting the day, month and year, we will create a different format. For that, let's create a variable. This variable name will be slot date. Here we will add day, then we will concatenate one string and write underscore. Again we will concatenate this month. After that we will concatenate one more string with underscore, then we will add concatenation, and here we will add year. Now let's try to console log this slot date. Save the changes and come back to the VS Code editor. Let's reload the web page. If we select the date and time and click on this book appointment, here we are getting this date in this format. After that, we will come back to the VS Code and remove this console log from here. Now we can make the API call to book the appointment. For that, just add const curly braces data equal to, here we will use await. After that, here we will use the Axios package. So let's select the Axios. So the Axios has been imported from Axios package. Here we will use the post method. So write dot post. Inside this post method, we have to provide the backend URL and API endpoint. For that, simply provide the backend URL that we are getting from the context. After that, we will concatenate the string where we will provide path, that is /API/user/book appointment. So we have added the API endpoint. After that, we will add the body. So we'll add the curly braces, and in this one we have to provide the doctor ID, slot date and slot time. So just add doc ID. After that, we will add the slot date, then slot time. After that, we have to provide the headers. So let's add comma, curly braces, and in this one we will add the headers. In this headers, we will pass the object, and in this one just provide the token. Now after this, we will add the if statement, and in this one we will check the response is success or false. So just add data.success. If it is true, then we will display one toast notification to the user. So just add toast.success. In this one, we will provide message from the response. So just add data.message. After this toast notification, we have to fetch the doctor data again so that the slots will get updated. So just add get doctor's data. After that, we have successfully booked the appointment. Now we are going to send the users on my appointment page. For that, here we will use the navigate function, and in this one we will provide the path, that is /myappointment. Now if the success is not true, in that case we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we will display a toast notification with the type error. In this one, let's add data.message that we will get from the backend. After that, if any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So in this catch block, we will console log the error, and after that we will display one toast notification with the type error. In this one, we will provide error.message. Now we have created this function, so let's test it. So just come back to the web browser, close this DevTool. Now if I select the date and select this time, 10:30 AM, and after that I'll click on this book appointment. Here we are getting the message appointment booked, and we have one more message, get doc data is not a function. So let me correct this. Our appointment is booked successfully, but we have one error. Here we have added get docs data, so it says it is not a function. So let's come back to the app context.jsx file. Here we have passed this doctor. Let me save the changes and again come back to the appointment.jsx file. Here we made the spelling mistakes, so let me just correct it. Get doctor's data, and in this function also we will correct get doctor's data. Save the changes. reload the web page, and we have already booked the appointment on this date at 10:30 a.m. and we have received the message. So if we try to book the appointment on same date and time, so you can see the message slot not available. If I select the another time like 11 a.m. and click on book an appointment button, so now you can see appointment booked and we are redirected to the my appointments page. Right now these are dummy data, so we'll create this page later. But if I come back to the MongoDB database page, open this appointments, here we have two appointments for 10:30 and 11 a.m. After that, if I open doctor's collection, and in this one, if I open this doctor, so in this slots booked, you can see we have one entry, right, with the current date. In this one, we have the time 10:30 and 11 a.m. So these appointment is booked for this doctor. So this logic is working fine. Now by using this data, we have to hide the booked slot from the website. So this both slots are booked, so it should be removed from here. If I click here, you can see slot not available. So we have to hide this option so that user cannot click on this one. So next we'll add the logic to hide the entries that is already booked. So just come back to the appointment.jsx file. After this formatted time, we will create three variables for day, month and time. So let's add let day is equal to current date dot get date method. After that, we will add one more variable, that is let month is equal to, it will be current date dot get month. As we know, the index starts from 0, so we will add +1. After that, we will add one more variable with the name year, and it will be current date dot get full year. Now in this while loop, we have created this variable, so whenever our current date will get changed, in that case, here we are going to check if doctor has booked any slot on this date or not. If in this date any user has booked the slot with this doctor or not. If it is booked, in that case we are not going to push that date and time in the time slots array. For that, first we have to construct a date using these variables. For that, let's add const slot date equal to day, and we will concat the string with underscore. After that, we will add the month. We can remove this, and we have created the structure here, so let me just copy it and we will paste it here. Now we have the slot date. Next we will create the variable with the name slot time, and it is one formatted time that we have created here. So here we have the slot date and slot time. Now we will check the doctor data, and if we find any slots is already booked, then we will not push that entry in this time slots array. So just add one variable with the name is slot available. Here we will use doc info, that is doctor info. Here we will use slots booked. In this array, first we will check if with this slot date any entry is there, and with that, let me just copy it and paste it here. And with that, here we will check if it includes the slot time. In that case, here we will make it false. If any of this condition is false, then we will provide true to this variable, is slot available. Let me correct the spelling, is slot available. So here we are checking, first we are checking for the slot date. If any entry is there with that date, then we are going to check if with that date this slot time is already booked or not. If both of this statement is true, in that case we will not add the slot time. That's why we have provided false. And if any of this statement is false, then we know that slot is available. That's why we have provided true to this variable. After that, here we will add the if statement. In this one, we will provide is slot available. In this one, we will remove this statement and paste it in this if statement. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. And if I refresh this website, now you can see here we are getting 11:30 because the 10:30 and 11:30 option has been removed. Let me book the 12:30 appointment. So we have booked it. Let's open this doctor again so you can see. So now you can see 12 PM is there and 12:30 PM has been removed because it is already booked. Again you can see 1 PM, 1:30 PM. So this logic is working fine. So now we have successfully created this appointment feature. Next we will come to my appointments page. Right now you can see we are getting the dummy appointments. So next we will display the actual appointments from the database. So first we have to create the API for that. So let me close these files. And after that we will open backend folder user controller.js file. In this file, we will create one controller function to get all list of appointments that user has booked. So first let's add the comment API to get user appointments for frontend. My appointment page. After that we will create the arrow function. So just add const list appointment equal to async. Here we will add the parameter request and response. So now we have created this arrow function. In this one, first we have to add the try catch block. In the catch block, first we will copy this line from the previous catch block, paste it here. Now in this try block, first we will get the user ID from the request. So just add const curly braces user ID equal to request.body. After that, here we will create one variable where we will store all the appointments of this user. So just add const appointments equal to await. Then we will use the appointment model dot find method, and after that in this find method we will add one object, and here we have to provide user ID. So when we have created the data, as you can see in this appointments collection, we have added the user ID property. So by using this user ID property, we will find the appointments for the particular user. After executing this statement, we will get the array with all the appointments with this user ID. After that, we have to send this appointment data using the response. So just add response.json. In this JSON, we will add the object where we will define the success property that will be true. After that, simply add this appointments array. Now our logic is ready. Next, we have to pass this function in this export object. So just add list appointment. Now using this list appointment function, we are going to create a route. So let's open user route.js file, and here after this book appointment, we are going to add the list appointment function. Now using this function, we will create one route. So let's add user router.get method. In this get method, we will add the path, that is /appointments. After that, here we will add the list appointment function. Now in this list appointment function, here you can see we are getting the user ID, right? So we are not going to send the user ID directly, we are going to send the header, and from the header we will get the user ID. So just add auth user middleware. Now the API is ready. Save the changes and come back to the frontend folder. Here we will open the pages and myappointments.js file. In this page, we are going to use the API to get the user appointment data. For that, let me remove this doctors from here, and here we will add backend URL, then token. By using this backend URL and token, we will make the API call and display the appointment data. After that, we have to create the state variable to store the appointment data. So just add const, and the state variable name will be appointments. Then the setter function name will be set appointments. It is going to be use state and initialize it with empty array. Now remove this doctors.slice from here. Here we will use this appointments array that we have created here. After that, here we will create one arrow function with the name get users appointment. So just add const get user appointments. It will be one async arrow function, so just add the async keyword and create the arrow function. In this function, we will do the API call, so just add the try catch block. In this try block, we have to call the API, so just add const curly braces data equal to await. Here we are going to use the Axios package. So when we clicked here, the Axios has been imported here. After that, we will add the API type, which is get. Then provide the backend URL, and in this one we will concatenate the API endpoint. So the API endpoint is /API/user/appointments. After that, we have to add the headers. In the headers, we will add the token. By executing this statement, we will get the response. After that, we will get the appointment data in the response. So first we will check the response. So in this if statement, just add data.success. If it is true, in that case, we are going to store all the appointments data in this appointments state. So just add this set appointments. In this one, we have to provide data.appointments. Now we will get the appointments in reverse order. It means the recent appointment will be displayed at the bottom. So to get the latest appointment on the top, we will add reverse method. So the new appointment will be added on the top. If we get any error in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So in this catch block, just add console log and log the error. With that, we will display the toast notification. So just add toast.error. In this one, we will provide error.message. Next, we have to run this function whenever the My Appointments page gets loaded. So just add the use effect. In this one, just pass the arrow function. Here we have to add the dependency array. In the dependency array, we will add the token. So let's add token. And in this function, here we have to add the if statement. Here we will check if we have the token, then only we are going to get the user appointments. So just call the get user appointments function. Now after setting the appointment in this state variable, let me console log that appointment also. So just add log data.appointments. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let's open this My Appointments page. Here we are getting the error, that is cannot read the property of undefined. Before that, we are getting the array. In this array you can see we are getting all the appointment data of this user. So next, we are getting this error because we have mapped the doctor data on the web page, and these item.image and item.name is not available in this current appointment data, right? So we have to modify these entry. So first, in this image tag, we have to provide the doctor's image. As you can see in the browser, we are getting the image of the doctor in doc data, image property, as you can see here. So here we will add item.docdata.image. After that, we have to provide the doctor name. So here also we will add item.docdata.name. Here we have to provide the specialty. So just add item.docdata.specialty. We will add the same thing for the address. Here we will add item.docdata.address.line1. Here also we will add item.docdata.address.line2. After that, here we have to provide the date and time. So in this response, you can see we are getting the slot date and slot time. So you can see the slot date, just copy it, and here we will simply add, and here we will remove this date and just add the curly braces and write item.slotDate. After that, here we have the time, so let me remove it. Here we will add the curly braces, and here also we will provide item.slotTime. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see we are getting these doctor image. Then if we come to home page, and from here if we book the appointment with this second doctor, so now you can see the appointment page, we are getting the another doctor. So in the first doctor we are not getting the address because while adding the first doctor we have added the doctor profile using the Thunder client, and in that we have not provided the address. So we can edit that details from here also. Let's open the doctors collection, and here you can see we can edit this detail. So just click on this edit icon. From here we have to make it an object. After that, let's add line 1 property. Here we have to add the data for the line 1 address. So just add 24 main street. After that we will add one more line, line 2. It is optional. If you want to edit, you can edit, or you can leave it as it is. Now update this data. So now you can see document updated, And if we come to the web browser, then now let me book the appointment with the first doctor again. Now we are getting this address also. Now let me clear these appointments. So just come back and delete this appointments collection. So we have deleted it. Now if I reload the web page, here you can see the appointment page has been cleaned. Now let me book the appointment again. So you can see we have booked this appointment. Now if I come back to the design file, here you can see in this page, we are getting this date in this format, 25 July 2024. So here we are displaying the date with underscore separation, right? So we have to use this data to create the date in this format. So to create that, let's create one variable with the name months. In this one, we will add the array, and in this array we will add all the months from January to December. After that, here we will create the arrow function with the name slot date format. So just add const slot date format equal to, it will be one arrow function. From the parameter we will get slot date that we are getting from the API data. After that, we will create the variable with the name date array. In this one, we will use slot date dot a split method. Here we will split it using underscore. Now we will get three elements, that is day, month and year. Now we will reconstruct this data. So just add return statement, and here we will add date array index number 0, that will be our date. Then we will concatenate the string with this space. After that, we will concatenate the months array, and in this months array we have to provide the month number. As you can see, we are getting the month number like 8. Here we will add the month number. So just add number interface, and in that one we will provide date array index number 1. After that, here we will concatenate a string with single space. After that, let's concatenate the year. So just add date array index number 2. So now the function is ready. It will convert the date in this format that you can see here, 25 July 2024. Now just come back to the UI part. Here we have added the slot date. Just remove it, and here we will call the slot date format, and in this one we will provide item.slotDate. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here you can see we are getting this September, but this current month is August. So let me just correct it. So just come back, and here we have added this array, and the month starts from January, and in this number we are getting the number from 1. So to solve this error, we can simply add one empty string here in this array. Now save the changes. Now it will correct the error. So we are getting the correct date and time. If we reload the web page, we are getting this appointment data. Now let's book one more appointment. Go to home page. Let's click on this doctor. Select this date and time, book an appointment. Now you can see our appointment is booked, and we are getting the appointment details here with time and date. After that, we'll create the cancel appointment functionality so that user can cancel the appointment. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will close these files from here. Let's open the backend folder user-controller.js file, and after this controller function we will create the logic to cancel the appointment. So first we will add the comment, so just add API to cancel appointment. After that, here we will create one arrow function with the name cancel appointment. It will be one async arrow function. In the parameter, we will add request and response. Here we will create the arrow function. In this function, we will add the try catch block. In the catch block, let me just copy this line from above catch block and paste it here. After that, in this try block, first we will get the user ID and appointment ID from the request.body. So just add const curly braces user ID and appointment ID equal to request.body. Now we'll get the appointment ID from the user's request body, and we will provide this user ID with authentication middleware. After that, here we will get the appointment data using this appointment ID. For that, just add const appointment data equal to, here we will add await. Then we are going to use appointment model dot find by ID method. In this method, we will add the appointment ID that we will get from this request. Now we have the appointment data. Next we have to check this appointment data user ID is same as this user ID, then the user can cancel the appointment. So just add the verification. So just add the comment, and here we will add verify appointment user. Here we will add the if statement, and in this if statement we will add appointment data dot user ID if it is not equal to user ID that we are getting from the middleware. In that case, we will add the return statement. It will return one response, so we'll create the response with JSON. Here we will provide success false, and in the message we will add the message called unauthorized action. Now if the user ID is matching, then we will continue this execution. So we will find this appointment and we will mark the cancelled property true. So if I come to the database, then if I refresh this web page, in this one you can see appointments. Here you can see we have the cancelled property which is false. So we have to make it true so that this appointment will be cancelled. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will add await. Here we are going to use the appointment model dot find by ID and update method. Then we have to find the appointment using this appointment ID, and in this appointment data we have to make changes in the cancelled property. So just add the object. Here we will provide cancelled and we will make it true. So it will make the appointment cancelled. After that, if the appointment get cancelled, then this slot time will be available, right? In that case, we have to make the changes in the doctor's slots booked object. So when we cancel the order, then that entry will be removed from here. So let's come back, and here first we will add the comment, that is releasing doctor slot. Here first we have to get the doctor ID, slot date and slot time from this appointment data. For that, let's add const curly braces doc ID, slot date and slot time. We will get this info from appointment data. After that, we have to find the doctor data using this doc ID property. So just add const doctor data equal to await. Here we are going to use doctor model dot find by ID method. In this method, we will provide this doc ID that we are getting from the appointment data. So now we have the doctor data also. Next, we will extract the slots booked data from this doctor data. So just add let slots booked equal to, we will get the slots booked data from the doctor data dot slots booked. So we have created the copy of this doctor slots booked data. Now we will make the changes in this data. So first let's add slots booked, and in this one first let's provide the slot date, and it will be slots booked slot date. Here we are going to use dot filter method. In this filter method we will pass the individual slot. Here we will check if E is not equal to slot time. Then we will store that, and if the slot time is matching with the slot time that we have cancelled, then we will remove that slot time from the data. After that, we have to update the latest slots booked data with the doctor's data. So just add await doctor model dot find by ID and update method, and here we will add doctor ID, and in this one we will provide the latest slots booked data that we will get from this variable. After that, this slot will get released from the doctor data. Then we will create the response using the JSON method, and here we will provide the object. Just add success true, and here we will add the message property, that is appointment cancelled. Now we have created this controller function. Next, export this function. So just add the comma and this function name, that is cancel appointment. Now save the changes and come back to the user route.js file. Here we will destructure that controller function. So just add comma cancel appointment. Now using this controller function we will create one route. So just add user router.post method. In this one we have to provide the path for the API. So the path will be cancel appointment. After that we will add the auth user middleware. After that we will add cancel appointment controller function. So now our API is ready. Next we have to integrate this API with our front end. For that, let's come back to the front end folder. We will open the myappointments.jsx file. In this one, after this function, we had to create one new add-on function with the name cancel appointment. So just add const cancel appointment equal to async. In the parameter, we have to get the appointment ID. So just add appointment ID and create this arrow function. First, we will add the try catch block. In the catch block, we will copy this statement and paste it here. In the try block, we have to call the API. So first we need this appointment ID that we will get from the parameter. So here let's add console log and we will console log this appointment ID. We will come back to this button where we have added the text cancel appointment. So in this button we will add the on click property. Here we will add one arrow function. In this arrow function we will call the cancel appointment function, and in this one we have to provide the parameter that is appointment ID. So to get the appointment ID, simply add item._id. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let's refresh this web page and click on this cancel appointment button. Here we are getting one appointment ID of this appointment. If I click on this one, here we are getting different appointment ID for the second appointment. So now using this appointment ID, we will cancel the appointment using our API. For that, let me remove this console log and here we will make the API call. So just add const curly braces data equal to await. Then use the axios dot post method. In this one we will provide the backend URL, and in this one we will concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/user/cancel appointment. After adding this endpoint, here we will add the comma and here we will send the body. In the body we have to send the appointment ID. After that we have to send the headers. So just add the curly braces headers and here we will provide the token. After that we will add the if statement, and in this if condition we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, here we will provide the toast notification with the type success and data.message. After that we have to update the user's appointment data also. So let's add get user appointments function. After that we will add the else statement. Suppose the data.success is not true. In that case we will provide the toast notification with the type error. Here we will provide data.message. After that, just save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now, if we open our database, go to appointments collection. Here we have two appointments. You can see the cancelled property is false for the first one, and in the second one also cancelled property is false. Now let's click on this button cancel appointment. You can see the notification appointment cancelled. And let's come back to the database page and here we will refresh this data. Here you can see the first one is cancelled false, and in the second one you can see the cancelled property is true. So the second appointment has been cancelled with the time 11 AM. So you can see this appointment with 11 AM has been cancelled. But here still we are getting this cancel appointment button, right? So we have to hide this cancel button when we have already cancelled the appointment. For that, just come back to the VS Code editor. And here we will add the curly braces and we will check if item.cancelled property is not equal to true. In that case, we will display this button. So just add the AND operator, and after this AND operator, we will add this button. So let's cut this button from here and paste it here after this AND operator. Now save the changes. So now you can see we have cancelled the appointment, and you can see the cancel appointment button has been removed from the first appointment. Once the appointment has been cancelled, we can remove this pay online button also. So let's come back. Here we have this button. Here we will add the curly braces. We will check item.cancelled is not equal to true. In that case, we will display the button. So here we will add the AND operator and just cut this button from here. And after this AND operator, we will paste the button. Save the changes. Now you can see we are not getting any button. The pay online and cancel appointment button has been removed in the first appointment because we have cancelled it. So after cancellation, here we have to display another button where we will display the text that this appointment is cancelled. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. After this button tag and curly braces, here just add the another curly braces. In this one, we will check if item.cancelled is true. It means the appointment is cancelled. In that case, we will return one button tag. In this button tag, we will write appointment cancelled. Now in this button, we will add the class name property. Here we are going to provide some Tailwind classes. So just add minimum width, padding, border, then border color, then rounded, text color red. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have cancelled the appointment for the first appointment, and here we are getting the button appointment cancelled. Now let's click on this button cancel appointment for the second one. So now here also you can see appointment cancelled notification, and here we have the appointment cancelled button. So this logic is working fine. Now if we open this doctor, and here you can see this 12 PM slot is available. Let's select it and book an appointment. Now you can see we have booked the appointment for the 12 PM. Now let's open the doctor again. From here you can see the 12 PM option is removed because we have already booked this appointment. Now if I come to my appointments page, and from here if I cancel this appointment, so you can see appointment cancelled. Let's come back to the doctor again. If I reload this web page, you can see here you can see we have received the 12 PM slot again. So here we have to reload this web page to see the updated slot. To fix that, just come back, and here we'll add the logic so that when we cancel the appointment, then this slot data will be updated automatically. For that, here in this myappointments.jsx file, we will destructure the get doctors data, and after this get user appointments, we will call get doctors data function. Save the changes. Now let's try again. We will reload this web page for home page. We will open one doctor. We will select the 12:30 PM. So appointment is booked. Now let's come back to the same doctor again. You can see the 12:30 slot is not available here. Now let's come to my appointments page. Let's cancel this appointment. Here we are getting get doctor data is not a function. We have to correct the spelling. We have to add doctors. We have to add S. Here also we will add S. Doctors. Save the changes. Now let's try it again. We will open this doctor, book the appointment at 12:30. Then here you can see appointment for 12:30. Let's come to the doctor again. You can see the 12:30 slot is not available. Now if I open the my appointment page, let's cancel the appointment. So you can see appointment cancelled. Now just go to doctor page again, and you can see the 12:30 slot is again available. So this logic is perfectly working. Now we can easily book the appointment, we can cancel the appointment, we can update the profile. After that, when we open any doctor and book the appointment, we will create this pay online option, so that when we click on this pay online button, we will be able to pay the appointment fee online. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor and we will come to user controller.js file in the backend folder. Here we will create the logic to make the online payment for appointment fee. Here we are going to use the Razorpay as payment method. So first we have to install the Razorpay in our backend project. For that, let's open the terminal. Go to backend terminal, stop this terminal using Ctrl+C. Then we will type npm install Razorpay. So it will install the Razorpay package. So it has been installed. After that, let's run our backend again. So just add npm run server. Now we can hide this terminal. After that, we will add one comment in the user controller.js file. So just add API to make payment of appointment using Razorpay. After that, we will create the arrow function with the name payment Razorpay. We will add request and response in the parameter and create the arrow function. In this arrow function, we will create the logic to make the payment. Before that, we have to initialize the Razorpay instance. For that, we have to import the Razorpay package. So scroll up. Here we will type import Razorpay from Razorpay package. After that, scroll down. Here in this file, we will write const Razorpay instance equal to new Razorpay, and here we have to provide one object where we will define the key ID. Then we will define the key secret. So we have to get this key ID and key secret from the Razorpay website. For that, I'll come to web browser and search for Razorpay. We will open this website razorpay.com. We will click on this sign up button and create your account. It required the KYC document to complete your account. After that, you will see the Razorpay dashboard where you can find the key ID and key secret. So you have to store the key ID and key secret in the environment variable. You can also directly provide it here, but I will suggest you to store the key ID and key secret in the environment variable here. So here we will add the Razorpay key secret and key ID. So let's create two environment variable. So we will write Razorpay key ID equal to, we will provide the Razorpay key ID that I have copied from the Razorpay dashboard. After that, we will provide the Razorpay key secret. So let me create the variable Razorpay key secret, and in this one we will add the Razorpay key secret. You have to add your own ID and secret key for Razorpay. After that, let's come back to the user controller.js file. In this key ID, let me remove this string, and here we will provide the key ID from the environment variable. So let's add process.env dot provide the name of the variable. So just copy it from here, Razorpay key ID, and paste it here. Similarly, here we will provide process.env dot. Here we will provide the Razorpay key secret. So let me just copy it and paste it here. So now we have added the Razorpay key ID and key secret. Now the Razorpay instance is ready. We will use this to create the payment for our appointment. So we will come to payment Razorpay function, and here we will add the logic so that we can pay the appointment fee online. So to book the appointment with online payment, we need the appointment ID. So here we will add const appointment ID, and we will get it from the request. So just add equal to request.body. After that, we have to get the appointment data using this appointment ID. So just add const appointment data equal to await, and here we will add the appointment model dot find by ID, and in this one we will add the appointment ID. After that, we will get the appointment data in this variable. After getting this appointment data, first we will check if appointment data is available. If it is available, then we will check if the appointment is not cancelled. If it is already cancelled, then we are not going to create the payment for that appointment. So here we will add the if statement, and here we will check if we don't have any appointment data or our appointment data dot cancelled property is true. In that case, we will return the response using JSON method, and here just add the object where we will define success false. After that, we will add the message property. In this message property, we will add the message appointment cancelled or not found. Now, if we have the appointment data and the appointment is not cancelled, then we will proceed further and we will create one comment, and here let's add the comment text creating options for Razorpay payment. So first we have to create the option where we will define the amount, currency, receipt number and data. For that, let's add the comment creating options for Razorpay payment. Now if we come to .env file, so here we have to create one environment variable for the currency. So in this env file, we will write currency equal to INR. My Razorpay account is created in India, that's why I am using the Indian currency, that is INR. Now just close this file, and here in this file we will add the options for the Razorpay. So simply add const options equal to curly braces, and here we will create the property that is amount. Here we have to provide the amount of the appointment. So here we will use the appointment data dot amount property so that we can get the amount of that booking. After that, we will multiply it by 100. So it will remove the 2 decimal points. After that, we have to provide the currency property. In the currency property, we have to provide our currency from the environment variable. So just add process.env.currency. After that, we will add the receipt. So just add receipt, and in this receipt property, we will provide the appointment ID. Now the options is ready. We have added the amount, currency and receipt property. Now by using these options, we will create one order using Razorpay. For that, let's add the comment, and here we will add the comment text. Creation of an order. Here we will add const order equal to await. Then we will use the Razorpay instance dot orders property dot create method, and in this method we have to provide the options that we have just created here. After that, here we will add response.json, and in this one we will provide success true. And with that, let's add order that we have created here. Here we have to wrap it in the try catch block, so let's add the try catch block. Let me just copy the statement from the previous catch block and paste it here. Now we will move these codes, we will move it and paste it in this try block. So we have created the controller function to make the payment using Razorpay. Let's right click and select format document. After that, we have to pass this Razorpay controller function in this export object. So just add payment Razorpay. Now save the changes and let's come to user route.js file. Here we will destructure that function. So just add payment Razorpay. Now by using this controller function, we will create the route. So to create the route, we will use user router dot post method, and in this post method we will add the API endpoint. So the endpoint path will be /payment Razorpay. After that, here we will add the auth user middleware. Then we will add the payment Razorpay controller function. So we will save the changes. After that, let's come to myappointments.jsx file. In this page, we will create one arrow function to make the payment of the appointment fee. So here, let's create one arrow function. So just add the const, and the function name will be appointment Razorpay. It will be async arrow function. In this function parameter, we need the appointment ID. So just add appointment ID in the parameter. After that, we have to link this function with our pay online button. Here we have this pay online button. So in this button tag, let's add the onClick property. And here we will pass this arrow function. And here we will call appointment Razorpay. And then provide the appointment ID. So just add item._ID. After that, here we will add the try catch block. In this try block, we have to do the API call. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use the axios.post method. In this one, we have to provide the backend URL, and in that one we will concatenate the API endpoint that is going to be /API/user/payment Razorpay. After that, in the body, we have to send appointment ID. After that, here we have to add the headers. In the headers, we will add object, and here just pass the token. After that, we will check if data.success is true. In that case, we will receive one razor pay order data. So let's console log that data. So just add data.order. We will save the changes and let's come back to the web browser. Here we will open the web page, refresh it, and let's open the console. Now if I click on this pay online button, here you can see we have received this data in console where you can see the amount, amount due, amount paid, created at, currency, entity, order ID, receipt status, and we have all these properties. Now by using this order property, we have to initialize the razor pay payment. For that, we have to search for razor pay web integration. In this page, we will scroll this and here we will get this option integration steps, web integration. So let's open, scroll down. Here you can see now we are at the razor pay docs in the payments, and here in the left side we have the payment gateway, web integration steps. Here you can see we have a script. So let me just copy this script. After that we will open the VS Code editor. Now in the front-end folder we have to open index.html, and after this div we have to paste this script. Next we have to save the changes and close this file. So we have added this script, and here you can see we have this options. We are receiving this options from the backend. So by using this options we have to create the payment. Now we can close this file from here and come back to the VS Code editor. By using this order we have to create the options. So to create the option, before this function we will create another function with the name initPay. So just add const initPay equal to, and in the parameter we will get the order that we are getting from the API response. So here we have to call this initPay function, and in this one we have to pass the data.order. Now we have passed the data.order in the initPay. So now we will create this initPay function. In this function we will create the options using this order. So just add const options equal to curly braces, and here we will add the key property. Here we have to add the razor pay key ID that we have added in the backend. So if I open the backend and go to environment variable, we have key ID and key secret for the razor pay. So let me just copy this razor pay key ID, which is the publicly accessible. So we can use this in front end also, but we don't have to pass this secret key in front end. So just copy this razor pay key ID from here, and we will open the front end folder .env file, and here we will add this wheat underscore, we will paste this razor pay key ID. So we have created this wheat razor pay key ID for front end environment variable. Now just copy this name, and here in this key we will add import dot meta dot env dot and paste the environment variable name. After that we have to add the amount. So let's add the amount. Here we will provide the order dot amount. After that we will add the currency. In the currency we will provide order dot currency. Next we have to add the name. In this name we will provide appointment payment. After that, we will add the description. In the description, let me add the text. Appointment payment. We will add the same text in the name and description. So now we have created the key, amount, currency, name and description property. Then we have to add the order ID and receipt. So just add order underscore ID. In this order ID, we will provide order.id. After that, we have to add the receipt. In this receipt property, we have to add the order.receipt. Here we have added all these properties. Then we have to add the handler property. In this handler property, we will add one async arrow function. So let's add the async arrow function. In this arrow function, we will get the response. So just add the response in this parameter. In this function, whenever the payment will be executed successfully, then we will get the response in this handler function. So let's try to log this response using console log and provide the response. After creating these options, here we have to initialize the payment. So just add const, then create the variable with the name rzp for razorpay is equal to new window dot razorpay, and in this one we have to provide options that we have created here. After that, here we have to open the razorpay as pop-up. So just add razorpay.open. So now we have created all the logics. Save the changes and come back to the web page. If I reload this web page and click on this pay online button, now you can see here we have this razorpay payment pop-up. Here we have to provide the phone number. So let's add the dummy phone number. Then click on proceed button. After that, we will select the card. Here we have to provide the test card number. So let's open the new tab and search for razorpay dummy card. Let's open this website. From here, we will get this dummy card number. So let me just copy the card number from here and open our payment page and paste the card number. Then in the expiry, we will add the any future date. Then in the card holder name, we will provide great stack. Then add the CVV. Then click on pay now button. Here we have two options, pay and save card, pay without saving card. So let me select this one, pay without saving card. Here it is asking for the OTP. We can bypass this OTP by clicking here, complete on bank page. Now we can simulate the success or failure. So let's click on success. When we clicked on this success button, you can see the message payment successful, redirecting in 3 to 1 seconds. Now we have the response. You can see we have the razorpay order ID, razorpay payment ID, razorpay signature. So in this handler function, we have added this console log, and in this console log, we are getting these properties. Now by using this property, we will verify the payment in the backend, and after verifying the payment, we will mark this payment status to true. So whenever we will make the payment property true, it means we have paid the appointment fee online. Right now you can see still we are getting this pay online button. So now we'll create the logic. So first we have to come to backend and open user controller.js file. And after this controller function, we will add one comment. Let's add the comment text API to verify payment of Razorpay. After this comment, we will create the controller function to verify the Razorpay payment. So just add const verify Razorpay. It is going to be async arrow function. In the parameter, we will get request and response, and here we will create this arrow function. Now in this one, we will add the try catch block. Now in this try block, first we will get this Razorpay order ID from here. As you can see in this console, we have the Razorpay order ID. So we will get this order ID from request. So just add const curly braces. Just copy this property name, paste it here. We will get it from request.body. After that, we will get the order info by using this order ID. So just add const order info. We have created this order info variable where we will store the order data. So just add await. Then we are going to use Razorpay instance dot orders dot fetch. In this method, we have to provide the Razorpay order ID. So we have provided the Razorpay order ID in this one. After getting the order info, we will add the console log, and in this console log, we will add this order info that we are getting from this Razorpay instance orders fetch method. Now let's console log this data. To console log, first we have to create the API endpoint. So let's copy this function name and we will add it here in this export. Now save this file and come to user route.js file. Here we have to create a new route. So we will add user router.post method. In this one, we will add the endpoint name, that is / verify Razorpay. After that, we will add the auth user middleware. Then we will add verify Razorpay. When we click here on the suggestion, it has been imported, right? Now save the changes and we will test this API endpoint. So to test it, we will open the Thunder client and we will open the terminal also. We will come to this backend terminal where you can see these messages. Now click on new request, select the post, and here we will use the localhost port 4000/API/user/verify Razorpay. In this one, we will add the body, and in the body we will add one property, that is Razorpay order ID. So just copy it from here, paste it here. In this one, we will add this order ID value that we are getting from the response. So just copy it from here and we will paste it here. Now just click on this send button. Here we are getting not authorized login again. So in this headers, we have to add the token also. In the token value, we have to add the token. So let's open the application, then go to localhost, and here we have the token. So let's copy the token from here. Now let's open the console. Here we have to paste this token, then click on send button. Now here you can see we got the console log. In this one we have the ID, entity, amount paid. We have paid this amount using the Razorpay. So the due is 0, and here we are getting the status paid. Now we will use this status to verify our payment. Here you can see we are getting this receipt also, and in this receipt we have added the appointment ID. So when we come to user controller, here you can see in the receipt we have added the appointment ID, and here also we are getting this receipt. Now what we will do, here in this verified user pay, we will check if the status is paid. In that case, we will find the appointment using this appointment ID and we will mark the payment true. For that, let's add the if statement. In this if statement, we will check if our order info dot status is equal to paid. In that case, we are going to find the appointment using the appointment ID and mark the payment true. So let's hide this terminal, remove this console log. Here we will write await. We will use the appointment model dot find by ID and update method. In this method, we have to provide the appointment ID that we will get from order info dot receipt. After that, we have to update the payment property and we have to make it true. So just add payment true. So now we have made the payment status true. Then we have to generate the response. So just add response.json, and in this one we have to add the object where we will define success property true. After that, here we will add the message, that is payment successful. Suppose the order status.info is not equal to paid. In that case, we will add the else statement and here we will send the response. So let's copy the response from here and paste it here. Here we will make it false. And in the message we will provide payment failed. So after that, let's copy the line from this catch block and we will paste it here in this catch block. Now save the changes. Our controller function is ready. Now let me close this request tab also. Let's open these files. Now just go to myappointments.jsx file. Here we will create the handler function. In this handler function, first we are going to add the try catch block, because here we will make the API call to verify the payment. So just add const curly braces data equal to, here we will use await axios package dot post method. In this one we have to provide backend URL, and in this backend URL we are going to concatenate the API endpoint. So here we will add the path /API/user/verified-user-pay. After that, here we have to add the body, and in the body we have to pass the response. So simply pass this response. After adding this response, we have to add the headers. So just add the curly braces, and here we will provide headers, and here we will add the object and provide the token. After that, we will add the if statement, and here we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, we will call get user appointments, and after that we will navigate the users on my appointments page. For that, first we have to create the instance of the use navigate function. So just add const navigate is equal to use navigate. We have to import this use navigate from React router DOM package. So just add import, use navigate from React router DOM. After that, scroll down, come to the handler function, and here we will add navigate and provide the path of the my appointment page. So write / my dash appointment. If any error occurs in this try block, then the catch block will be executed. So we will console log that error, and with that we will display one toast notification. So just add toast.error. In this one we will provide error.message. Now we have connected the Razorpay verification API with this handler. Now let's test it and come back to the web browser. We will reload this web page. Now just click on this Pay Online button. Now we are getting this Razorpay payment pop-up. Select the card. Then we have to add the card number, add any expiry date, then add the card holder name. We will add the CVV number. Click on the Pay Now button. We will select Pay Without Saving Card. Then click on Complete on Bank Page. Let's simulate it with success. Now we are getting the message payment successful. Now the handler function has been executed, and here we are getting the latest appointment data. So in this appointment data you can see we have the payment true. So we have made this payment successful, that's why this payment is true. Now when we made the payment true, then in that case we have to hide this Pay Online button, and we have to display a button called paid. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will open myappointments.jsx file, and we will come here. After this one we will create one new button so that we can display it on web page whenever the payment gets completed. For that, here we will add curly braces, and here we will check if our appointment is not cancelled. So we will add item dot cancelled. Then we will add one more thing, that is if our item dot payment is true, then only we will display that button. So here we will add one more AND operator. We will add the button tag. In this button tag we will add the button text paid. And in this button tag, let's add the class name property and provide some Tailwind classes. So we will provide minimum width, padding Y, border, rounded, text color, stone 500. Then we will add the background. Now save the changes. If I come back to the web page, here you can see this paid button. Once we make the payment online, we have to hide this button which is Pay Online. So let's come back. Here we have added the button Pay Online, right? Here we will add one more check. So after this AND operator, we will check. We will display this button when the item dot payment is false. After that, let's add one more AND operator, save the changes. Now you can see this paid button and Pay Online button has been removed. Now let's open a new doctor and book an appointment at 12:30 p.m. Now you can see the notification appointment booked. Now we'll click on the Pay Online button. Here we will select the card, then add the card number, then provide the future date. Now we will add the cardholder name and provide the CVV. Click on Pay Now. click on complete on bank's page, click on success. Now the payment is successful. Once we completed this payment, here we are getting the paid button and the pay online button has been removed. So this logic is working fine. After that, let's go to the My Appointments page. Here, if I cancel this appointment, now you can see appointment cancelled. And here we are getting the appointment cancelled button and our paid button has been removed. Till now, we are able to pay online for the appointment. We can cancel the appointment. We can book the appointment from the appointment page. So now we have completed all the functionality of our client website, which is the patient website. Next, we will add the functionality in the admin panel. So in the admin panel, we have created two pages, Add Doctor and Doctors List, that you can see here. Next, we will create this appointments page where admin can see all the appointments for all the doctors. And in the dashboard, we will display some latest appointments and some other data. So let's create the appointments page. For that, we have to create the API. So let me close these files. Now we will open admin controller.js file from the backend, and here we will create a new controller function. So first we will add one comment, that is API to get all appointments list. After that, we will create the controller function with the name appointments admin. So just add const appointments admin. It will be one asynchronous arrow function, so just add async, and in this parameter we will get request and response, then create this arrow function. In this one we will add the try catch block. Next, we have to get all the appointments, so we will create one variable with the name appointments. Here we will use the await and appointment model. We are not getting the suggestion for the appointment model. So let me open this file, appointment model. Now just come back, and here we will add appointment. So you can see we are getting the suggestion. Just click here, so it will automatically import this. Now just come to this code again. Here in this model, we will use the .find method, and in this one simply provide one empty object. So this statement will provide all the appointments from all the doctors and user, and it will be saved in this appointments variable. After that, we will generate one response using the JSON method, and here we will add the curly braces where we will define success true. After that, we will add the appointments array that we are getting here. After that, let me just copy the statement from here, and we will paste it here in this catch block. Now we have created the controller function to get all the appointments for the admin panel. After that, we have to export this appointments admin in this export object. So just add appointments admin. Now we have to create the API endpoint using this controller function. So just open admin route.js file, and here we have to destructure that function. So just add appointment admin controller function. By using this controller function, we will create one route for the admin. So here just add admin router.get method, and in this one we will add / appointments. So the path will be / appointments. Then we will add the auth admin middleware. Then we will add appointments admin controller function. Now save the changes. Now we have created the API. Next we will come to admin folder, src, pages, and in this pages we have the admin. Then open all appointments.jsx file. Here we have to make the API call to get all appointments data. So we will add the logic in this context. So open context and admin context.jsx file. Here, after this function, which is change availability, here we will create a new arrow function with the name get all appointments. So just add const get all appointments. It will be async arrow function. After that, here we will add the try catch block. In this try block, we will make the API call. For that, just add const curly braces data equal to await. Here we will use the axios.get method because we have created the API with the get method. So here we are using the get, then provide the backend URL, and in this one we have to concatenate the API endpoint path. So just add /API/admin/appointments. After that, here we have to provide the admin token. So we will add curly braces, we will provide headers, and in this headers we will provide a token. After that we will get one response, and in that response we will get all appointments data. So to store that appointment data, we have to create a state variable. So scroll up, and after this doctor's state, we will create one more state variable, that is appointments. Setter function name will be set appointments equal to use state, and initialize this value with empty array. After that, scroll down, and in this function we will add the if statement. Here we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, we will call set appointments function, and here we will provide data.appointments. If the data.success is not true, in that case we will add the else statement, and here we will display one toast notification with the type error and provide data.message. After that, let me just copy this line from catch block and paste it here. Now we have created this function get all appointments. Next we have to export this function using this value object. So first we will add appointments, then we will add set appointments, and then we will add the function, that is get all appointments. So we have added the state variable, setter function, and this get all appointments function. Now save the changes and come to all appointments.jsx file. Here we will get a token, appointment, and get all appointments function using admin context. So just add const curly braces a token appointments get all appointments function equal to use context hook. In this one we will provide admin context. After getting it, we will add the use effect. In this use effect we will add arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array we will add the a token. After that, here we will add one if statement, and here we will check if we have the a token. In that case only we will call get all appointments function. Now we are getting all the appointments data in this appointments array. Next we have to create the UI where we will display all these appointments. For that, just remove this text. In this div, first we will create one p tag, and in this p tag we will add the text all appointments. After this p tag, we will create one div. Inside this div, we will create one more div. Inside this div, we will create 7 paragraph tag. So just add p into 7. In the first p tag, we will display the serial number. In the second one, we will display the patient name. So just add the patient. In the third one, we will add age. After that, we will display date and time. That is the date and time of the appointment slot. After that, we will display the doctor name. Then we will display the fee. Then we will add the action. By using this structure, we will display the data in a table format. If I save the changes, we are getting these data on the web page. Next, we will add the CSS properties for this format. So first, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So in this one, just add the class name property. Here we will provide width full, max width 6 XL and margin 5. Save the changes. Now we are getting this space. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this p tag. So let's add the class name property. Here we will provide margin bottom, text large and font medium. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. Here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide background white, border rounded, text small, max height, overflow y scroll. Now save the changes. Now we are getting this container in white color. After that, we will add one more property here. We will add minimum height and provide this value 60 VH. Save the changes. Now the container height has been increased. Next, we have to format this paragraph tag. It will be displayed horizontally. For that, we will use the grid. So in this div, we will add the class name property and we will provide hidden. For a small and above screen size, we will use grid and grid columns and use this fraction. After that, we will add grid flow column, padding, border bottom. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this table format. Next, we have to display the appointments data in this format. So first, let's come back to the admin context.jsx file. Here we are getting this data, that is the appointment data. Here we will add console log and just provide data.appointments so that we can see the data in console. So let's click on the inspect menu, then click on console. Now you can see we have total 7 appointment data in this array. So in each appointment data, we have the amount, doctor data, user data and other information. So we have to display these information in this table format. For that, let's come back to the all appointments.jsx file, and here let's add a space, and here we will add curly braces, appointments dot map method. In this method, we will add the arrow function. Here we will use this small bracket. In this one, we will return this div. In this parameter, we will get individual item and index number. Next, we have to add this index in this div tag. So just add the key property and provide this index. After adding the key property in the index, in this div, we will add the paragraph tag. And in this paragraph tag, we will add the curly braces. Here we will provide index plus 1. Save the changes. Now you can see we have total 7 appointments. So we are getting the series 1 to 7. After this serial number, we have to display the patient detail, where we will display the image of the patient and we will display the patient name. For that, after this p tag, here we will create one div. In this div, we will add the image tag, and in this image src, we will provide item.userdata.image. After this image tag, we will display the username. So just add the p tag, and in this one we will add the curly braces item.userdata.name. Save the changes. Now we are getting the profile picture and user's name. You can see here we are getting the name and image. Next, we have to provide the CSS properties for this p tag and in this div. First, we will add the CSS properties in this div where we have added the index. So in this one, we will add the class name. Now provide the Tailwind classes, flex wrap for the small screen, and then we'll use the grid for the large screen. So just add flex wrap, justify between, then we will provide max small, then provide gap 2, then grid columns, and this fraction. Then add the item center, text gray 500, then padding y, padding x, and then we will add the border bottom and hover effect. Now save the changes. Now when we hover on it, the background is changing. After this, we will add the CSS properties in this p tag. Here we will add the class name and we will make this paragraph tag hidden for the smaller screen. So let's add max small hidden. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name. Here we will provide flex item center, gap 2. Save the changes. Now you can see the image and the name is aligned side by side. After that, we have to add the class name in this image tag. Here we will provide the classes width 8, rounded full. So it will be displayed as circle. Now you can see a small size and it is displayed in circular style. So this data is looking good. After that, we have to provide the age of the patient. So we have to calculate the age using date of birth. For that, we will create one calculate age function. To create that, we will open app context.jsx. In this one, we are going to create one arrow function with the name calculate age. So just add const calculate age equal to, here we will create this arrow function. In this arrow function parameter, we will get date of birth from the parameter, and here we will create one variable with the name today using this new date. After that, we will add one more variable, that is birth date equal to new date. Here we have to provide the date of birth. So simply provide date of birth from the parameter. Now you can see we have created today and birth date and initialized this date with date of birth. After that, here we have to get the difference in the year. For that, let's create one variable with the name age, and it will be today dot get full year. In that we will subtract the birth date dot get full year, so that we will get the age of the patient. After that we have to return the age that we have calculated here. So now we have created this calculate age function. Next we have to provide this function in this value object so that we can access it in any component. After that we will come back to the all appointments.jsx file, and here we have to destructure that function. So just add const curly braces calculate age equal to use context hook. In this one we will provide app context. So just add app context. So when we click on the suggestion, it has been imported. After that let's scroll down, and here after this div tag we will create one p tag, and in this p tag we will provide curly braces. We will call the calculate age function. In this one we have to provide the item dot user data dot date of birth. Now save the changes. Now you can see it is displaying the age 24. After that we have to hide this age property in the small screen. So in this p tag let's add the class name property, and here we will provide max small hidden. After that we have to display the date and time of the appointment. So after this p tag we will create one more p tag, and in this one we will add curly braces. In this curly braces we will add item dot slot date. Next we will add the comma, and then we will add the curly braces to display the time. Here we will add item dot slot time. After that save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this date and time, but if I open the Figma design, we need this date and time in this format. So we have created this logic to format this date in the front end. So we have to copy the logic from there. So let's open the myappointments.jsx file in the front end folder. From here we will copy this months and this slot date formatter function. So let's cut it from here. We will paste it here. Now just copy these two items, months variable and this slot date format function. Now just come back to the app context.jsx file in the admin, and here we will add this logic so that we can use this function in any component. After this calculate age, we will pass this slot date format. Save the changes and we will come to all appointments.jsx file. Here we have to destructure that function, so just add slot date format. We have to use this function. So in this p tag, let me remove this item dot slot date, and here we will add slot date format, and in this one we will provide item dot slot date. Save the changes and come back to the admin panel. Now you can see we are getting this date in this format, and here we have the time. After that we have to display the doctor's detail here. So to display the doctor's details, after this p tag, we will copy this div from here and paste it. Here we are using the user data, so instead of this user data, we will add doc data, that is doctor data. So we are providing item.docdata.image, and here also we will provide item.docdata.name. Now save the changes. Now we are getting doctor's image and doctor's name. Now in the background of this doctor we have to provide the color because these images are transparent. So in this image tag we will provide BG Gray 200. Save the changes. Now this doctor profile image is looking good. After that we have to display the fee. For that, after this div we will create one p tag. And in this p tag, first we have to display the currency. So to display the currency, first we have to declare the currency symbol. So let's open app.context.jsx file. Here we will create the variable with the name currency. And in this one, we will store one string with this $sign. After that, we have to export that currency in this value object. So just add currency. Now just come back to the allappointments.jsx file. After this slot date format, we will destructure the currency. Now scroll down and in this p tag, we will add the currency. After that, we will add one more curly braces. Here we will provide item.amount. Let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we are getting all these data. Now in this action we will add one cancel button. So if the admin wants to cancel the appointment, they can simply cancel it from this button. So just come back and here after this p tag we will add one image tag, and in this image src we will add assets. We are not getting the suggestion. So we will open assets.js file from the admin. Now in this allappointments.jsx file, we will type assets. So we will select the suggestions. After that, we have to provide assets.cancel icon. Then we will add the class name property. And in this one, we will provide width and cursor pointer. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have this cancel button. Next we will create the logic so that when we click on this cancel button, then the appointment will be cancelled, and here we will get the text cancelled. So if I click on inspect, then go to console. In this appointments data, there are some appointments where you can see cancelled true because we have cancelled these appointments. So in that case we have to display one text called cancelled. For that, here we will use the ternary operator. So after this p tag we will add the curly braces. We will check if our item dot cancelled is true. In that case we are going to add one p tag, and if it is not cancelled, then we will display the cancel button. So just add the colon, and after this colon we have to provide the cancel image. So just paste this image after this colon. So now if the status is cancelled, then it will display one paragraph text. So we will add this text cancelled. After that, we will add some CSS properties in this p tag. So here let's add the class name property. Here we will provide text red, text extra small and font medium. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are getting all the appointments with cancelled, and this appointment is not cancelled. So that's why we are getting this cross icon to cancel this appointment. Next we will add the API to cancel this appointment from admin panel. For that, just come back to the VS Code editor. Then open the backend folder, admin controller.js file. And here we will create a new controller to cancel the appointment for admin. So let's add the comment that will be API for appointment cancellation. After that, we will come to user controller.js file, and let me just copy the function of cancel appointment from here. After that, we will come to admin controller and paste the same function. Here we will rename this function, so just add appointment cancel. After that, we will remove this /verify appointment user. After that, we will remove this user ID also. Now save the changes. Next, we have to pass this appointment cancel function in this export object. So here just add appointment cancel. Now just copy this name from here and save the changes. Next, we will open admin route.js file. After this route, we will add another admin route. So just add admin router dot post method, and here we will provide the endpoint path, that is /cancel appointment. After that, we will add the auth admin middleware. Then we will provide this appointment cancel controller function. First we have to destructure it, so just add comma and add the appointment cancel text. Now we have created the API for cancel appointment using admin panel. Next we have to link this API with the admin panel, so just come back. We will come to all appointments.jsx file. Here let's open admin context.jsx file. In this context, we will create the function to cancel the appointment. For that, let's create one arrow function. So we will write const. We will name the function as cancel appointment is equal to async. Then we will create the function, and in this function we have to take the appointment ID using the parameter, so just add appointment ID. After that, in this function we will add the try catch block. In the catch block we will add this toast.error, and in this try block we will make the API call to cancel the appointment. For that, just add const curly braces data equal to await. Then we will use the axios.post method. Here we need the backend URL, and in that one we will concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/admin/cancel appointment. Now in the body we will add the object where we will add the appointment ID. After that we have to add the admin token, so just add the curly braces. Then we will declare the headers, and in this headers we will pass one object with a token. After that we will add one if statement, and here we will check if our data.success is true. In that case, we will display one toast notification with the type success, and here we will provide data.message. After cancelling the appointment, we have to fetch the latest appointments detail. So just add get all appointments. Now if the data.success is not true, then we will add the else statement, and here we will provide toast.error. In this one we will provide data.message. So now we have created the function for cancel appointment. Now we will add this function in this value object so that we can access this function in any other component. So just add cancel appointment, save the changes. Now just open all appointments.jsx file. Here in this image tag, we will add the onClick property. Here we will add that cancel appointment function. So first we have to get that function from the admin context. So just add cancel appointment from admin context. Now just scroll down, and here in this onClick we will provide one arrow function, then call the cancel appointment function, and in this one we have to provide appointment ID. So just add item._id. Now save the changes. If I click on this cross icon, now you can see we have the message appointment cancelled, and here you can see the text cancelled. So this logic is perfectly working. Now let's create the dashboard page for the admin. To create this dashboard, first let's come to the VS Code editor and we will close all these files. Now just open the backend folder and go for admin controller.js file. To display the data in the dashboard, we have to display the total number of doctors and number of appointment. For that we have to create one API in the admin controller.js file. So here just add the comment API to get dashboard data for admin panel. After that we will create one arrow function with the name admin dashboard. So just add const admin dashboard equal to async. Here we will add request and response. After that we will create this arrow function. In this arrow function, first we will add the try catch block. So just add the try catch block, and after that we will just copy this console log and response from the catch block and paste it here. Now in this try block we need total number of users and total number of appointments, and we will also fetch the latest 5 appointments. So just add const doctors equal to, here we will use await doctor model dot find method. In this find method we will add this object so that we can access all the doctors. After that here we will add const, we will add a variable name called users equal to, here we will use await user model. We are not getting the suggestion for the user model, so let's open the user model.js file. After that if I type user model, so we are getting the suggestion, so just click here and then add the dot find method. After that we'll add the empty object. After that we'll add one more variable with the name appointments, so just use const appointments is equal to await here we will use appointment model dot find method, and in this one also we will add this empty object. By adding this we will get all doctors, users and appointments data. After getting all these details, we need the number of doctors, number of users and number of appointments and latest appointments. For that we will create one object with the name dash data. So just add const dash data equal to, here we will create one object. In this one we will add doctors property where we will provide doctors dot length. We are not sending any doctors detail, we are just sending the number of doctors using this doctors dot length. After that we will add appointments. In this one we will add appointments dot length. Similarly we will add patients. In this one we will add number of users dot length. After that, we will add latest appointments. So we have added latest appointments property, and in this one we will add appointments, and after that we will add the, here we have added reverse so that we will get the latest appointments in the first position in the array. After that we will add the slice method, and in this one we will provide 0 to 5, so it will display only 5 latest appointments. Now the dash data is ready. Next we will create the response using this dash data. So just add response.json. In this one we will add the object where we will provide success property true. After that we will provide the dash data that we have created here. Now our admin dashboard controller function is ready. Now we'll pass this in this export. So just add admin dashboard. Now just save this file. After that we will come to admin route.js file. Here we have to destructure that function. So just add comma, and here we will provide admin dashboard function. By using this function we will create a route. So just add admin router dot get method, and in this one we will provide the path that is /dashboard. Then we will add the auth admin. After that we will add admin dashboard. Now our API is ready. Next we will use this API in the admin dashboard page. So let's come to dashboard.jsx file under this admin folder. From here we will remove this text. Here we are going to display the dashboard data. So if I open the UI design in the Figma, here you can see in the dashboard we have doctor's data, then appointments, then patient. It is displaying total number of doctor, appointment and patients, and latest 5 appointments. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will open admin context.jsx file. Inside this file, we will create a new state variable. So just add const. We will name this variable as dash data set dash data equal to use state, and initialize this with boolean data false. So whenever we will call the API that we have created here /dashboard, in that case we will save the data in this state variable. So let's create a new arrow function to get the dashboard data from the API. Here we will write const get dash data equal to async. Here we will create this arrow function. Here we will add the try catch block because we are going to deal with APIs. Then we will add the const curly braces data equal to await. Here we will use axios.get method. In this one we have to provide the backend URL. Then we will concatenate the API endpoint. So our API endpoint is /API/admin/dashboard. After that, here we will add the curly braces and we will define the headers. In this one, we will store one object where we will provide the admin token. So just add a token. After that, here we will check if data.success is true. In that case, we are going to set dash data and here we will provide data dot dash data. Suppose the data dot success is false. In that case, we will add the else statement, and here we will add the toast notification with the error type. Here we will provide data dot message. If any error occurs in this try block, then catch block will be executed. So just copy this toast error and paste it here so that we will get the error in the toast notification. Here we have to add the curly braces. Now it is correct. Now we have created this function get dash data. Next we have to provide this function and a state variable in this value object. So just add dash data. Then we will add get dash data. Now just copy these things from here. Save the changes. Then open dashboard.jsx file. Here we will destructure the admin token, get dash data function, cancel appointment function, dash data a state variable in this component. So just add const curly braces. We will provide a token, get dash data, cancel appointment function, then dash data state. We will get these things from use context hook, and here we will provide the admin context. Now we have this data. After that we will create one use effect, and in this use effect we will pass this add function. Here we will add the dependency array, and in this array we will add admin token. After that in this we will add the if statement, and here we will check if we have the admin token. In that case only we are going to call get dash data function. So we have to correct this arrow function. Now the use effect is ready. If I open the admin context.jsx file, so after setting this data we will console log this data. So just provide data dot dash data. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I select inspect and go to console, refresh this web page. Now you can see we are getting one object, and in this one we have the appointment 7, doctors 15, and here we have the latest 5 appointments. Then we have the total number of patients. So we have created 2 patients accounts on this website, that's why we are getting patients 2. Now let's come back to the VS Code editor, dashboard.jsx file, and here we will create the UI and we will display these data in the UI. So first, after this return we will add dash data and operator, so that when we have the dash data then only we will return this div. First in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide margin 5. After this div, within this div we will add one more div. Here let's add another div. In this one we will add the image tag. In this image src we will add assets. So we are not getting the assets suggestion, so just open assets.js file from the admin. After that, if I type assets, now we are getting the suggestion assets. So select this one, then add dot doctor icon. After this image tag, here we will create one div, and in this div we will create 2 paragraph tags. So just add p into 2. In the first p tag we will display the number of doctors. So we are going to use this API data where we have doctors property. So just add dash data dot doctors. After that, here in the second p tag we will display text, that is doctors. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are getting this doctors icon, then 15, then doctors. After that, let's create 3 other copy of this div. So just copy this div and paste it for 2 times. In the second one, we will provide assets dot appointments icon. In this p tag, we will use dashboard data dot appointments, and here we will remove this text, and here we will type appointments. Save the changes. Now we are getting this appointment icon and 7 appointments. After that, in the third div, we will add assets dot patient icon, and in this p tag, we will use dash data dot patients. After that, here we will remove this text and we will type patients. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting 2 patients, right? After that, let's add the CSS properties for this component. So in this div, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, flex wrap, and gap 3. Save the changes. Now you can see it is aligned side by side. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, item center, gap 2, then background white, then padding, minimum width, rounded, then border 2 and border color. Then we will add the cursor pointer. Then we will add the hover effect, where we will add the scale. Then we will add the transition all. Save the changes. Now you can see the changes in the first box. You can see it is same as we have added in the Figma design. Now we will add the CSS properties in this div and in this div also. So let's copy this class name from here. And in this div, we will add the class name property and paste the same classes. Save the changes. Now you can see it is looking good. Next, we will add the CSS properties for these image tag. So in this image, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide width 14. Let me just copy it, paste it in this another image, and in this first image also. Save the changes. Now the size for this image is perfect. Next, we will add the CSS properties for these text. You can see the number text is large and these text are small. So just come back to VS Code. Here in this p tag, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide the class name text XL, font semi bold, text color gray 600. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are getting the text in big size. Now just copy this class name from here and we will paste it in another p tag and in this p tag also. Save the changes. So these text, which is 15, 7 and 2 is have bigger font. Then we will provide the CSS properties for these text, which is doctors, appointments. So in this p tag, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text gray 400. Now just copy this class name from here, paste it here in this p tag and paste it here in this p tag where we have added patients. Save the changes. Now you can see this dashboard is looking good. After that, if I go to console, in this object you can see we are getting this latest appointments. So we have to display this latest appointments in this format. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. So after this div tag, here we will create another div. In this one, we will add one more div. In this one, we will add one image tag and the image src. Here we will provide assets dot list icon. After this image tag, here we will create one paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag we will write latest bookings. Save the changes. Here we are getting this icon and this text. Now we will add the classes. So first in this div, we will provide the class name property, and here we will provide background white. After that, in this div tag, let's add the class name property. Let's separate it. In this class name, we will provide flex, items center, gap 2.5, padding X and padding Y, margin top, rounded top and border. After that, we will come to this p tag, and here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide font semi-bold. Save the changes. Now you can see we have this latest bookings section, and now we will display these booking details. To display these details, after this div, we will create one more div. In this div, we will add some classes. So just add class name. Here we will provide padding top, then we will add the border, then we will add border top 0. In this div, we will add the curly braces, and here we will add dash data dot latest appointments property that contains one array with 5 elements. So just copy and paste it. After that, we will use dot map method because it is an array, and in this one we will pass the arrow function. In this one we will return one div. From the parameter we will get the individual item, and with that we will take index. Now we will add the key property in this div, so just add key equal to index. Now we have this div. In this div, first we will display one image tag, and in this image src we have to display doctor image. So to get the doctor's image, we will use item dot doc data dot image. After this image tag, we will create one more div. In this div, we will add two p tag. So let's add p into 2. In the first p tag, we will display the doctor name. For that, let's add curly braces, and in this one we will add item dot doc data dot name. After this paragraph tag, in the second p tag we will add slot date. So to display the slot date here, just add the curly braces, then add item dot slot date. After this div, here we have to display this cancel button, and if it is cancelled, then we have to display the cancelled text. For that, let's come to this appointments page. As you can see here, we have the action, and in this action we have cancelled. So we have to copy the logic from this page. So let's come back. We will open all appointments.jsx file. From here, let's copy this curly braces. So just copy it from here, and we will open dashboard.jsx, and here we will paste the code. Right click and select format document, save the changes. Now if I come to dashboard page, here we are getting the doctor image, name, this booking date. We are getting cancelled because we have already cancelled this appointment. You can see the same thing in appointment page. Now we will add the CSS properties in this component. So first we will add the CSS properties in this div. So here we will add the class name. Let's provide the classes flex, items center, padding, gap 3, then hover effect, background color gray 100. After that we will come to this image tag. Here we will add the class name property and here we will provide rounded full, width 10. After that we will come to this div. Here also we will add the class name property and here we will provide flex 1, then text small. After that come to this p tag. Here we will add this class name property. Here we will provide text gray 800. In the second p tag we will provide text gray 600, and in this first p tag we will add font medium. Save the changes. Let's come to the dashboard page. Now you can see we are getting this effect and here we have this cancelled text. Now just come back to the database page and we will delete all the previous appointments. So all appointments has been deleted. Now we will make some fresh appointments. So let's click on this doctor, select the date and time, click on booking. Now if I come to this page and refresh it, now you can see we are getting the latest bookings. And if I open this appointments, here you can see we are getting the patient data, doctor's data, age and date and time. But in this dashboard, here we are getting the date in another format. So we have to use the function that we have created under app context.jsx file, slot date format. So just copy this and we will come to dashboard.jsx file, and in this page we will add const curly braces slot date format equal to use context, and inside this we will provide the app context. Now just scroll down and here we have provided this slot date, so just remove it and here we will use slot date format, and inside this parameter we will pass item.slotDate. Save the changes. Now we are getting this date in correct format. So now we have created this dashboard page for the admin, and from here we can see all the appointments. Here we can add a new doctor, and in this doctors list we can see all the doctors, and we can use this checkbox to mark the doctor as available or unavailable. Now we have completed the admin dashboard. Next we have to create the doctor dashboard. So these menus are for the admin. We will create the separate dashboard for the doctor. For that, let's click on this logout button. Now we are logged out, as you can see here. After that, we'll click on this doctor login, and here we will create the logic so that we can log in the doctor also. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor and we will close all these files. Now just open the backend folder, and in this one we will open doctor-controller.js file. Now in this file we will add the controller function so that we can allow doctors to log in. So first we will add the comment API for doctor login. After that we will create one arrow function with the name login doctor. So just add const login doctor equal to create one async arrow function. In this parameter, we will take request and response. Then create the arrow function. After that, we will add the try catch block, and in the catch block we will paste the same statement from the above catch block. So just copy and paste it here. After that, let's open doctor-model.js file. Here you can see, while creating the doctor using the admin panel, we have provided the email ID and password. So now we will use this email ID and password to authenticate the doctor. So in this try block, first we will get the email ID and password from request. So just add const curly braces email and password from request.body. After that, we have to find the doctor using this email ID. So just add const doctor equal to await. Here we are going to use the doctor model. So let's import it here. We will add doctor model. Then we will use find one method. In this method, we will add this object, and in this object we will provide the email ID that we are getting from the request. After that, we will get the doctor, and if the doctor is available with this email ID, then we will add one check. So let's add the if statement, and here we will add the condition. If we don't have the doctor with this email ID, in that case we will return one response. So just add the return statement, and here we will add response.json, and in this one we will add the object where we will provide success property, and here we will make it false. After that, we will add the message also, and in this message property we will add invalid credentials. Suppose we find any doctor with this email ID, then we will check the password that we have received from the body is matching with the password saved in the database. For that, here we will add const. We will create one variable, that is match. Here we will use await, and after that we will use the bcrypt package. So first we have to import the bcrypt package. Just add import bcrypt from. We will provide the bcrypt package. After that, in this function we will add await bcrypt dot compare. Here we will compare the password. So first we will provide the password that we are getting from the request. After that, we will provide the hashed password from the database. So now we have this doctor from the database. So in this doctor we will find the password property. So just add doctor.password. So this is the password saved in the database. Now if both passwords are matching, then in this variable we will get true, and if it is not matching, then it will become false. So here we will use the if statement, and here let's check if this variable is true. It means the password is correct. In that case, we will provide the authentication token. So just add const token equal to. Now we will use the JWT to create the token. So let's import the JWT. So just add import JWT from JSON Web Token package. After that, we can use the jwt.sign method, and in this method we have to provide the data. So in the data we will provide one object where we will define the ID property, and in this ID we will save the doctor's ID. So just add doctor._ID. After providing this ID, we have to provide the JWT secret. We have created the JWT secret in this env file, you can see here. So let's use it here. So just add process.env dot JWT secret. Now we have the token. After that we will generate the response, and in that response we will send this token. For that, here we will write response.json. In this one we will add object where we will add the success property true, and after that we will add this token. If this is match is false, then we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we will send one response. So let's copy the response from here and paste it here. In the message we will provide invalid credentials. Now we have created the login doctor controller function. Now export this function, so just add login doctor in this export object. Now save the changes and come to doctor.route.js file. After this doctor list, here just add the comma and we will destructure the function that we have just created, which is login doctor. By using this controller function, we will create the API route. To create the API route, we will write doctor router dot and the method will be post, and in this method we will add the path, that is /login. After that, here we will add login doctor controller function. We will save this file, and after that we will test this API. To test this API, let's open the Thunder client, click on new request. We will select the post method, and here we will add the endpoint. So just add localhost port 4000/API/doctor. After that we will add /login. Now in this body we have to provide the email ID and password. So just add the curly braces. First we will add the email property, and in this email property we have to provide the email. So while adding the doctor from the admin panel, here we have provided individual email ID and password for doctors. So we will try to log in with that doctor email ID and password. So let's open all doctors. Let's try to log in for this doctor. So let me provide the email, that is richard@prescripto.com. We have used this email while creating the doctor profile. Now we will add the password, and in this password property we will provide the password that we have added while creating the doctor's profile. After that, click on this send button. Here we are getting invalid credentials. Here we have used the incorrect email ID. Let me correct it, richard@demo.com. So now the response is success, right? If I go to database, you can see the email ID is richard@demo.com. So when we have provided this email ID and password and click on the send button, we will get the response with success true, and we will get token. So this login API is working fine. Now go to admin folder, and in this one we will go to login.jsx file. In this file we will add the logic so that we can allow the doctors to log in into dashboard. For that, let's open doctor context.jsx file, and here we will create one state variable in which we will save the doctor authentication token. For that, here first we will create one variable with the name backend URL. We will get this backend URL from the environment variable. If I open this environment variable file, here we have the variable name, so just copy it. Now here we will write import.meta.env. Then paste the variable name with backend URL. Now we have the backend URL to make the API call. After that, we will create the state variable with the name dToken. This state variable is for storing the doctor authentication token. Now we will add the setter function set dToken, that is doctor token. It will be use state and initialize it with empty string. After that, we have to provide this dToken and set dToken state variable in this value object so that we can access it in any component. So just add dToken and set dToken. After that, we will add the backend URL also. Now save the changes. After that, again come back to the login.jsx file from the admin project. And in this file, we have created the else statement. So here we are checking if the state is admin, then we are going to hit the admin login API, and if the state is not equal to admin, then we will hit the doctor's login API. So in this else statement, we have to add the API call, but before that, you can see we are getting set a token and backend URL from admin context. Similarly, we have to get set dToken setter function from doctor context. So let's add const curly braces. We will add set dToken equal to use context. In this context, we have to provide the doctor context. So we are getting the suggestion, just click here. So doctor context has been imported. Now we have this doctor token. Here we will add the logic so that we will hit the API and we can allow the doctors to log in into dashboard. So just add const data equal to await. Here we will use the axios.post method, and in this one we will provide the backend URL, and then we will concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/doctor/login. Here we have to pass the email ID and password. So just add the object and provide email and password. After that, we will get the response where we will get the success property. So let me just copy this if else statement from here and paste it here. Here we have to make some changes. So instead of a token, we will use dToken. So just add dToken. After that, here we are using set a token. So instead of that, we will add set dToken, which is doctor token. Now we have added the logic for the doctor login API, and using this, we can allow the doctors to log in on the web page, and we will save the token in the dToken state variable, and we will also save it in the local storage. After that, let's come back to the admin context.jsx file. You can see we have initialized this variable with local storage also. So we are checking if the local storage have one entry with this a token key, then we are using that a token value, right? And if it is not available, then we are using empty string. So we will use the same logic. So let me just copy it, and we will open doctor context.jsx file, and in this state variable, remove this double quote and paste the same thing. Instead of a token, we will check with dToken. So let's write dToken, and here also we will add dToken. Now we have added the logic for the doctor login. So now whenever we will reload the web page, then we will get the dToken from the local storage. Now save the changes and test this logic. So let's come back to the login.jsx file, and after setting this token, we will add log, and in this console log we will provide data.token so that we can see the token in the console log. So let's open the web browser, go to admin panel, just click on the logout button. Now we are logged out. Now we will switch this login page. This is the admin login page, and if I click here, it will display doctor login page. Now we are getting doctor login. Now click on the inspect button. Now click on this console. Here we are getting this data. So let me just clear this data from here. Now we are at the doctor login. We will add the email ID for the doctor. So the email ID is richard@demo.com. Then add the password 128 and click on this login button. Now we are getting this token in the console. So this form is working fine, and once we click on this login button, we are still at the login page, because when we come to app.jsx file, here you can see we have added, if we have a token, then we are going to display these tags, and if we don't have this a token, then we will display this login page and toast notification. So similarly, we will get the d token in this page. So just add const curly braces d token, and here we will get it from use context, then provide doctor context. Now after this a token, we will add the OR operator and provide d token. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are redirected to the dashboard. Here we are getting Prescripto dashboard panel and it says doctor. Now let's save this password so we can easily log in. Now we don't have any sidebar, because if I open this sidebar component, here we have added the logic. If a token is available, then we are displaying the sidebar. But here we don't have the a token when we log in with the doctor credentials. So now we have the doctor authentication token. So we will display different navigation bar in the left side. For that, let's open doctor folder, and in this doctor folder we will create multiple pages. Create a new file with the name doctor appointment JSX. Here we will use RAFCE snippet. Save the changes. After that, create one more file and write the name doctor profile.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Now let's create one more file with the name doctor-dashboard.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE snippet. Save this file. Now we have created three files: doctor appointments, doctor dashboard, doctor profile. In the admin we have 4 pages, that is add doctor, but we are not adding this page in the doctor dashboard. In this doctor appointments.jsx file, we will display all the appointments of this specific doctor. In this doctor dashboard, we will display the data like total earnings, total number of patients, and latest appointments. Similarly, in this doctor profile, we will add the profile logic so that doctor can edit their address or any other basic information. Before that, let's open app.jsx file, and for these pages, we will create the routes. So after this, let's copy this routes doctor list, paste it again, and so here we will add the comment so that we can differentiate between the admin route and doctor route. So just add admin route in the comment, and here we will add one more comment. We will add doctor route. So here we have created one copy of this route. Here we have to change the path. So remove it. Here we will provide doctor dashboard. In this element, we will remove this doctor list, and here we will provide doctor dashboard. So we are getting this suggestion doctor dashboard from pages folder. Select it. So this doctor dashboard has been imported. Now create one more copy of it, and here we will provide the path, that is doctor appointments. In this one, we will remove this doctor dashboard. Here we will provide doctor appointments. So here we are getting this component doctor appointments. Click here. So it has been imported. Next we will add one more route. So let's create one more copy of it. Here we will add the path doctor-profile. After that we will remove the component. Here we will add doctor profile component. So we are getting this suggestion, just click here. So the doctor profile will be imported. So now we have created 3 routes for this 3 pages. Now we will come to sidebar.jsx file, and here let's copy this ternary operator. Just copy it from here and we will paste the same. After that we will get the D token here. So just add const curly braces D token equal to use context. In this one we will provide doctor context. Now in this second ternary operator we will remove this A token and we will provide D token. After that, as you can see, we have this dashboard. So we need this dashboard in the doctor page. Here we have the appointments. We need the appointments also in the doctor dashboard. Now remove this add doctor feature. So remove this nav link. Then we have this doctors list. So instead of this doctors list, we will add profile. So we have added profile. Now we have updated the name, dashboard, appointments and profile. After that we have to update the path. So in this to property we have added admin dashboard. So instead of that we will add doctor dashboard. In the second one we will add doctor appointments. Now in the third one we will remove this doctor list. Here we have to add doctor profile. Now we have added the to property and this path, that is for the pages of doctor dashboard. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have the dashboard, appointments and profile. Here we are getting doctor appointments and in the dashboard we are getting doctor dashboard. So our routes is perfectly working. Now we will create the appointments page and here we will display all the appointments of logged in doctor. So suppose we have logged in with this Richard account, then we will display all appointments booked with this particular doctor. For that we have to create the API endpoint. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will come to Backend folder. So let me close all these files. Come to Backend folder. In this Backend folder, we will create one middleware so that we can authenticate the doctor. So before creating the controller function, we will create the middleware. So using this middleware, we will authenticate the doctor and then we will add the access in controller function. So let's create a new file in this middleware folder. Here we will add the name auth doctor.js. After creating this file, we will open auth-user.js file and just copy all the code from here and we will come to auth-doctor.js file, paste it all. Here we will make some changes. Rename this comment, it will be doctor authentication middleware. After this, here we will update auth doctor and here we are getting the token. So instead of that we will take D token. Here we will check if we don't have any D token, then we will return this response. Now if we have the D token, then we will verify it using JWT verify method. Here we will provide D token and in this D token, and after this D token we have to provide the JWT secret. Now in the request.body, we will not add the user ID. Here we will add doc ID. And after decoding this token, we will get one doc ID. So we will save that in request.body using doc ID property. After that, we have to export auth doctor. So now we have created the auth doctor middleware so that we can authenticate the doctor using token. Now just close these files. Let's open doctor-controller.js file, and here we will create one controller function to get all the appointments of a specific doctor. For that, here we will add the comment. So let's write API to get doctor appointments for doctor panel. After that, we will create one arrow function with the name appointments doctor. So just add const appointments doctor equal to async, and in this parameter we will take request and response. After that, we will create this arrow function. In this function, we will add the try catch block and just copy this statement from the previous catch block and paste it here. Here we have to add the logic so that we will get the appointments of a specific doctor. So just add const curly braces and we will provide doc ID from request.body. So you can see we have created this auth doctor.js. We will provide the doctor token and it will convert the token into doc ID. Using this doc ID, we are going to find the appointments of this doctor. For that, we will create one variable with the name appointments. Here we will use await. After that, we will use the appointments model. We are not getting the suggestion of the appointment model. So let me open the appointment model.js file. After that, if I type appointment, now we are getting the suggestion appointment model. Just click on suggestion so it will automatically import the file. After this model, we will add .find method. In this find method, we will add the curly braces and here just provide the doc ID that we are getting from the request.body. By executing this statement, we will get all the appointments in this appointments array of this doctor. So now we have the appointments. Next we have to create the response, and in the response we will send this appointments data. So just add response.json. Here we will add the curly braces. In this one we will define success property and then provide true. After that we will add this appointments so that we can display the appointments data in the doctor panel. Now we have created the logic for this single doctor appointment. Now we will export this function here. So here just add appointments doctor. After that, let's come to doctor.route.js file, and here in this file we have to destructure that controller function. So just add appointments doctor. After that, we will create a new route. So just add doctor.router.get method. Here we are going to use the get method, and in this get method we will provide the endpoint name, that is /appointments. After that, we have to add the auth doctor middleware. We are not getting the suggestion for auth doctor, so let's open that file. Now come back here, and if I type auth doctor, now we are getting the suggestion. Just click here, it will import this file. After that, we will add the comma, and here just provide appointments doctor controller function. Now the API is ready. Let's test this API. To test this API, let's come to admin folder, context folder, and doctor context.jsx file. Here we will call the API, and when we will get all appointments data, we will store the data in a state variable. So let's create one state variable. So we will add const, we will add the variable name, appointments, set appointments equal to use state, and initialize it with empty array. Now we have the state variable. Next we have to create the arrow function with the name get appointments. So just add const get appointments equal to, and it will be one asynchronous arrow function. After that we are going to deal with the API, so we will add try catch block. Now in this try block we will add const curly braces data equal to, we will add axios. We are not getting the suggestion for the axios, so we have to import it. So just add import axios from axios package. After that let's type axios dot. Now we are going to use the get method. Here we have to add the await keyword. In this get method we have to provide our backend API. So we will add the backend URL and we will concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/doctor/profile. After that we will add one object, and here we will define headers. In this headers we will add one object, and in this object we will add dToken. Now we have added this dToken. After that we will get one response. So let's add the if statement, and in this if statement we will check if data.success is true. In that case we will receive all the appointments, and we will save that appointments in this appointments state. For that here we will write set appointments, then provide data.appointments. Appointments is an array, so we are going to use .reverse method, so that we will get the latest appointment in the first position of the array. So now if the data.success is false, then we will add the else statement, and here we will display a toast notification. So first we have to import the toast from React Toastify package. So just add import curly braces toast from React Toastify package. After that here we will add toast.error, and in this one we will provide data.message. Now our function is ready. Next we have to call this function whenever we load our appointments page. For that we have to pass this function and a state variable in this value, so that we can access it in any pages or component. And before that in this catch block we will add the notification. So here in this one we will add console log and error, then display the toast notification with the error type. In this one we will provide error.message. Now let's add this get appointments appointment state and set appointments function in this value object. So let's add appointments, set appointments. After that we will add the get appointments function. After getting this data, let me just copy it, and we will add the console log also, so that we can see the data in console. So just add console log data appointments reverse method. Save the changes, and we will come to doctor folder doctor appointments.jsx file. In this file, before this return statement, we will get the state variables and function from doctor context. For that we will add const curly braces. Here we will add dToken appointments state, then get appointments function. We will get these from use context, and in this use context we will provide doctor context. Now we have these data. Now we will add the use effect, and in this use effect we will pass this arrow function. After this arrow function we will add the dependency array, and in this one we will add d token so that whenever the d token will be updated, then this function will be executed. Now here we will check if we have the d token. In that case we will get appointments in this state variable using this function. So we are calling this function. Now just come back to the web browser. Here we are getting request failed with a status code 404. So let's come back to the doctor context.jsx file. Here we have to provide /api/doctor/appointments. Now save the changes. Now if I reload this web page, now we don't have any error. Let's click on this inspect and go to console. Now in this console we are getting one array with 0 element because we don't have any bookings for this doctor. So let me reload this web page. Click on this doctor, select the date and time and book an appointment. Now you can see we have booked the appointment with this doctor, Richard. And if I go to doctor panel, refresh this web page. So now you can see in this console we have one array with one object where you can see the appointments details. Now you can see we have total 2 appointments, and for this doctor we have only one appointment at 11 AM. And if I open this doctor panel, go to console, we are getting only one appointment, that is for particular doctor at 11 AM. Now if I log in with another doctor, then we'll get the data of another doctor. So our logic is working fine. Now we have to display this data on web page in table format so that doctor can see these details in the doctor dashboard. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will create the UI part of the doctor appointments.jsx file. So let me remove this text, and within this div, let's add one p tag. In this p tag, we will add all appointments. After this p tag, we will create one div. Inside this div, we will create one more div, and inside this div, we will create 7 p tag. So let's add p into 7. Now we will use this div as a table, and in the table we need 7 columns to display 7 details. So first we have to display the serial number of the booking, then we will display the patient details, so just add patient. After that we will display the payment status, where we will display the payment is cash or online. And in the 4th p tag we will add the patient age, then in the next p tag we will display the appointment date and time. After that we will display the fee, then we will add the action so that doctor can cancel the appointment. After this div, we have to structure our response data. So let's come back to the VS Code again, and before that we will add the CSS properties for these content. So first we will add the class name property in this div tag. Here we will provide width full, max width, then margin 5. After that, in this paragraph tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the margin bottom, text large, font medium. After that we will come to this div. Here also we will add the class name property, and here we will provide background white, border rounded, text small, max height 80vh, overflow y scroll. With that, we will add the minimum height also, that is 50vh. After that, we will come to this div. Here we will add the class name property. We are going to display this table header for large and medium screen, and for a small screen we will hide it. So just add max small hidden. So it will be hidden in mobile screen. After that we will add greet columns. Then use this template in greet columns. After that we will add the gap, padding y, padding x, then we will add the border from bottom. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are getting the table structure that is looking good. And if I come to small screen, then this header is hidden. After that you can see the text in the left sidebar is not looking good for a smaller screen. So we will optimize this UI design for a smaller screen. So let's come back to the sidebar.jsx file, and here in this p tag, let's add class name property that is hidden, and for medium devices we will make block. So let's copy this class name from here. We will paste it here in this p tag, and in this next p tag, and in this other p, we will add the same classes. So for all the p tag in the left sidebar, we have added that class name. Now you can see in the smaller screen, we will get only icons. And if I increase the screen width, we will get the icons and text also. Now let's display the appointment details on this page. So just come back to the doctorappointments.jsx file. We have created the table header. By using this format, we will display the appointments data. For that, we will add the curly braces, and in this curly braces, we will use the appointments state. This appointments is one array, so we can use the map method, and in this one we will pass the arrow function. Here we are going to use this bracket so that we can return one div. And inside this, let's add this div, and here in this parameter we will get individual item and index number. In this div we will add the key property, and in this key property we will provide this index. After that, let's create one paragraph tag. In this paragraph tag, we have to display the index number. So here let's add the curly braces, index, and index starts from 0. That's why we will increase it by 1. So just add index plus 1. After this p tag, we will create one div, and in this div we will add the image tag, where we will display the user's image. So in this src we will provide item.userdata.image. So we will get the user's image. After this image tag, we will create one p tag, and in this p tag we will display the patient name. So let's add the item.userdata.name. After this div, let's create one more div. In this div, we have to display the payment status. For that, we will create one paragraph tag. In this paragraph tag, we will add the curly braces, and here just check if item.payment is true. In that case, user have made the payment using online payment method. So just provide one string and write the text online. Suppose if this item.payment is false, it means the payment is not made through online mode. Then we will add the text cash so that the doctor can see the payment has been made or not. After this div, we will create the paragraph tag, and in this p tag we have to display the patient age. So let me come back to the web browser, and in this we are getting this user data, and in this one we have the date of birth property. By using this date of birth we have to calculate the age. So we have already created a function. In this app context.jsx file you can see calculate age function. So we have to use this function. So we have to import this function in our doctor appointments component. So let's open this file, doctorappointments.jsx. Here we will add const curly braces calculate age. We will get it from use context, then provide the app context. Now we have this function. Now in this paragraph tag where we have to display the age, here let's add curly braces, and in the curly braces we will call calculate age function, and in this one we have to provide item.userdata.date of birth. After that, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we are getting the user image, name, payment type cash, and here we are getting the age 24. After the age, we have to display the date and time of the appointment. For that, we will create the paragraph tag, and here we have to display the date and time. So to display the date in the app context, you can see we have created one function with the name slot date format. So we have to use this function. So let's come to this page, doctorappointments.jsx, and after this calculate age, we will destructure slot date format function. After that, come to this p tag, and here we will add this curly braces. Here we will call slot date format, and in this one we will provide item dot slot date. After that, we will add one comma, and here we will add the curly braces and display the time. So just add item dot slot time. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are getting date and time. After that, we have to display the appointment fee. For that, let's add one more p tag. Here we need the currency symbol. So we will get the currency symbol from this app context. So just add currency, and after that in this p tag we can use the curly braces currency. Save the changes. Now we are getting the dollar sign. After that, we will add one more curly braces, and in this one we have to provide item dot amount. Save the changes. So now we are getting the amount $40. After this p tag, we have to create the action button so that we can allow the doctors to cancel the appointment or complete the appointment. For that, here we will add one div. In this div, we will add two images tags. So let's add image into 2. In the first image tag, we will provide curly braces. Then we will use the assets. So when I click here, the assets file will be imported here. In the first image tag, we will provide the cancel icon. So just add dot cancel icon. Now in the second src, we will add the curly braces assets dot tick icon, that is check mark icon. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this cross and check icon. Now we have all the data. Next we have to provide the CSS properties for this section. So let's come to this div. Here we will add the class name property. Here we will add the classes for a small screen. So just add flex, flex wrap, justify between, max a small gap, max a small text base. If I save the changes, now you can see all contents are aligned in same horizontal line. Now for the medium screen and above, we will use the grid layout. So just add small screen, grid, grid columns, this fraction. After that, provide the gap, item center, text color gray 500, then provide the padding, then provide border bottom. Now save the changes. Now you can see we have the border bottom also. After that, we have to add the hover effect on this div. So here let's add hover property and we will provide the background gray 50. Save the changes. Now you can see the background color is changing when I move cursor. After that, we will add the CSS properties for these text and images. For the small screen, we will hide this index number. So in this p tag, we will add class name property. Here we will add max a small hidden. If we reduce the screen, now we don't have the index number. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this div tag. So let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex item center and gap 2. After that, in this image tag, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide the width and rounded full. Save the changes. So the size for this patient image is good. After that, come to this p tag. Here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text extra small, inline, border and border primary color. Then we will add the padding, then border radius. Save the changes. Now you can see this text cache is looking good with this border and radius. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this age. We have to hide this age for mobile screen. So let me just copy the class name from here and we will paste it here in this p tag. After that, we will come to this images tag. In these image tag, we will add the class name. Here we will provide width 10, cursor pointer. Save the changes. After adding this class name, in this div we will add the class name. Here we will provide flex. Save the changes and open the web page. Now you can see this table is looking good, and if I reduce the screen size, so you will see this format in the mobile screen. Let me increase the width. Now let's book one more appointment with same doctor. We will select the time, we will change the date and click on book an appointment. Now you can see we have successfully booked the appointment with this doctor. Now we have 2 appointments for this particular doctor. Now if I open the admin panel, then go to appointments page. So here you can see we are getting 2 appointments. The first one is for 23 August and second one is for 25 August. So this logic is working fine. After that, here we have to make the logic so that we can cancel the appointment or we can mark the appointment completed from the appointment page. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor. Let's close these files from here. Then open doctor-controller.js file. Then we will add the logic so that we can mark the appointment completed. For that, first we will add one comment here, API to mark appointment completed for doctor panel. Now we will create one arrow function with the name appointment complete. So just add const appointment complete equal to async, then add the arrow function. Here we will add the try catch block. Let's copy the statement from the previous catch block, just paste it here. In this try block, we will get the doc ID and appointment ID from body. So just add const doc ID, comma, appointment ID equal to request.body. We will get this doc ID from the auth doctor middleware, where we convert the token into doctor ID, and we will pass this appointment ID in the API request. So first we have to find the appointment data using this appointment ID. So just add const appointment data equal to, then we will use the appointment model dot find by ID method. In this one we have to provide this appointment ID that we are getting from the request. After that we will create the appointment data. Here we have to add the await. After that we will get the appointment data in this variable. Now we will add one check. Here we will add if, and we will check if we have the appointment data, and with that we have the appointment data dot doc ID is equal to doc ID that we are getting from the auth doctor middleware. In that case, we can authenticate the same doctor has logged in with whom appointment is booked. After that, in this if statement, we will come back to the database. If I open the appointments, here we have one property called is completed. So we have to make this property true. For that, just add await appointment model dot find by ID and update method. After that, first we will provide the appointment ID. After that, we will provide one object where we will add is completed property, and we will make it true. After that, we will make one response. So we will write return response .json. In this one, we will add the object where we will define the success property true. After that, we will add the message, that is appointment completed. After that, if we don't have the appointment data or the doctor ID is not matching with the doctor ID received from the middleware, in that case we will add else condition and return the response. So just copy this return statement and paste it here. Here we will add success false, and in this message we will add mark failed. Now the controller function is ready. Next we will create the copy of this controller function from here and paste it again. We will make some changes in the second one so that we can create the logic for this cancel. For that, we will change the comment. Here we will add API to cancel appointment for doctor panel, and we will name this function as appointment cancel. After that, we will get this doc ID and appointment ID. Then we will get the appointment data using this appointment ID. Now in this statement, we will add the same code. After that, here we have to make changes in this is completed. So instead of this is completed, we will make changes in cancelled property. If I open the database, here you can see we have the cancelled property, right? So instead of this is completed, we will add cancelled and we will make it true. So whenever we will call the cancel API, then we will change the property cancelled true, and here in the message we will add appointment cancelled. After that, in this else statement, we will add the message cancellation failed. After that, we will export these functions appointment cancel and appointment complete using this export object. So let's add appointment cancel and appointment complete. Now save the changes and come back to the doctor.route.js file. Here we will destructure both functions, so just add appointment complete and appointment cancel. By using this controller function, we will create the routes. Here we will write doctor_router.post method. In this one we will add endpoint address, that is /complete appointment. After that, we will add the middleware, that is auth doctor middleware, and after that we will add appointment complete controller function. Now just create one copy of it. Here we will add endpoint address cancel appointment. Here we will add the controller function, that is appointment cancel controller function. Now the APIs are ready. Next, link this API with the doctor panel. So let's come to admin folder, then go to doctor context.jsx file. In this file, before this value object, we will create the function to mark the appointment as completed. For that, let's add const complete appointment equal to, then add async. Here we will create this arrow function. Inside this function, we will get the appointment ID as parameter. So just add appointment ID. In this function, we have to make the API call so that we can mark this appointment as completed. So just add try catch block, and let's copy the statement from this catch block and paste it in this catch block. Now in this try block, we will add const curly braces data equal to await. After that, we will use axios.post method. In this one, we will provide the backend URL, and after that we will add the API endpoint, that is /API/doctor/complete appointment. After that, here we have to add the body, and in the body we have to send the appointment ID. After that, we have to add the headers. So let's add headers, and in this headers we will add this object where we will provide the doctor token. So just add D token. After making the API call, we will add the if statement. Here we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, we are going to display a toast notification. So just add toast.success, and in this one we will provide data.message. With that, we will update all the appointments data. So let's add get all appointments, get appointments, and call the function. After that, if the data.success is false, then we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we will add the toast notification. So just add toast.error. Here we will provide data.message. Now the function is ready to mark the appointment as completed. After that, we will create one more function to cancel the appointment. For that, let's create the copy of this function. We will change the function name. It will be cancel appointment. Here also we will get the appointment ID, and instead of this API endpoint, we will add the cancel appointment endpoint. Rest other things will be same. So we have created two functions. First one is complete appointment and the second one is cancel appointment. Now we have to pass these functions in this value object so that we can access it in any other component. So just add complete appointment and cancel appointment function. Now save the changes and come back to the doctor folder, doctor appointments.jsx file. Here we will destructure the functions. So just add complete appointment and cancel appointment. Next we have to link this function with these image tag where we are displaying cross icon and check icon. So in this cross icon, in the first image tag, we will add the onClick property, and here we will add the arrow function. And in this one we will call cancel appointment function, and here we have to provide the appointment ID. To get the appointment ID, just add item._id. In this image tag also we will add the onClick property, and here we will pass the arrow function. Here we will call complete appointment function, and in this one we will provide item._id. That is our appointment ID. Now save the changes. Now come back to the web browser. Here let me click on this check icon. Here we are getting network error. Let's check it in console. Let me try it again. We are getting the same error. So let's try to solve it. We will come back to the VS Code. Let's open the terminal. So in this backend terminal, you can see we are getting request is not defined. So this error is coming from appointment complete function in the doctor controller. So let's come to backend. Then open doctor controller.js file. Here you can see we have missed the request and response in the parameters. So just add request and response in both functions as a parameter, request and response. Now we have added this parameter in both functions. Now save the changes and hide this terminal. And let's open the web browser. Reload this web page. Now just click on this tick icon. Here you can see the notification appointment completed. Let's click on the second icon. Here also you can see appointment completed. To check this, let's open this response in the console, and if I see the appointment data, you can see is completed property is true. By using this property, we will hide this action button whenever this is completed is true, and instead of these icons button, we will display one message called completed so that the doctor will get to know this appointment is completed. So just come back to the VS Code editor and come to doctor appointments.jsx file. Here after this p tag, we will add one curly braces, and here first we will check if our item dot cancelled property is true. In that case, here we will add the question mark and add one paragraph tag. Suppose the item dot cancelled is not true. In that case, we will add this colon, and in this one we will add nested ternary operator. So we will again check if the item dot is completed property is true or not. So let's add is completed. If it is true, in that case we will add the question mark, and in this one we will provide one p tag. And suppose this property is false, in that case we will add this colon, and after this colon we will add this div. So let's remove this div from here and paste it here after this colon. Let's right click and select format document. Now first we are checking if the appointment is cancelled. Then we will provide the message in this p tag. So let's add cancelled. We will add this cancelled text, and after that we will check if the appointment is not cancelled. Then we will check for is our appointment is completed or not. If the appointment is completed, in that case we will provide one message in this p tag. So here we will add completed. And if the appointment is not completed, then we will display two action buttons. Now you can see after making the changes we are getting the message completed because we have already completed the appointment by clicking on the check icon. Now let's create one more appointment. Go to home page, open any doctor. Let's select this doctor, add the appointment. Let's add the appointment for this Dr. Richard. So let me open this doctor and book the appointment because we are logged in this Richard dashboard. So let's come back to the doctor dashboard. We will refresh it. Now you can see here we have a new appointment at the bottom. So we have to resolve it. So let's open doctor context.jsx file. Here we will come to get appointments function. From here we will remove this dot reverse. We will save the changes and let's come to doctor appointments.jsx file, and before this map here we will add dot reverse. Now you can see the new appointment is displayed on the top. Now if I click on this cancel icon, you can see the message appointment cancelled, and here in this action tab we are getting cancelled. Next we will add the CSS properties for these text. So let's come here in this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text red 400. After that we will add text extra small, then font medium. After that in this second p tag we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text green 500. Then add the class name text extra small, font medium. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see the cancelled text in red color and completed in the green color. Now it is looking good. Now doctor can easily mark the appointment completed, or doctor can cancel the appointment. Now our appointments page for the doctor dashboard is ready. If I open this web page in mobile screen, you can see in the mobile screen also it is looking good. After that we will create this dashboard where doctor can see total earnings, total number of patients, and total number of appointments. So let's come to doctor controller.js file, and after this function we will add one comment, that is API to get dashboard data for doctor panel. Here we will create one arrow function with the name doctor dashboard. It will be async arrow function, and here we will add the request and response. After that we will create this arrow function. In this function we will add the try catch block. Now let me just copy this statement from here and paste it here in this catch block. In this try block, first we will get the doctor ID from request. So just add const curly braces doc ID from request.body. After that we will add const appointments equal to await. By using the appointment model, we will get the appointment data of this particular doctor. So let's add appointment model dot find method, and in this one we will add this curly braces and doc ID. So we will get the appointments of this particular doctor. After that, let's create one variable with the name earning. In this earnings variable, we will initialize the value with 0. Now by using this appointments, we will calculate the earning of this doctor. For that, here we will write appointments dot map method, and in this one we will pass the arrow function. In this arrow function we will pass individual item, and by using this individual item we will calculate the earnings. For that, first we will add the if statement. Here we will check if the appointment is completed. Then we are going to use is completed property, or we will add if the item payment is done. It means the item payment is true. If any of it is true, appointment is completed or the payment is made through online, then we are going to add the payment in the earnings. So let's add earnings plus equal to item dot amount. After that we will get the total earning of the doctor. Now let's count the number of patients. So just add let patients equal to initialize it with empty array. After that, here we will use the appointments dot map method to calculate the total number of unique patients. So let's add the arrow function, and in this arrow function parameter we will add the individual item. Then we will add the check using this if statement. Here we will check if patients dot includes. Here we will provide the user ID of the patient. So just add item dot user ID. We will add the not operator. After adding this not operator, here we will add patients dot push, and in this one we will add item dot user ID. Here we are checking first if with this user ID any data is available in this patients array, then we are not going to add that appointment user ID in this patients array, and if it is not available then we will add that user ID in this patients, so that we will get the total number of unique patient ID in this patients array. Now we have the earning patients, and after that we will create the dashboard data. For that, let's add const dash data equal to, first we will add the earnings. After that we will add the total number of appointments. For that, let's add appointments colon appointments dot length. After adding the appointments number, here we will add total number of unique patients. So just add patients, colon, then provide patients.length. After that, we have to provide the latest appointments. So just add latest appointments, then provide appointments dot reverse. After reversing this array, we have to display 5 latest appointments. So just add this slice method, and in this slice method we will provide index 0 and 5. Now the dash data is ready. Next we have to send this dash data using response. So just add the response using the JSON method. In this one we will add the curly braces where we will add the success property and we will make this success true. After the success true, we will add the dash data that we have created here. After that, we will add this doctor dashboard controller function in this export object. So here we will add doctor dashboard in this export. Save the changes. Now just come to doctorroute.js file. Here we have to destructure that controller function. So let's add doctor dashboard. By using this controller function, we will create a new API endpoint. So just add doctor router dot get method. After that, we have to provide slash dashboard. And after adding this endpoint path, we have to add the auth doctor middleware. And after that, we will provide the controller function that is doctor dashboard. Now we have created this API endpoint. Next we have to integrate this API endpoint with the dashboard page. So whenever we will open this page, we will get all the data. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will come to admin folder, pages folder, then come to doctor folder and we will open doctor dashboard.jsx file. Here we have to display the UI of the doctor dashboard. Before that, let's come to doctor context.jsx file. Here we will create the state variable where we will store the dashboard data of the doctor. Here we will write const dash data set dash data equal to, we will use the use state and initialize it with boolean data false. Now we will create the arrow function to call the API and save the response data in this state variable. So let's scroll down, and before this value object we will create one arrow function. So let's add const get dash data equal to async and create the arrow function. In this one we will add the try catch block. Let's copy the statement from the previous catch block and paste it here. Now in this try block we will add const curly braces data equal to await. Then we will add the axios.get method. Here we have to add the backend URL. After that we will concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/doctor/dashboard. After that we have to add the headers. So just add the curly braces, we will add headers, and in this one we will add the object where we will add doctor token, which is D token. After that we have to add the if statement, and here we will check if the data.success is true. In that case we will get the dashboard data from the API and we have to save that data in the state variable. So just add set dash data, and in this one we will provide data.dash data. Suppose this data.success is not true. In that case we will add the else statement, and here we will display one toast notification with the type error, and we will provide data.message. So we have created the state variable and this get dash data function. Now we will add this function and a state variable in this value object so that we can access it in any component. So here we will add dash data, set dash data, and we will add get dash data. Let's copy it from here and we will come to doctor dashboard.jsx file. Here before this return statement we will get this state variables and function in this component. For that we will add const curly braces, then provide dash data, set dash data, get dash data, then add equal to, use context hook, and in this one we will provide the doctor context. Now we have these state variables and functions. Now we will call the use effect. Here we will pass the arrow function and provide the dependency array. In this dependency array we will add the D token. We need the D token also, so just add D token and comma. Now in the dependency array we are providing D token, and in this arrow function we will add the if statement. Here we will check if we have this D token, then only we will call get dash data function. So we will add the function name, so it will call this function. After that, here in this return we will add if we have the dash data, and we will add this AND operator. So whenever we have the dash data, then only we will display the UI part. If we don't have this dash data, then we will not display the UI. Now we have this dash data and we will display this on the UI. Before that we have to console log this dash data. So here we will come to doctor context.jsx file, and in this one we will add console log data.data so that we can see the data in the browser console. So save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I reload this web page, here you can see we are getting data with earnings 80, appointments 3. Here we have 3 appointments. Then we have the patients 1, because we have booked the appointment. You can see we have booked 3 appointments, but we have booked all 3 appointments with the same patient. That's why we are getting patients 1. And if we log in with a new account and make an appointment with this doctor, then it will display the patients 2. So this logic is working fine. After that we have the latest appointments, where you can see 3 appointments. Suppose doctor have more than 5 or 6 appointments, then we will get only 5 appointments. Now we will display these data in this UI. For that, let's come to doctor dashboard.jsx file, and here we will add the UI components. So as you can see in the Figma design, in the admin also we have created the same UI. So let me just copy the same UI design from the admin page. So just open admin folder and go to dashboard.jsx file, and from here let's copy this div where we have these 3 elements. So let's copy it from here and let's come to doctor dashboard.jsx file. Here in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will provide margin 5. After that we will paste the div that we have just copied. Right click and select format document. Now in the first div we are using assets. So first we have to import the assets. So just add import curly braces assets so that the assets will be imported. Now in the first image tag we are using assets. So we will add assets dot earning icon. In the second one, we will add assets dot appointment icon. Then in the third one, patients icon. So now we are replacing only earning icon. After that, in the first one, we will add dash data dot earnings. Let me correct the spelling. Here we will add the text. So just add the text earning. Now we have added the text earnings. We will use this property dash data dot appointments, and here also we will leave it dash data dot patients. Save the changes. Come back to the web page. In the dashboard, you can see we are getting 3 cards: earning, appointments, and patients. Here we have to display the currency symbol also, so that it will display like $80. So we need the currency symbol. So just add const curly braces currency, and we will get it from use context, and here we will provide the app context. After that, before this earnings, we will add the curly braces and we will provide the currency. Save the changes. Now you can see this earning with currency symbol. Now we will add the space. Now it is looking good. After that, we have to create this UI part. So let me just come back to the dashboard.jsx file in the admin folder, and from here let's copy this div. Just copy it, and we will open doctor-dashboard.jsx file, and after this div we will paste this div that we have just copied. Here we are getting the data in the latest appointments. So it is correct. If we save the changes, here we are getting some error. Slot date format is not defined. So we have to import this function. So let's copy the name. And here we have to import that from app context. So just provide it here, slot date format. After that, if I reload the web page, now we don't have any error. Now we are at the doctor panel. Here, instead of the doctor, we have to display the patient's name and date of booking and patient's image. So let's come back. Here, we will remove this doctor data and we will use the user data dot image. We will add the same thing here, user data dot name. Save the changes. Now we are getting this patient image and name. Here you can see we are getting cancelled completed, but here we are getting this cross icon. So we have to correct this logic. So let's come back. We will open doctor appointment.jsx file. Let's copy this ternary operator from here, and we will come to doctor-dashboard.jsx file and remove this ternary operator and paste the code that we have just copied. Now if I save the changes, here you can see we are getting completed, completed and cancelled. The same that you can see here. So this logic is working fine. Now in this page also we have provided this cancel appointment and complete appointment function. So we have to get this function from doctor context. So here we will add the comma and just add complete appointment and cancel appointment. Now save the changes. Now the dashboard page and appointment page is ready. After that, we have to create this profile page so that doctor can see their profile and doctor can make changes in their profile info. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. We will come to doctor-controller.js file, and here we have to create a controller function to get the doctor profile and another controller function to edit the doctor profile. So first let's add the comment, that is API to get doctor profile for doctor panel. So let's write const doctor profile equal to async. In this parameter, we will add request and response. Here we will create this function. First we will add the try catch block. Let's copy the line from here and paste it here. In this try block, we will add const doc id. We will get the doc id from the request, so just add request.body. After getting the doctor id, we will get the doctor profile data using the doctor id, so just add profile data equal to await, and here we will use the doctor model dot find by id method, and inside this we will provide the doc id. After that we will add the select method, and in this one we will add dash password. So it will remove the password property from the doctor data, and we will save that in this profile data. Now we have the doctor profile data. So now we will create the response using the JSON method. Here we will add object. We will define the success property true, and after that we will add the profile data also that we are getting here. So now we have created this doctor profile controller function. After that we will create one more controller function to update the doctor profile. For that, let's add one comment, that is API to update doctor profile data from doctor panel. Here we will create the arrow function, so just add const update doctor profile equal to async, and here we will add the parameter, that is request and response, and create the arrow function. Now we will add the try catch block and copy the same statement from the previous catch block and paste it here. In this try block, we will add const. After adding it, we will add the curly braces, and here we will destructure the doctor ID, fee, address, and available property using request.body. So doctor can update these properties. Doctor can update the fees, address, and available status. After that, we have to make the changes in the doctor data using these variables. Here we are going to use await doctor model dot find by id and update method. First we will provide the doctor id. After that we will add one object where we will add fee, address, and available property. By executing this statement, it will update the doctor data with latest fee, address, and available property. After that we will create one response, so just add response.json, and in this one we will add the object where we will define success property true, and after that we will add the message property, that is profile updated. Now we have created this two controller function to get the doctor profile and to update the doctor profile. Next, we have to add this function in this object so that we can create the routes using the controller function. So in this export object, let me move it in different lines so that you can see all the exported function name. Now here we will add the comma and we will add the function name that we have just created. So we have created doctor profile and update doctor profile function. Right click and select format document. Now we have exported these controller function. Now using this controller function we will create APIs. So let's come to doctor_route.js file, and here we will destructure the controller function, that is doctor profile and update doctor profile. Here we will create a new route. So let's write doctor router dot. We will create the API using this get method, and the endpoint will be /profile. Then we will add the auth doctor middleware. After that we will add the controller function, that is doctor profile. Now let's create one more route. We will use the doctor router.post method. In this one we will add the path, that is /update profile. Here also we will add the auth doctor middleware. Then we will add update doctor profile controller function. Now save the changes. Next we have to integrate these APIs with this doctor panel profile page. For that we will come to admin folder, then open context and doctor context.jsx file. Here we will create one state variable to store the profile data. So write the variable name profile data. Setter function name is set profile data equal to use state and initialize it with false. After that we will create the arrow function to fetch the profile data from API. So here we will write const get profile data equal to async and create this arrow function. Inside this arrow function we will add the try catch block. Let me just copy the statement from the previous catch block and paste it here. After that, in this try block we will add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use axios.get method. Here we will add backend URL. After that we will concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/doctor/profile. After that we will add headers. Then we will provide the object where we will add D token, which is doctor token. After that we will add the if statement, and here we will check if the data.success is true. In that case we are going to set the profile data, and in this one we will provide data.profile data that we are getting from the API response. After that we will add console log, and in this console we will provide the same thing, that is data.profile data, so that we can see the response in console. Now this get profile data function is ready. Next we have to add this profile data set profile data and this get profile data function in this value object. So here let's add profile data set profile data. After that we will add get profile data function. Now save the changes and we will come back to the doctor profile.jsx file. Here in this component First, we will get the state variable and function using the doctor context. So here we will write const curly braces, and here we will get dToken profile data, set profile data, get profile data using use context hook, and in this one we will provide doctor context. After adding it, here we will get currency and backend URL from use context and app context. So now we are getting these data from doctor context and these data from app context. After that, here we will add the use effect, and in this use effect we will add this arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array, and in this dependency array we will add dToken, and here we will add the check. If we have the dToken, then only we are going to call get profile data. Now let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we are at the profile page, and here in this console you can see we are getting the response, and it is the profile data of the currently logged in doctor. So now we have to display this data in this profile page. So let's come back, and after this return a statement we will add the check. Here we will add the profile data. If we have the profile data, then only we will display this UI, and if this profile data is not available, then we will not display any UI component. Now in this div, let's add another div, and in this one we will add one more div, and here we will add the image tag. In this image tag we have to display the doctor's image. For that we are going to use profile data.image. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this doctor's profile image. After this div, we will add one more div. In this one, we will display the doctor's information like name, degree, and experience. So we will add one comment, doc info, name, degree, and experience. After this comment, we will add the paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag we will display the doctor's name. So write curly braces, add profile data dot name. After this paragraph tag we will add the div, and in this div we will add the paragraph tag. Here we will display doctor's degree and doctor specialty. So let's add the curly braces, then add the profile data dot degree. After that we will add one dash. Here we will add the curly braces, and we will add profile data dot specialty. If I save the changes, we are getting the name and this specialty and degree. After that we will add one button tag. In this button tag we will add the doctor's experience. So let's add the curly braces, and here we will provide profile data dot experience. Now if I save the changes, here we are getting 4 years. So now we have added the name, degree, and experience. After that we will add one more comment. Here we will add doctor about. Here we are going to display the section where we will display the doctor's about text. So after this comment we will add one div. Inside this div we will create one paragraph tag. In this paragraph tag we will add the text about, and after this paragraph tag let's add one more paragraph tag, and in this one we will add curly braces, then provide profile data dot about. Now if I save the changes and come back to the web browser, you can see the about text for this doctor. After this div, we will create one p tag. In this p tag, we will add one text, that is appointment fee. Then add colon, and then we will add the span tag, and in this span tag we will add the curly braces, and here we have to display the currency, so just add currency. And after that we will add the curly braces, and here we have to display the current fee of the doctor. So let's add profile data dot fee. Save the changes. So we are getting appointment fee $40. After this paragraph tag, let's create one div. Inside this div we will add the paragraph tag, and here we will add the text address. And after this p tag, we will create one more paragraph tag, and in this one we will add the curly braces. Here we will add the doctor's address. So let's add profile data dot address dot line 1. After that, let's create one more copy and paste it here. Here we have to provide line 2. Within these lines we will add the br tag so that it will display the address in 2 lines. Now we are getting the address also in 2 lines. After that, here we will create one div, and in this div we will display one checkbox so that doctor can mark them as available or unavailable. So let's add the input field, and the type will be checkbox. After this input field, we will add one label tag. In this label tag, we will add the text called available. Save the changes. So now we are getting this checkbox, and here we have the text called available. After that, here we will create one button tag. Here we will add the edit so that when we click on the edit button, then we can edit this information and update the details like address, fee. Now save the changes, and you can see we have this edit option. Now we have added all the information on this profile page. Next we have to provide some classes to design this web page. So first we will add the class name in this div, and here we will provide flex column, gap 4 and margin 5. Save the changes. Now we are getting the margin. After that we will add the CSS properties in this image tag. So in this image tag we will add the class name property. Here we will provide background primary, transparency 80, then we will add the width full, max width and border radius. Save the changes. Now you can see this profile image is looking good with this background color and size. After that we will come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex1, border a stone 100, then we will add the border radius, padding and background white. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting one container in white color, and in this one we will display these details. Now let's come back to the VS Code. We will come to this p tag where we have added the doctor's name. So let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, item center, gap 2, text 3XL, font medium, text gray 700. Save the changes. Come back to the web browser. So you can see this doctor's name is looking good with this font size and font weight. Next we will add the CSS properties for these small text, that is degree and specialty. So here we will add the class name property. In this one we will provide flex item center, gap 2, margin top and text color. Save the changes. So this degree and specialty text is looking good. After that we will add the CSS properties in this button tag. So here let's add the class name, then provide padding, border, text extra small, then border radius full. Save the changes. So you can see this experience is looking good, this border and round corners. After that we will add the CSS in this p tag. So here let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex item center, gap 1, text size small, font medium, text neutral 800, then margin from the top. Save the changes. So now you can see the text called about is looking good. After that, let's come back to the VS Code, and in this p tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text small, then text color, then maximum width and margin from top. Save the changes. Now you can see the about text is looking good. Now we will come back to the VS Code editor, and here in this paragraph tag we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text gray 600, font medium and margin top. Save the changes. Now we have some space above this text and the color has been updated for this text. After that we will come to this span tag, and here also we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text gray 800. Next we will come to this div tag. Here also we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, gap 2 and padding y. Save the changes. Now we are getting this address, and in the right side we have this address value in line 1 and line 2. After that we will come to this p tag, and here also we will add the class name property. Here we will provide text small. Save the changes. So this text is looking good. After that let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, gap 1 and padding top 2. Save the changes. Now we are getting this space above this available text. Next we will add the CSS properties for this edit button. So let's come to this button tag. Here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide padding, border, border color, then text size and border radius and margin top. Save the changes. Now you can see this edit button is looking good. After that we will add the hover effect on this button. So let's come back, and in this one we will add hover. Then we will change the background, it will be background primary, then hover, text white, then we will add the transition all. If I come back to the web page and move the cursor over this edit button, you can see the background color is changing and the text color is also changing. So we have created the UI part of this profile page. This profile page is looking good. After that we will add the functionality so that doctor can edit their profile data like address, fee and this available status when they click on this edit button. To make that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will create one state variable with the name isEdit. So let's add const isEdit. Setter function name will be setIsEdit equal to useState. Initialize this variable with boolean data false. Now we will use this state variable to add the edit functionality on our profile page. Before that, here in this input field, we will add one checked property. Here we will provide profile data dot available. Now save the changes. You can see this checkbox is checked because this checked data is coming from the doctor's profile data that we are getting from the API. If we make it false from the database, then it will be unchecked. Now we will make this appointment fee editable. For that, in this button tag we will add one onClick property, and here we will provide one arrow function, and here we will call setIsEdit. We will make it true. So when we click on this edit button, then this state will become true, and using this state we will display one input field instead of this p tag so that we can make the changes in appointment fee. So let's come back, and in this paragraph tag we have the appointment fee. So to make this field editable, here after this currency, in this curly braces we will add one ternary operator. So here we will add if isEdit is true. In that case, here we will return one input field, and if it is false, then we will return this data. So after this question mark and before the colon, we will add input field, and the type will be number. After that, we have to add the onChange property. So let's add onChange, and in this onChange we will pass the arrow function, and here we will pass the event. Here we will call setProfileData function, and in this one we will use a spread operator in this setter function. If we reload this web page, you can see we are getting the profile data, and in this one we have this fee. So by using the setter function, we have to update the fee only. For that, we are going to use the spread operator. So in this setter function, first we will get the previous state. Now here we will return one object where we will use the spread operator. So just add triple dot previous. After that, we will update fee property, and in this fee we have to provide the value that we will enter in the input field. So just add e.target.value. After that, in this input field, let's add the value property, and in this one we will add profile data.fee. Now let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I click on this edit button, here you can see we are getting one input field, and now we are able to update this data. As you can see, we can change this data. After that, let's reload the web page, and after that let's come back to the VS Code, and here we have this p tag where we are adding the address. So here in this curly braces we will add if isEdit is true. In that case, we are going to add the input field, and if it is false, then we will return this address. Here we will add the input field, and in this input field the type will be text, and here we will add the onChange property. In this onChange property, we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call setProfileData function. In this one, we will pass the event of this input field. After that, if we come to web page and open this response, you can see the address is an object, and in this one we have to update the line 1. For that, here we have to use the nested spread operator. So let's add previous. Here we will add this bracket, and in this one we will add the object where we will use the spread operator. So just add triple dot previous. After that, we have to update the address property. So let's add address, and in this address we will again use the spread operator. So just add curly braces triple dot previous dot address, and in this one we will add the comma, and here we have to update the line 1 property, and in this one we have to provide the input field value. So just add e.target.value. By adding this, we can update the line 1 property of the address using the nested spread operator. After that, in this input tag we will add the value property, and in this one we will provide profile data dot address dot line 1. Now let's copy this from here and we will paste it here. Let me remove it and paste it. Now in this one, here we have to update this one, which is line 2. Here also we will add line 2, and here also we will provide line 2. Right click and select format document. After that, we have this checkbox here. In this input field, let's add the onChange property. In this one, we will pass the arrow function, and here we will check if isEdit is true. In that case, we are going to set the profile data. So just add set profile data, and here we will take the previous data from the parameter, and here we will return one object. Here we will use the spread operator. After that, here we will add the available property, and we will make it true if it is already false, and if it is already false we will make it true. For that, we will add not operator previous dot available, as you can see. So here we have added this logic. After that, here we have this button that is for enabling the edit mode. After that, we will create one more button. So let me create a copy of this button. Here we will use the ternary operator. So let's add the curly braces. Here we will check if isEdit is true. In that case, we will provide this button. So let me remove it from here and paste it here. If isEdit is false, then let's add the colon and just remove this second button and paste it here after this colon. Now if this isEdit is true, in that case we will provide this button where we will add save, and here we will provide set isEdit false. Now let's remove these space. Now save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this edit option, and if I click here we are getting save option. Now we can edit the address. As you can see, we can type anything in this input field. We can update the fee also, and we can change this available status. Now if I click on this save button, now we cannot edit these fields and we cannot change this available property. So whatever changes we are making, like if we make it 400 and click on save, then it is saved in the local variable. If I refresh this web page, it will be reset. So now we'll add the API so that if we make any changes in this profile data, then the changes will be stored in the database. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this page here, after this state variable, we will create one arrow function with the name update profile. So just add const update profile equal to async, and here we will create this async arrow function. In this arrow function, we will add the logic so that when we click on this save button, then it will save the changes in the database. For that, here we will add the try catch block. After that, let's attach this update profile function in this button tag. So from this button tag where you can see the text is save, in this one we will remove this arrow function. Here we will provide update profile function. After that, we will create this function. In this try block, we will create one variable with the name update data, and it will be one object where we will define the address property, and in this address property we will save profile data dot address. So here we are getting the updated data from this state variable, and then we are storing the data in this variable so that we can send this data in the API call in the body part. After that, we will add the fee property, and here we will provide profile data dot fee. After that, here we will add the available property. Here we will provide profile data dot available property. If I open our doctor controller.js file, we are able to update the fee, address and available property. So we have to provide these three things in this update data. After that, here we will make the API call. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await. Here we will use Axios. So we are getting the suggestion, just click here. So it will import the Axios package. After that, we will use the post method, and in this one we will provide the backend URL. After that, we have to concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/doctor/update profile. In the body, we have to send this update data that we have created here. After adding it, here we have to add the headers. So let's add it here, headers, and in this one we will add the object where we will provide D token, which is doctor token. After that, we will check the response. So here we will add if statement, and we will check if the data dot success is true. In that case, we will display a toast notification. So let's add toast dot success, and in this one let's provide data dot message. After that, we will call the set is edit, and we will make it false. After that, we will call the get profile data function so that our profile data state will get updated. If the data dot success is false, then we will add the else statement, and in this one we will add the toast dot error, and here we will provide data dot message. If any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will display one toast notification with the type error, and in this one we will provide error dot message. With that, we will add the console log, and here we will provide error. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we will test it, so let me reload the web page. Let's click on the edit button. After that, we will make the appointment fee $50 and click on the save button. Here we are getting the error, request failed with a status code 404. Request failed with a status code 404. So to solve this problem, let me come back to the VS Code editor. And here we have added the backend URL API doctor update profile. We are getting this backend from app context. So we have to get the backend URL from the doctor context. So we will paste it here. Remove this backend URL from this app context. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now let's reload the web page. Click on this edit button and let me change the appointment fee $50. Click on the save button. Here we are getting profile updated, false is not defined. So let me come back. Here we have to correct it. We have to correct the spelling false. Now let's save the changes. Click on this button. So now we have profile updated. Now the edit mode will be disabled. If I reload this web page, you can see still we have the $50 because this changes has been updated in the database. If I click on this edit button and let me update this address. So here we will write 10 Claus Road and click on the save button. Now you can see the message profile updated, and if I reload this web page, you can see the updated address. So this changes has been stored in the database. Now we can edit the doctor profile also. So now we have created the dashboard, appointments and profile page. As you can see here, our appointment fee is $40 and 2 appointment is completed, and here we are getting $80. And from front end, if I reload this web page, here we have this appointment cancelled, and for other appointments we have marked it as completed from the doctor dashboard, but still it is displaying pay online and cancel option, right? So we have to correct it. So to change it, let's come back to the VS Code editor and let's close these files, and we will open frontend folder, then go to pages and go to myappointments.jsx file. Scroll down. We will come to this section. Here we have to make some changes. Here after this AND operator, we will add one more condition, that is not item dot is completed. After that, one more AND operator. So if the is complete property is true, in that case our appointment has been completed. Then we will not display this paid button or this pay online or cancel button. So we have just added not item is completed. Similarly, in the second one, we will add same thing, not item dot is completed, and then AND operator. Now in the third one also, let's add not item dot is completed, then AND operator. Similarly, in the last one, we will add not item dot is completed and AND operator. Save the changes. Now you can see this appointment that we marked as completed. Here all the options has been removed, like pay online, cancel appointment has been removed. Next we have to display one more entry, that is appointment completed. For that, let's come back, and here in this VS Code editor, here In the last line, we will add ternary operator. Here we will add the curly braces, and here we will check if the item dot is completed is true. In that case, here we are going to return one button. And within this button tag, let's add the button text called completed. After that, in this button tag, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide min width, padding, border color green, border radius, then we will add the text color green 500. Save the changes. Now you can see here we are getting this completed button. Now if we log in with this doctor account, so let's come back to the dashboard, then click on logout. After logout, you can see right now the logout feature is not working, so we have to fix it. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will open admin folder, components, and navbar.jsx file. Here we are taking this a token and set a token. After that, here we have to take the doctor token also. So just add d token, set d token equal to use context, and here we will use the doctor context. So we are not getting the suggestion for doctor context. So let me open this file, and after that, here we will type doctor. So we are getting the suggestion doctor context. Click here, so it has been imported. So now we have the d token and set d token. And here you can see we have the logout function. So in this one, we will check if we have this d token. In that case, we will set d token, and here we will provide empty string. After that, again we will check d token if it is available. In that case, we will remove this token from the local storage. So just add local storage dot remove item, and in this one we will provide d token. Now save the changes. Now if I click on this logout button, now we are logged out. Now let's try to log in with another doctor account. So while creating the account, we have added this email ID for this doctor. So let's add the correct email ID and then click on the login. Here we have invalid credential because we are at the admin login. So we will click here for the doctor login. Now click on the login button. Still we are getting invalid credentials. So let me enter the password again. Click on login button. Let me go to database. We will go to doctors, and here we have to find the correct email ID. So you can see this is the correct email ID for the doctor. So this is the correct email ID. Let me just copy it from the database and paste the correct email ID and add the password. Now click on the login button. Now we are successfully logged in the doctor's account. Now we'll click on the profile. Here we are getting the profile information. If I go to appointments, so here we have the appointments. You can see the patient name, then payment cash, age 24. Here we have the date and time, fee and action. If I open dashboard, you can see the earning is 0. And we have one appointment and one patient. Now if I make it completed, then appointment completed. After that, you can see in the dashboard the earning is $60. So the earning has been added. And if I come back to the my appointments page, reload this web page, so here you can see we are getting the completed message in the right side. So this logic is also working fine. So till now we have integrated the APIs with the doctor panel. Now let's click on the logout and again come to admin login. And here we will add the email ID and password for the admin and click on login button. And if I go to dashboard, you can see some of the appointments are completed, but still it is displaying these buttons. As you can see, we are getting these cross button to cancel the appointment. So we have to update this. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will open admin folder. After that, in this admin folder in the admin project, we will open all appointments.jsx file. Then we have to use the nested ternary operator. So here we are checking if the item is cancelled. Then we are displaying this message cancelled. And if it is not cancelled, in that case we will check one more thing. So here we will write if item dot is completed. Suppose it is true, in that case we will add one paragraph tag. And if it is false, then we will return this image tag. Let's arrange it in proper structure. Right click and select format document. Now it is arranged. So here we have the nested ternary operator. If this is completed property is true, so in this p tag we will add the text completed. And in this p tag we will add the class name property. Here we will copy these class name from here. We will paste it here. Here we have to update the color. So let's add text green 500. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting this completed message. After that, we will copy this ternary operator from here and we will come to dashboard.jsx file in this admin folder and remove this curly braces, and we will paste the code that we have just copied. Right click and select format document, save these changes. So if I come to dashboard, here also we are getting this message completed. And here also we are getting this completed message. After that, if I come back to the doctor panel, just click on logout, then go to doctor login form. Then we will enter the doctor's email ID and password and click on login. Now if I open this profile, we are not able to change this. If I click on this edit, now we can change it as unavailable. Now we can uncheck this one and click on save button. So now this doctor is unavailable for the booking. If I go to the front end part, if I open this doctor, let me reload this web page. Now we are at the appointment page. If I try to book this appointment, you can see the message doctor not available. And let's come back to home page. We will make this available text to the not available. Because this doctor is not available, we have changed the status from the doctor's dashboard. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. Let's close these files. And we will open top doctors.jsx file. First we will make the changes here. Here in this p tag, we are providing this dot icon using this paragraph tag. Here we will use the dynamic class. So let's add the curly braces and here remove this double quote and we will add the backticks. So we have wrapped these classes with the curly braces and backticks. Now we will use the template literal. So let's add the $ curly braces, and in this one we will use the ternary operator. So here we will check if our item dot available property is true. In that case we will provide this background green. So let's add single quote and we will place this class name background green 500, and if the item dot available is false, it means the doctor is unavailable for the appointment. Then we will add the colon and here we will provide the string and where we will add background gray 500. Save the changes. Now you can see the gray color of dot for this doctor. Next, we have to make the changes in this text also. So to make the changes, let me remove this text available, and here we will add the curly braces, and here we will check if the item.available property is true. In that case, we will add one string, and here we will provide the text called available. And if it is false, then just add the colon and add one string. Here we will add not available. After that, if I save the changes, now you can see we are getting not available, but the text color is still green. So we have to change the color of this text. So you can see we have added text green 500. So we will make this classes dynamic using this curly braces, and we will add the backtick. So we have wrapped all these classes with curly braces and backticks, and here we will add the $sign curly braces. So we can use the template literal, and in this one we will add the ternary operator. Here we will use item.available. If it is true, in that case we will provide the string, and in this string we will provide this class name text green 500. So let's remove it and paste it here. And if it is false, then we will add the colon, and here we will provide text gray 500. Save the changes. So now you can see not available. After that, we have to make these changes in this related doctors also. For that, let's copy this entire div from here, and we will come to related doctors.jsx file, and in this one let me remove this div, and here we will paste the div that we have just copied. Right click and select format document and save the changes. So if we open any other doctor, so here you can see in this related doctor we are getting this doctor with not available text. Now we have all doctor section, so here also we have to update this logic. You can see available, so we have to update it. So let's come back. We will open doctors.jsx file, and from here remove this div, and here also we will paste the latest div. Save the changes. Now you can see the not available status, right? If I come to this doctor's profile page, click on edit button and make it available, and if I reload this web page, now you can see the available status. So this logic is also working fine. After that, we have completed all the UI part, and with that we have created the doctor panel where doctor can see their details, and doctor can see the appointments, and doctor can update their profile. If I click on this logout button, and if I provide the admin email ID and password and click on login button, so now we are logged in as admin. Here we have this dashboard that display all doctors, then number of appointments and total number of patients. Then we have all the appointments. Then we have the form to add a new doctor. So we can add a new doctor. After that we have doctors list. From here also we can make it available or not available. So this logic is also working fine. So finally we have completed this website where we can book the doctor's appointment using this website. We have created this admin panel also, and we have created the doctor's dashboard also. Once you complete this project, do let me know in the comment section by writing completed. And if you want to deploy this project online, then you can follow the deployment tutorial. I will provide the tutorial link in the description. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel Great Stack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.